Are we ready to go, Lumi? I want to welcome all the Métis campers to this 28th Annual General Assembly, being held virtually for the second year in a row, to ensure the safety and well-being of our MNO citizens, families, and communities during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. We have some videos for you to enjoy, after which we will call the AG to order. We will start with the grand entry, the statement of prime purpose, and We Aspire, sung by Amanda Rayom, followed by O Canada, sung by Leah Bell, both amazing Métis performing artists. So I'll ask Lumi to please roll the videos and please enjoy.
We the Métis are a people of the lands which gave rise to our history and tradition and culture. We call those lands the Métis homelands. The homelands stretch from the lakes and rivers of Ontario, cross the wide prairies, traverse the mountains into British Columbia, and into the northern reaches of the Northwest Territories. They include the hills and valleys of the North Central American states. These are our lands. They are Métis lands. They are the lands of our past, which nurture us today, and which we value as the precious foundation of our future. As the Métis who live in the homelands, we hold it to be a fundamental truth that we are one of the Aboriginal peoples of the Americas. The Métis Nation continues today to be the embodiment of our past, the source of sustenance for our present, while giving rise to our hopes and aspirations for the future. We are a nation born of independence and self-sufficiency, whose teachings are founded in the values of honesty and truth. We are proud of our rich heritage. We are inspired by the values and traditions of our ancestors. The strength of our society is based on democracy, freedom, fairness, equality, generosity, justice, and the customary and written law of our people. Above all, we cherish harmony and peace. As Aboriginal people, we hold sacred the rights of the individual and the collective. We have respect for each other, for the land, and for the animal and plant life that surrounds us. We are a people who honor and respect the family, our elders who hold the keys to the past, and our children who are the future. Guided by our spiritual values, we aspire to attain our highest potential.
Hello everyone. Hope you're all doing awesome. Miss you. 1, 2, 3. Looking up so high to the sky, dreams come true. When you try, these are our lands, this is our home. Chimigwech. See you all soon.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand se porte le pays, il se porte la croix. Ton histoire into épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
So I want to welcome everybody this morning. I hope you had the opportunity to join us in the kitchen party last night. We had set after set of some great Métis musicians and artists. So again, welcome. This is the second year that the MNO is hosting its AJ as a virtual meeting rather than in person, as it is still not safe for us to gather in person in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. The intent of this year's AGA is to complete any business necessary for MNO to meet its legal obligations, including the approval of our audited financial statements. We will not be considering any special resolutions or ordinary resolutions at this time, but we'll consider the financials and will provide important updates on key activities and initiatives. The MNO will also use online tools and social media to continue to provide updates in the future. We will meet again to take care of the business we normally would at an AGA when it becomes safe to do so. I would now like to introduce Pcmno Executive Senator Renee Gravel to provide this year's opening prayer. Over to you, Renee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. O Creator God, hear us. We need your strength and wisdom. Let us walk in beauty and make our eyes ever behold the red and purple sunsets. Make our hands respect the many things you have made, and our ears sharp to hear your voice. Make us wise so that we may understand the things you have taught our people. Help us to remain calm and strong in the face of all that comes towards us. We seek strength not to be greater than our brother or sister, but to fight our greatest enemy ourselves. Make us ready to come to you with clean hands and a straight eyes, so that when life fades as a falling sunset, our spirits may come to you without shame. Let us always be mindful of the role we play in the children's lives, in their upbringing and their education, both formal and informal. We would ask the Creator to bless this AGA and to bless our people, and that we might all feel the tender and loving hand of the Lord upon us. Amen. Miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for the opening prayer and starting us off in a great way. This year, our platform host is Lumi. I would like now to invite Lumi to explain how to participate during the AGA using the platform features.
Thank you, Chair Rowlandson. So I'll now walk you through the platform features, after which I'll explain how you can participate both through computer and by phone. So to speak using a computer, that you can either click on the participants list at the bottom of the panel, at which point you will see the option to raise your hand. This is the way that you could signal to the chair that you wish to speak. Once you've been called upon, You will receive a prompt similar to the one you see on screen to unmute. Please accept that prompt. Once you've done so, please identify yourself before speaking. If your microphone should not work after having allowed your browser access to your microphone, as you should have done when you logged into the platform, make sure to select the right device, which would be that little drop-down arrow that you see beside the microphone, just to make sure that you have the right microphone selected. Alternatively, you can also use the messaging function, which is on the left side of the screen. The left panel, the one where you see home, messaging, and documents, that is a static panel that always stays the same, whereas the right side is the Zoom panel, and that's where you will see the share screens and the presentations. Everything will be coming from there. So the other, via that messaging section that you see, the middle button, if you wish to speak, you can either type out a question in writing, which will then be sent to the moderators and then pushed to the chair. And I'll, yeah, sorry. Could you go to the next slide, please? To use the closed captioning feature, locate the closed captioning button at the bottom of the screen. It may potentially, depending on the size of your resolution, may be under the 3 dots instead of just immediately apparent. You should see a little button that says CC, closed caption, or it would be written out, closed caption. You would simply click on that and click show subtitle, and this will activate the closed captioning. If for some reason your display doesn't look correct, as you see in this screenshot, the left side-by-side panels, it could be because the resolution of your screen is too high or too low. And alternatively, it could also be because it's very common to have high resolution screens and then zooming in your browser. Please make sure that your browser at the top right, you should see, if you're using Chrome, you'll see 3 little dots like you see in that screenshot, and you'll have the option to either zoom in or zoom out. This should correct the display, so you would see the platform correctly. But if you see the platform left and right, then you're good. As far as voting goes, for computer users, when a vote is called, there will be another tab that will show up on that left static panel that will look like the one you see in the screenshot. That'll just be written voting. That's when, and then you'll have the resolution and your voting choices will be displayed. You simply need to click on your choice. It will be highlighted in blue in this case, and you'll see a little confirmation just above that says vote received. Well, either if you voted yes, it'll say yes, vote received. If you voted no, it'll say no, vote received. And abstention, the same thing. Once the vote is closed, you'll see a notification that says poll closed. And then once the chair is ready to display the results, they will then be displayed in that same panel, and you'll be able to see the results of the vote. Next slide, please. So as far as using the breakout rooms, this is for the health break. Again, if you could locate the button at the bottom panel of the black bar on the Zoom panel. Again, depending on the size of your resolution, it may be under the more section, which is the 3 dots, and you will see breakout rooms. Right now, none of them are, there's none active, but once there is one active for the health break, you'll see the selection to join the health break room. You would see it at the screenshot, as you can see there. You would click join. It's beside the name of the room. You would click join. And then once you're ready to leave the room, there'll be an option at the bottom on that same black bar that will give you the option to leave the room. And if not, once everyone's required to be back, we will close the room and it will automatically bring you back. But it's best if you bring yourself back on your own when you're ready. Another feature from the platform on that same left side panel that is static is the documents section. So the tab written documents, that's where you can view all of the documents relative to this meeting. You simply just need to click on the name and it'll appear loaded, stayed on that right on that panel for you at all times. And that pretty much wraps it up as far as computer users go. So as far as telephone users, the ones that are listening to us now, of course, the interactive capabilities are more limited. However, if you would like to speak, the option you have is to press *9. This activates the raise hand function so that at that time, at the appropriate time, the chair can call upon you. Once he does, the chair does so, you can use *6 to unmute your telephone. So *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. Once again, please identify yourself before speaking, so I know that you will have a limited time to speak. You can also mute yourself when you're finished speaking, again by pressing *6. Next, please. So, and for phone voters, as far as the voting goes, once a vote is opened, you'll be moved into a private breakout room with a Lumi operator, who will then ask you to unmute using *6. You will state your name and password once again to authenticate yourself, and your vote will then be confidentially entered into the phone system under supervision of a scrutineer. And once we have recorded your vote, you will be returned to the main room at that time. And if for any reason you should want to change your vote after having voted, you can press *9 again to raise your hand, and we can move you back into the breakout room to vote again. And that pretty much sums it up. So back to you, Chair Rowlandson.
Well, thank you very much. I would also like to note that we will also review the instructions on how to vote again and have a practice vote in the afternoon before we consider the business motions at the Assembly. Excuse me. I would personally like to welcome the dignitaries and special guests at this time and offer our thanks to our MNO staff for the hard work and effort in arranging this 28th Annual General Assembly. This is not what I expected in chairing a second AJ, but this pandemic dictates how we meet as a people, and it must be a priority to keep our citizens safe and healthy. Our AJ offers MNO citizens the opportunity to come together, to have fun, to reflect, to evaluate the work of the prior year, and to set the course for the next year. I want to recognize that many of us have lost close friends and family members during the prior year, and invite you to remember them. And I would ask that we offer all of them a moment of silence at this time. Thank you. I want to remind delegates that you are the future in our communities for the environment, for energy, and for the economic development. I encourage all delegates to give the greatest gift to their fellow Métis, which is our pride in who we are as a people and in our values, culture, ancestors, and history. We have developed standing rules for the AGA, which were introduced in MNO's 2020 virtual AGA. The standing rules are available under the Documents tab on the left side of your screen, and also on the MNO's www.mnoaj.ca website. I would like to briefly comment on the need for standing rules. The MNO is a democracy, and the AGA is our annual opportunity as citizens of our nation to be active partners, contributing input on key issues, listening to other citizens, and learning from one another, and making informed decisions on issues. The standing rules play an important role in our deliberations. The following basic principles outlined in the standing rules are intended to help us establish fairness, equality, and respect, and create a level, safe playing field. So a speaker's list will be established, and only one citizen speaks at a time. We focus on the issues at hand without being distracted by off-topic conversations. We take reasonable amounts of time to express our views, and reasonable means not too little, but also not too much, so we can make time available for other citizens to speak. No one gets to dominate the debate by speaking multiple times, while others have not spoken even once. We maintain civility and respect towards other citizens, and even when we disagree with them, we listen with an open mind and a desire to learn from one another. We keep the meeting environment safe and avoid behaviors that could suppress valid input and cause our fellow citizens to be afraid to participate. When we disagree with citizens, we never attack or insult them, but are entirely free to take an opposite position. My job as your chair, and for Sharon Cadeau as the vice chair, is to uphold the standing rules and to intervene when they are violated. Our goal is to ensure that each of you, our citizens, are treated fairly and that the meeting environment is kept safe and free of anything that could be described as bullying or harassment. As a proud nation, we deserve better. Although it is our role to conduct the meeting and ensure that the standing rules are followed, you have a role to play as well. You have a right and a duty to raise a point of order if you see any of these standing rules being violated. Please click on the raise hand button and you will be called upon to share your point of order. I will then assess the situation and respond accordingly. I hope that you enjoy the AGA, and I will ask Vice Chair Cadeau for opening comments, please.
Thank you so much, Chair Rawlinson. Good morning. My name is Sharon Cadeau. I'm the Vice Chair of the Métis Nation of Ontario. I hope you're able to watch last night's kitchen party. Wow, we had some really talented citizens. When Chair Rawlinson mentioned in the chat last night about really missing the campfires, I really do. Yeah, that was the best. I truly miss you guys, and I just can't wait till we meet in person. Until then, please keep yourself safe and look after each other. Before we start, I went around taking pictures of our virtual space. I'm posting them online on Facebook and Instagram, and I have used the hashtag MNO AGA. Doing a virtual AGA is difficult for all of us. So we really, truly miss you, our citizens. Chair Rawlinson and myself would like to let you take some selfies or a picture of whom you're sharing the AGA with. Maybe you're in your PJs, that's okay. Can you make sure you post it online, but don't forget to use the hashtag MNO AGA. During our breaks, we'll be able to see how you're enjoying the AGA. I wish to thank all the staff whom are working very hard behind the scenes to ensure our AGA is going smoothly. We couldn't have done it without them. And now I'd like to give you some information about our sponsors. It's under the Documents tab on the left-hand side of the screen on www.mnoaga.ca. At this time, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge our platinum level sponsors: Nuclear Waste Management Organization, Baker Tilly, Hydro One. Our gold level is TD. Our silver level, I don't know why I can't say those words together. Enbridge, Greenstone Gold, No History, MNP, TC Energy. And our bronze level sponsor is BWTX, Nuclear Energy Canada Incorporated, Capcor, EPCOR, Kirkland Lake Gold, and Resolute. Thank you so much.
Well,
thank you, Vice Chair Cadeau.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, go ahead, Margaret.
I wanted to say good morning. So, bon matin, everybody. Tanchek Yamatin. Margaret Freud de Cachan. I am a two-spirit, born and raised in the Capel Valley in Saskatchewan. I have made Ontario my home for almost 30 years now. I live in Barrie, Ontario, in the heart of the very beautiful historic Georgian Bay Métis community with my spouse of 21 plus years now, Rachel Osborne. And I am absolutely honored to be serving in my second term as President, Chief Executive Officer, and Chief Captain of the Hunt for the Métis Nation of Ontario. I will say Rachel and I are very proud aunties to 24 nieces and nephews. And in fact, just a few months ago, we became great aunties. So the adventure continues. And I'm speaking to you today from unceded Algonquin territory in the nation's capital. So your AGA, this is the time when we start to move into some of the materials. Your AGA package includes a welcome letter from the Pcmno, which is available under the Documents tab, and that again is on the left side of your screen. It's also posted on the MNO's AGA website, which is mnoaga.ca. We also asked all members of Pcmno for a short video to bring greetings to the AGA, which we're going to play for you now.
my name is Hank Rollinson. I currently live in Sudbury. I am proud to be the chair of the Métis Nation of Ontario.
Hi, my name is Sharon Cadeau. I'm the Vice Chair of the Métis Nation of Ontario, and I'm currently living in Shelburne. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joanne Young, and I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Pcmno, and I live in Caledonia, Region 9.
Hi, my name is Rainey Gravel. I'm the Executive Senator for the Pcmno. I am married and I have 2 children. I have 7 grandchildren and 1 great granddaughter who is 10 years old. And I live in Sudbury, Ontario. And I would like to just say that because of COVID-19, we don't get to see each other as much as I would like. And it makes things fairly difficult. But this will pass and we'll get to see each other face to face and talk with each other. And that will be pleasing to me. So thank you very much.
Je m'appelle Gary Laframboise. Je suis le sénateur pour le Pcmno. Et c'est avec grand plaisir que je vous parle et que je vous envoie un message cette journée. Good afternoon, everybody, or good day, everybody. My name is Gary Laframboise. I am senator for the Pcmno, a very proud senator, and I would like to wish everybody a good welcome. And I'm looking forward to speaking to you at the AGA. Merci beaucoup.
Bon matin à tout le monde. My name is Lillian Etier. I am a senator with the Pcmno, living in North Cobalt, Ontario. That's the Temiskaming area. Happy to be here to celebrate this year's AGA. Tout le monde, merci beaucoup.
Hi, my name is Steve Callahan. At this recording, I am in the beautiful town of Wawa. I am a senator with the Pcmno, and I live in Valcarin. Happy to be here to celebrate this year's AGA.
Hello everyone, I'm Teresa Stemlin, and I'm the Region 1 Councillor for the Northwestern Ontario Métis community with the Pcmno, and I live in Kenora.
Hello everybody, Tim Sinclair here, Region 2 Consultation Committee Chair, Lakehead, Nipigon, Mishmacotton. I'm along the foggy shores of Lake Superior, and I'm glad to be here today.
Bonjour tout le monde. I'm Jacques Picotte, Regional Councillor with the Pcmno in Region 3. I live in Timmins. That's it.
Hello everyone, my name is Mitch Case and I am the Region 4 Councillor on the Provisional Council of the Métis Nation of Ontario, and I live in Sault Ste. Marie.
Hey everyone, I'm Regional Councillor Roger Rose from Region 5, North Bay, Mattawa, and Sudbury. I've been on the executive for past 10 years, and I took on the regional councillor's job, and it's very interesting. I'm having a good time with it, and I hope to let all you people and citizens know of everything that's going on throughout my term. Thank you, Roger Rose.
Hello, I'm Andy Dufresne, Region 6 Councillor for Pcmno, and I live in Peterborough.
Hello, my name is David Toussaint, Councillor for Region 7 of the Pcmno, and I live in the town of Midland. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Karen DeRoche. I'm Region 8 Councillor with Pcmno, and I live in Mississauga and represent the Credit River Council, the Toronto York Region Council, and the Oshawa Durham Council.
Hello, my name is Peter Rivers, Regional Councillor for the Pcmno Region 9. We have 5 councils with over 3,000 citizens. We all work well with each other. We deal with a lot of proponents doing social responsibility that like our input and being good neighbors. Also, we have many of our councils go into schools to do Métis 101 for what we are, who we are, and where we've come from. Very proud of my region. And other than that, thank you for showing up to the AGA. Have a good weekend.
My name is Jordan McLean, and I'm the youth representative on Pcmno, and I live in Penetanguishene.
Hi, I'm Hannah Bazinet, and I'm the post-secondary representative with the Pcmno. I live in London, Ontario.
And that is your Provisional Council of the Métis Nation of Ontario. And I would say on behalf of all of us on the Pcmno, welcome, bienvenue. I'll now turn the meeting back over to our Vice Chair, who will provide information on our virtual trade show.
Hi, this is Sharon Cadeau, the Vice Chair again, and I'd like you to check out our Métis artisans and vendors at our virtual trade show by watching the highlighted video or visiting links below at www.mnoaga.ca. The video showcasing artisans and vendors will also be shown during the AGA on lunch breaks. I encourage you to take some time to visit the website to access the virtual trade show and our amazing artisans and vendors list. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Furrow. Thank you, Vice Chair Cadeau. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that the MNO has received a video message from Minister Greg Reckford, who was unable to attend. So I will ask Lumi to please play the video at this time.
Bonjour, bonjour. On behalf of the Government of Ontario, it's my pleasure to extend greetings and best wishes to everyone attending the Métis Nation of Ontario's Annual General Assembly. Our government's proud to be a long-standing partner with the MNO, and we commend your tireless efforts and advocacy on behalf of your communities and your citizens. Your unwavering commitment to ensuring the voice of the Métis people remains front and center has served them well during the pandemic and will continue to do so as we tackle future challenges together. You can take great pride in your leadership role, fostering healthy and resilient Métis communities all across the province. Our government looks forward to continuing to support your work and to strengthening our relationship in the coming years. I congratulate the Métis Nation of Ontario on another successful year. I wish you all the best for your meeting this weekend. Marseille.
Okay, at this time, I would like to acknowledge that the MNO has received a video message from Premier Doug Ford, who was unable to attend. So I'll ask Lumi to please play the Premier Doug Ford's video, please.
I want to extend my best wishes to the Métis Nation of Ontario for a successful virtual assembly. This is an important annual gathering for Métis people across Ontario to connect, reflect, and plan for a prosperous future for the community. The COVID-19 pandemic has been tough on all of us, but the recent discoveries of the unmarked graves at residential school sites serve as a stark reminder of the pain and the suffering our First Nations have endured. Our government stands shoulder to shoulder with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities, and will continue to work with MNO to take strong actions towards reconciliation and a better future for all. Friends, best wishes for a productive General Assembly.
Well, even Premier Ford has bad internet connection at Queen's Park, I see. At this time, I would like to also, the Métis Nation of Alberta, President Audrey Patras was unable to be here, but she sent a welcome video. So I will ask Lumi to please play President Audrey Patras' video, please.
Good morning, citizens of the Métis Nation of Ontario. I would like to acknowledge President Furrow and the Provisional Council of the Métis Nation of Ontario, your elders, seniors, knowledge keepers, and especially your youth. Youth, you are our future, and I'm sure you will be participating in the next few days' events and ensuring that your voices are heard. I also want to thank the elder for the opening prayer. This is and always has been a Métis tradition, from Louis Riel's prayer of the council to the opening of every Métis Nation event. It brings us together and it helps us to focus on the very important work that needs to get done. We also need to continue saying prayers in remembrance of the 215 children found and all the others that are being found and need to be found so they too can make their way home. On behalf of the Métis Nation of Alberta, I am very pleased to bring virtual greetings and a warm welcome to all attending this year's Métis Nation of Ontario's 28th Annual General Assembly. How very fitting that you host your AGA on the date of the Powley victory in the Supreme Court of Canada. 18 years ago, this monumental case was a breakthrough for all Métis in Canada. This pathway was laid out by Steve Powley and his son Roddy. They believed it was their right to hunt for food to feed their family. They were practicing rights they already had, but no government would recognize. This groundbreaking case put the Métis on the map. It set out a new direction on how we, as a Métis nation, could move forward in fighting for our rights as Indigenous people. The Métis Nation will always be thankful to your government and to the Powley family for all they have done. We have and always will protect the identity of every Métis person in this country. We have our national definition, a definition that was defined by us, and no one can take that away from us. Strange how the opinions of a few could try and take this away from the community of Sault Ste. Marie. We are a proud nation of people, and we have come a long way. We are one nation across this country, and we are finally making progress. We are so much closer to the dreams of Riel that one day Canada would give us the recognition we deserve and the rights recognized we were born with. It has been a trying year and a half for all of us. So I would like to applaud the Métis Nation of Ontario on the good work you have done in advancing Métis rights, culture, and of course, the well-being of Métis families and communities throughout Ontario. In these uncertain times of COVID, we do what we must to ensure the safety of our Métis citizens. So even though you are meeting virtually, you can still come together to make those important decisions that move our Métis Nation forward. Your voices are the voices of our nation. You are the reasons we do what we do. We look forward to the continued partnership and working together at the national level on a government-to-government basis. I want to say best wishes to everyone in attendance. I do wish you all the very best, and may this assembly be a complete success. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank President Patra. I'd like to now introduce a video message received from President Glenn McCullum from the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan. So I'll ask Lumi to please play the video.
You know, Ontario, yeah, you're going to have your General Assembly coming up, and it's always interesting times when we have assemblies to be able to have people gather, share food and stories, but more importantly, do business. And I look forward to your, hopefully, maybe I could be there, maybe not because of COVID, but if I am there, I'm sure I will get a chance to speak. But if I'm not there, this video is somehow to connecting with your council, your government, that I wish you the best and continue the good work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President McCullum. At this time, I'd like to introduce a video from Métis Nation of British Columbia Acting President Lisa Smith. So I'll ask Lumi to please play the video.
Tansei, hello. I am Lisa Dawn Smith, Acting President of the Métis Nation, British Columbia. currently located at the beautiful new MNBC headquarters. It gives me sincere pleasure on behalf of our Cabinet to provide greetings and well wishes to the leadership and citizens of the Métis Nation of Ontario during your Annual General Assembly. Well, it has been a challenging year for all of the Métis Nation governing members with the COVID-19 pandemic and the discovery of numerous unmarked graves at the sites of residential schools across our country. We as one nation, one family will continue to prevail and overcome adversity. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge the teamwork and collaboration that has taken place between our governments over the last year. Through continued collaboration, we are able to provide real, meaningful, and lasting positive impacts in the lives of our citizens. Secondly, words cannot describe how proud I am with what the Métis Nation staff have been doing behind the scenes to drastically boost not only the record amount of funding received for the ministries, but also the cultural awareness and visibility our nation desperately needs across the country. Without their drive, unmatched motivation, and expertise, the provincial and federal governments would not be able to provide the funding we see today. Lastly, I'd like to congratulate the Métis Nation of Ontario on your self-government agreement and the work that you have been doing to build an appropriate and everlasting governance structure. As you know, MNBC ratified a self-government declaration at our 2020 AGM, and we trust that through further teamwork and information sharing in this process, we will be able to learn from each other. On behalf of all of us at Métis Nation, British Columbia, and our citizens, I wish you a productive Annual General Assembly. Marseille, thank you.
I thank the Acting President, Lisa Smith, for her her opening remarks to us. Like I said, it was be a lot nicer if we were all live and we can meet each other, but unfortunately with these times, everything's through a computer. It doesn't seem as personal, so it takes a little bit of getting used to. Anyway, at this time, I'd like to introduce President Melanie O'Manaho from the Women of the Métis Nation, who joins us virtually today to offer welcoming remarks. Is Melanie here?
I am, Hank.
There we
Sorry,
go.
I was only allowed to unmute now. So good morning, everybody. I want to bring you greetings and from the COVID capital of Canada. I'm in Edmonton, and I want to thank the senator for the opening prayer this morning. So I want to bring greetings to all the Métis Nation of Ontario delegates and the leadership, and I thank you so much for the invitation to address your assembly today. On behalf of the Board of Directors and the staff of Le Femmechief Otipimsoak, we extend our hopes for a very successful and productive 28th Annual General Assembly. For many years, we've enjoyed a positive collaborative relationship with the Métis Nation of Ontario and our sister organization, the Métis Nation of Ontario Women's Council. And we appreciate the ongoing opportunities to work together for the benefit of our people and our Métis Nation. It has been a pleasure to work with the Métis Nation and the Métis Nation of Ontario and the Métis Nation of Ontario Women's Council over the past year to advance our collective interests, particularly as LFMO works in the area of prioritizing actions to address issues related to our missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and to us LGBTQIA folks. We are honored to have representatives from both the Métis Nation of Ontario as well as your Women's Council participate as part of our Métis Nation working group on the MMIWG2S. Their contributions assisted us in creating our Métis Perspectives report called Weaving Miskatoha, and we look forward to continued collaboration as we move toward implementation work to enhance the safety and quality of life for our most vulnerable women, girls, and gender diverse Métis. This year, Women of the Métis Nation is embarking on many more projects and opportunities to support our women and girls and gender diverse folks. We look forward to the progress we make by continuing to work together and advancing our common goal of building a strong and prosperous Métis Nation for women, children, and families. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all the best as you embark upon your assembly. Have a good day, everybody.
Let's get Sharon to, there we go. We're close proximity, so if we both have our mics on, we get feedback. So I want to personally thank President Omenaho and once again extend our appreciation for you being here today. So now I will turn it over to Vice Chair Kiddo.
Can't believe it's time for a break already. So we're going to take a 15-minute break this year. We're offering something a little bit different, and we really hope that you enjoy it. It's called a movement activity led by Ruth Ann Sauter. This movement activity we'll be offering during the first break is called Welcome to the New. To participate in this activity, you'll need to move yourself from the main meeting room to a breakout room. To move to the breakout room, click on the breakout room. If it isn't showing at the bottom of the main screen, then you'll find it under the three little dots at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. In a window pop-up, click on Join to move to the room. You'll be then ready to leave the breakout room. Click on Leave Room, not Leave Meeting when returning to the main meeting. Just a reminder, while we're taking this break, it's important that you keep the AGA open on your computer. Please do not sign off, as you'll be removed from the AGA and you'll have to re-sign up again.
Madam Vice Chair. Madam
Yes?
Vice Chair, sorry to interrupt. It's Ray Ratzlaff here. We're helping with organizing the AGA from Rinko Centers.
Yes.
Just wanted to say that we've not been successful at reaching Ruth Ann Suter this morning. She did not turn up for the call and her phone has been disconnected, unfortunately. So this will be a regular break and we will see about getting the movement activities in place for the other future breaks. I'm very sorry for this last minute inconvenience.
Oh, that's okay. Then we can go to the MNO trade show, which you can find on the website, www.mnoaga.ca. And then you can scroll down to the lower part and visit the amazing vendors. Thanks so much, and we'll see you back at 10:15. So it's more than 15 minutes.
That's fine. We're on time. I'd like to welcome everybody back. I was warned not to go off script because everybody that is following in the background assisting us, if I go off script, they can't follow the script properly. So I promise I won't go off script. But I just want to say one thing. If you noticed the introductory of the Pcmno, just over a year ago, I had a lot more hair. So that's what, I've lost a lot of hair in the last just over a year. So that's the last time I'm going to go off script. That's why it's difficult to chair and co-chair a meeting on Zoom, especially when you want to be there with everybody in the room. So I apologize to those that are working in the background. I won't go off script. I will stay on script so everybody can follow. At this time, this year's AGA will take some time to spotlight each of our historic communities. During these difficult times on the agenda, we will begin with a video of Rainy River, Lake of the Woods. So I'll ask Lumi to please play the video.
The Métis are a distinct Indigenous people. Métis communities in Ontario emerged along waterways and fur trade routes before Canada was a country. These historic Métis communities, which persist to the present day, develop their own customs, traditions, and identities that are rooted in kinship, relationship to the land, and a distinctive culture and way of life.
After 140 years, we're hopeful that the government will honor our half-breed adhesion.
The honor of that promise made to the half-breed collective back in 1875 is still as relevant today as it was back in that time. And I think that what this community is struggling and seeking is justice of essentially saying those benefits and that promise needs to be fulfilled, but also needs to be modernized and reflected in how Canada operates today.
Voyageurs used lakes and rivers to travel into the Northwest to trade furs in the mid-18th century. One of the most important areas for them in the Northwest and for the fur trade was the Rainy River Lake of the Woods area. And even after their contracts with the fur trade companies ended, many of these men stayed in the area. They had families with First Nations wives. We see their names appearing in the HBC logbooks in the early 1800s. 31st of October, 1817. Wind southeast with rain most part of the day. Sent MacDonald and Dudley down the river with a small keg of rum to Mr. Calder. 10th of October, 1817. Wind easterly with a little snow all day. John Linklater and Mr. Calder arrived in the evening with the wild oats. 23rd of September, 1823. 2 men repairing an old canoe as I am obliged to send for this rice. Châtelain and Auger at the same.
My ancestors were voyageurs. They were traders. They worked at the Hudson Bay posts. George was an interpreter for the treaty. They were trappers, they were bush cutters, they were fishermen, people of the land.
They developed their own unique society. Identified as half-breeds, they were the Métis. They would be the middlemen between First Nations and Europeans. The half-breeds lived, worked, and traded together. They lived together, they were witnesses at each other's weddings, and stood as godparents for their children. They were connected as one people. This web of relationships stretched throughout the region, from Rat Portage to Hungry Hall to Fort Frances.
It's very clear that a significant, Fort Frances is a very significant Métis settlement, basically, to put it that way. And as I said, we have all that history.
They had their own way of life.
But there was always this singing and these songs and these dances, which I didn't know at the time. I thought these are just family things, but they were actually Métis types, songs and dances and jigging and guitar playing and fiddle playing. There would always be the music component and all. So this social, cultural, traditional aspect of what our family did, I now know was part of the Métis way of life and the Métis culture. So what does it mean? The Métis way of life is the life that my family has been living for generations, and it's a connection to the land that has gone back for generations, both in terms of survival, hunting, fishing, medicines.
This way of life would be tested when the government began to open the West for settlement. Government agents began negotiating treaties with the First Nations.
Treaty 3 is one of the key nation-building treaties within Canada. It was fundamental to Canada's western expansion. There was no way through to the Red River and building the Railway West without first coming through Treaty 3. And it is one of the most unique treaties of all of the historic treaties because it is the only one that has an adhesion by a Métis collective. The half-breeds of Rainy Lake and Rainy River adhered collectively as a group in 1875. That doesn't happen in any of the other historic treaties. Canada had a policy of bringing half-breeds into treaties as individuals, but never was a Métis group able to secure an adhesion, a collective adhesion, that like they did in Rainy Lake and Rainy River. And it is one of the unique aspects of this community, but it's also one of the unique aspects in the historic treaty-making process within Canada. There's no other historic treaty that has a collective adhesion of a half-breed community within it.
On September 12, 1875, Nicolas Chatelain signed the adhesion to the Treaty No. 3 on behalf of the half-breeds of Rainy River and Rainy Lake. The half-breeds were promised reserved lands, annuities, and presents in exchange for surrendering all claims, right, and title to the land.
The half-breed adhesion creates a relationship that is there forever. It is binding, it is a solemn commitment, it is fundamental to nation building within Canada. And if you remove the treaty, you remove the fundamental compact that underlies our nation. And of course, the treaties are forever. They are ongoing relationships. And this one is uniquely with a half-breed community that continues to this day. And flowing from that is the fiduciary relationship that gives rise to specific fiduciary duties and obligations, that the promises around the reserves, the promises around annuities, the promises around the same benefits that other Treaty 3 descendants have access to. And that is fundamental to the solemn compact, the constitutional promise that is embedded in the treaty.
But almost immediately the government would fail to honor its agreement. The half-breeds petitioned the government for what was owed. Nicolas Chatelain died without seeing the promise of the treaty fulfilled.
The Métis are a part of this land. Their history, names, relationships are tied to this land. You cannot separate this territory from Métis identity or Métis stories. And in this era of reconciliation, what we're in the process of doing is telling those stories. Often those stories are rewritten through someone else's eyes or someone else's history. And Métis people who have been here since before Canada became Canada and before Ontario became Ontario are telling those stories and putting themselves back on the map that they've never been removed from, but often not been understood as a part of. And that unique Métis relationship that exists in this region is being told by Métis people today. It's not just about advancing a claim, it's about telling the truth about our history in this part of the country. And I think that Métis people want to share their stories and put those stories back on the map so others can see, but also so they can protect those stories for generations to come.
The half-breeds remain in the region. They would be instrumental in the development of the North. Their legacy can be seen and felt today. They are the Métis of Treaty 3.
My Métis ancestors were born in this area, lived in this area, have died in this area, and we're still in this area.
Well, I hope you enjoyed a little bit of history. We will be playing similar videos like this throughout the AGA today and tomorrow, highlighting our historical Métis communities. At this time, it's great pleasure to invite President Fro to present the State of the Nation address. So I'm going to turn it over to President Fro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, bon matin. Good morning, everybody. I want to start by acknowledging Senator Rainey Gravel for the very beautiful opening prayer. And on behalf of the entire Provisional Council and all MNO citizens across Ontario, I want to say good morning and welcome to all of you to our 28th Métis Nation of Ontario Annual General Assembly and our second virtual AGA. Bon matin et bienvenue à notre 28e Assemblée Générale Annuelle de la Nation Métis de l'Ontario et à notre 12e AGA virtuel. L'année a été difficile depuis notre dernière rencontre, difficile pour tous ceux qui ont été touchés par la COVID. Indeed, the past 18 months have not been easy ones. Our lives, routines, our ways of gathering as we know them have come to a pretty stark halt when the pandemic hit. And since then, we've experienced a wide range of emotions and many, many ups and downs, and we've navigated our way through. We've had losses, and I think we've really shown our spirit. I want to acknowledge and commend all of you for doing your part, for educating yourselves and for making the decision to get out there and get the vaccine, for wearing masks, for respecting physical distancing. And together, we are doing all in our collective power to keep our communities and our families safe. We all want to see the end of this pandemic once and for all, but we know we are not quite there yet. And while we have experienced cautious reopening, where we've been able to perhaps see our loved ones, hold some in-person community meetings even, and more recently help our kids, grandkids, our nieces and nephews get off to school, we are also seeing areas across the country that are shutting back down under the pressures of a fourth wave of COVID. And I want to just say that we send our thoughts and our prayers to our sister Métis governments and Métis across the country who are struggling. I know that we are all hoping, we're all hoping that by this time, by September of 2021, we'd be able to gather in person again. But as we've all collectively continued to prioritize the safety of our people, here we are once again holding a virtual AGA for the second year. I will say, virtually or not, we are absolutely thrilled to have you with us. So a very warm welcome to each and every one of you here with us online or those joining by phone. And to all of the citizens and friends that could not be with us today, we look forward to seeing all of you again sometime soon. I want to say good morning and welcome to all of my colleagues on the Provisional Council of the Métis Nation of Ontario, the Pcmno, to all of our council, community council presidents and council members that are here today, welcome. Over the last many, many months, we've seen and shared the incredible photos and stories of councils and volunteers going, as always, above and beyond to support our citizens. You're seeing just a few images on the screen now about the work that our councils, our volunteers, our community members have been really busy with. You've continued to engage in meetings and hold your AGMs, all while managing COVID-19 and the many other responsibilities that are on your shoulders. And to do your part, you've done your part in supporting our citizens and keeping that sense of connection and community. So thank you, merci, for all that you do. I want to say welcome to our Captains of the Hunt and Captain of the Hunt liaisons. We are in the harvest season, and whether we actually actively harvest or not, as Métis, we passionately protect our rights to harvest and our Métis way of life. Our respect for the land and water, for the plants, the animals, the fish. This is absolutely fundamental to who we are as Métis. And our harvesters, really like all Métis, are extremely passionate. Our captains, our liaisons, our harvesters, they go above and beyond, and it really is truly appreciated. So thank you all for your ongoing work to support the Métis harvest. I want to acknowledge our advisory councils. Welcome to the MNO Women's Council and all of the women's representatives that are with us today. Thank you for all your commitment and your advocacy promoting women in leadership roles and raising women's voices across the Métis Nation of Ontario. And congratulations on a very successful women's leadership gathering celebrating community ties that was held back in March. I had the opportunity to participate and it was wonderful. We acknowledge the work and the foresight of the council and all women's representatives in bringing their voice to a very heavy and difficult matters such as the National Action Plan on Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and Indigenous Girls and Two-Spirit People, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and really working to ensure that as we're looking at all of these reports, as we're looking at all of these plans for action, that the voices of Métis women in Ontario are heard. And that includes providing very constructive recommendations to inform Ontario's pathway to safety report, and that path forward, the recommendations, the calls for action that Le Femme Chifo have issued as well. Our women participated in that national vision. We look forward to working with our Women's Council as we move forward here within the MNO to employ the Métis-specific gender-based plus tool that has been developed at the national level, so that we too within our Métis government, we are contributing to real change. Merci to the Women's Council for all the work that you do. Thank you. I want to say hello and welcome to the MNO Youth Council and all of the community youth representatives that are here with us today. In August of this year, the Youth Council once again held an incredible 4th annual leadership forum entitled Métis Futurisms, Remembering the Past, Envisioning the Future. And this was held virtually, but very, very well attended and a huge success. I'm actually still excited about the incredible dialogue that we had there, really challenging our young people to look to the future and to talk about what we want to see for our people for the decades to come. I'm delighted to be working with the Youth Council to co-host our Tuesday Tea series. And for those young people out there that haven't yet joined us, usually it's the first Tuesday of every month. We gather from 7 to 8 p.m. and we just talk. It's space where we bring in speakers for dialogue around a whole range of topics. So things like Métis rights, talking about our culture and our history, talking about our language, talking about self-government, talking about environment and climate change, talking about Métis claims. We've created a space there for youth dialogue. Our youth have powerful voices, and we are absolutely committed to working together to create safe and supportive spaces for youth dialogue and engagement, especially as we move forward with building full Métis self-government. So thank you to our Youth Council for all you are doing and all of our youth reps as we build a bright future for our next generations. Merci. To all of our senators that have been elected to serve on the Provisional Council, to those senators that are serving in our community councils, and to our honorary senators, merci. Thank you for all that you do for us. You are valued and respected. Your voices and your work that you do day in and day out matter, especially during this time of COVID, when you've worked to ground all of us, reaching out to one another to ask if there's any help that was needed, or even just to help stay connected. Thank you for that work, senators. I want to say welcome to the members of the Two-Spirit LGBTQ plus working group that are joining us today. The working group has come together over the course of the last 2 years to have some really good dialogue, to talk about the issues and the priorities that we see within the Two-Spirit community, and to provide guidance and support to the MNO on how we move forward to build a more inclusive MNO community. I want to acknowledge some of the training that has been done with led by Benny Michaud of the working group within the MNO and our staff to ensure that we're creating an informed and inclusive space. So I want to also acknowledge the exceptional Two-Spirit gathering, A Place in the Circle, that was held in February, the very first ever Métis Two-Spirit gathering. And to all members of our Two-Spirit LGBTQ plus Métis community, to our families, to our communities, welcome. And a very warm welcome to our past and present members of the Métis Nation of Ontario Veterans Council. You saw this morning on the We Aspire video many images of our Métis veterans. And normally at our AGA and at our big events, we would have Métis veterans bring us into the hall carrying the colors. And while we're gathering virtually today, I want to acknowledge our veterans for always being there to support the MNO, to support our assemblies, and I want to thank them for their service. Veterans, we have witnessed through your continued commitment to advocacy, education, support, and service, and ensuring appropriate recognition is received for Métis veterans always. So on behalf of the entire MNO, merci to all Métis veterans. We acknowledge the sacrifice and thank you for all that you have given. To our over 300 MNO staff members now that are located across the province, those that work on our front lines, those that work behind the scenes to keep our systems of governance working, those that keep the funding flowing and the equipment running, to those that are working regularly with our councils and with our citizens, to the most recent group of spirited summer students, to our newest interns, those young people typically that are coming out of educational programs that want to come and work within our public service, and to our longest serving staff. The MNO would not be here without all of you. So on behalf of all of us, we thank you for everything that you do. Merci. What you do matters. You need to know that. It makes a difference in the lives of Métis families and communities all across this province. And of course, to all of our citizens, you have been with us through the many, many ups and downs of the last year and those of the last many years. And we thank you for your commitment, for your continued commitment to the Métis Nation of Ontario to advance the MNO Statement of Prime Purpose. We thank you for raising your voice and being active and engaged. We thank you for taking the time to read the latest copy of the Métis Voyageur, for always pushing our government to be better, and for pushing to ensure that the rights of our families and our communities will be respected and protected for generations to come. Merci. I want to acknowledge and thank our special guests that are joining us for our second virtual but 28th Annual General Assembly. Those that were able to join us live today on this platform, and those that provided video greetings. Welcome to all of you. Bienvenue. We treasure our partnerships with you. To our sponsors that have come through this year to support our second virtual Annual General Assembly, your contributions are tremendously important. It helps to facilitate our dialogue. It helps to support our democracy, and we are sincerely thankful for your generosity and support. And as Vice Chair Cadeau had mentioned, last night's AGA Welcome Kitchen Party was really, really fabulous. To all of the performers last night at our virtual Métis Kitchen Party, thank you. Merci for putting on such an awesome show. Now, I know that we would all have loved to watch those performances live, either maybe around that bonfire that the chair and vice chair were talking about earlier, or under the big tent, which I do hope we will get back to sometime very, very soon. But those amazing and talented Métis musicians did not disappoint last night. And what a great way to set the mood for the business portion of our annual General Assemblies. And I also want to take this opportunity to extend a very, very warm thank you to Loma Rowlandson, who not only helped with organizing, but was an exceptional co-host. So thank you, merci Loma. And now here we all are poised for 2 good and healthy days of lively debate and discussion. And so on behalf of the entire PCMNO, we extend our sincerest thanks to all of you for joining us, for all of your work, and we look forward to our important discussions. So let's take a look back over the past year. Good time for a water break. It was in November of 2020 when we held our first ever virtual Annual General Assembly over Zoom. In true Métis fashion, we made the best of the situation, which I think I've always said that adapting and just being tenacious and persevering is literally built into our DNA as Métis people. And we welcomed some of our favorite AGA staples, holding a Métis kitchen party online and a virtual trade show for artists and vendors. We got the business of the MNO done, and we dealt with a few of the added hiccups of this technology that we have all come to know and love, and I say that in quotation marks, but I will say it really has facilitated our ability to continue to connect and to engage. It's supported our democratic process, and so I am grateful for it. Until this pandemic is over, we will continue to look at new and creative ways to connect while maintaining pandemic safety and safety protocols, and always, always, always focusing on keeping our people, our citizens, and our staff healthy and safe. Since we last met, we have achieved some amazing things. We have made some tough decisions, and we have dealt with great challenges and great loss. Today and tomorrow, we are going to reflect on what we've learned and achieved over the course of the past year. We are going to celebrate our many successes, and we're going to provide updates on critical matters and set a path forward for the next year and the years ahead. We have been working really hard throughout the pandemic to ensure that our programs and services were largely uninterrupted. The MNO has continued to develop and enhance COVID-19 supports and enhance many of our existing suite of programs to increase the access and opportunities to our communities and to our citizens. Important things like new housing and homelessness support, early learning and childcare support, and developments in the area of Métis child and family services. These are all critical areas that our citizens have told us really, really matter. We've listened to the incredible needs of our citizens throughout this pandemic and created a new 24-hour mental health and addictions crisis line. We've also built out free legal and financial counseling services for citizens and much, much, much more. In the past 18 months, with the additional COVID funding alone that we've received, some from the province and a lot from the federal government, we have distributed more than $7.2 million out to our Métis families and have helped over 1,800 Métis children in the process. And that doesn't even begin to touch on the expanded supports and services that were made directly available to our MNO communities and families. This past year, the MNO has continued on our 28-year journey to self-government. With the signing of our Métis Government Recognition and Self-Government Agreement, our MGRSA, or as I like to refer to it, our core self-government agreement with Canada, it reinforced that government-to-government relationship between the MNO and Canada. It recognizes the MNO as the government of rights-bearing Métis communities and citizens in Ontario. And it recognizes that the communities represented by the MNO have the right to self-determination, including the right to self-government. And perhaps because of the legalese that is involved in drafting these agreements or the challenge in unpacking them with our communities and regions, it's sometimes easy to take for granted just how absolutely monumental the signing of that core self-government agreement was, and that substantive path forward, that clear path forward that we are on. And that opportunity is there for us, finally, an opportunity that our ancestors could only dream of. And I will say it will not be without some tough conversations and some really hard work. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Together, we are going to craft our Constitution and we're going to build out our core laws. But what an incredible opportunity. And we will not waste it. We must not waste it. We will work together to get this done, to guide our way forward in building a strong, innovative, and inspired Métis government for future generations of Métis citizens in Ontario. Another major milestone this past year was the completion and release of the MNO Registry and Self-Government Readiness Review, or the Registry Review's final report. As we reported previously in October of 2017, as part of the work to advance one of the MNO's most foundational goals, that of self-determination and self-government, the Registry Review was initiated with the direction of your democratically elected Pcmno. This Registry Review was a multi-year independent third-party review of our centralized citizenship registration system. And it was fundamental in preparing us for full self-government. The results demonstrate and confirm what we have always said. The MNO represents Métis rights holders who ancestrally tied to the prairies and to our historic Métis communities in Ontario. And it has shown that the overwhelming majority of MNO citizens do have complete citizenship files, that they are, in fact, Métis Section 35 rights holders. We also know that there are several thousand citizenship files that are incomplete and that don't meet the current and AGA-approved requirements for citizenship. We have been very open and honest and transparent in these facts, and we will continue to be frank, respectful, and accountable in our reporting of these facts and in our engagement on these matters. As you may have heard, one of the incredible outcomes of the Registry Review has been the creation of a state-of-the-art secure archive source historical database, or the SASH database. We have new and greatly improved operating procedures, and registry processing times have now been implemented, making it much more efficient and way less frustrating, frankly, for all of our applicants. Our backlog of applications has been eliminated, and we've got professional staff that are providing great supports and services to our citizens. We have initiated province-wide consultations with citizens on the results of the Registry review report, and these are going to continue over the fall in order to lead up to a larger gathering on our next steps. We'll wait and see what happens with COVID and when we can get to that special assembly. And in our Métis tradition, we'll follow up with the engagements on those engagements by developing and sharing a what we heard report to inform the conversations at that future gathering and the decisions that we will collectively need to make as we form and forge our path forward. While you will be provided with a more detailed update tomorrow, and I will touch on some of the specific numbers shortly, all of the information about the report is on our website. We encourage all citizens to participate in these town halls. Your voice really does matter. As we have updated to the Assembly and citizens previously, MNO as a Métis government is not alone in its journey to self-government. In June of 2019, the first ever Métis Self-Government agreements were signed, the first ever in history, by the MNO, the Métis Nation of Alberta, and the Métis Nation Saskatchewan with the Government of Canada. Earlier this summer, Manitoba also signed an agreement, and now there are 4 Métis governments that have been formally recognized by Canada. We continue to engage with our colleagues in other Métis governments to advance those key components of the core self-government agreements and to work on our shared priorities. Together, always, we are stronger in pushing forward and fighting for Métis rights. We congratulate all of our sister Métis governments who join us on the journey to realize that dream of our ancestors to be self-governing, to be the masters of our own destiny, to lead our people to a bright and promising future where Métis, where our history, our culture, our language, our rights are fully respected. And while we continue, as always, to work in collaboration with other Métis governments, the work that we must do together to advance self-government here in Ontario is up to us alone. No one else can define our path or make this happen for us. This work is up to all of us Métis Nation of Ontario citizens. It's up to the leadership at every level to be engaged and active. Our community and advisory councils, our governing institutions, our Métis citizens, it's up to all of us to come together and shape the future of the Métis Nation of Ontario. Tomorrow, we're going to hear more updates about this 28+ year journey of self-government, really 200+ year journey of self-government. And we will reflect on how we got here, where we are right now, and importantly, what comes next and how can you be involved. Over this last year, in addition to the good work done with our Métis government allies, there have been ongoing developments within the Métis National Council that we've continued to update citizens about. As most of you will know, the MNO's relationship with the MNC is important. It's in fact reflected right there in our statement of prime purpose. And over the last several years, that relationship has frankly been a toxic mess. We, along with the governments of Métis Nation of Alberta, Métis Nation Saskatchewan, and more recently, the Métis Nation British Columbia, have been actively working to seek reform of this national advocacy body that has quite frankly lost its way. And I want to acknowledge and thank President Potra, President McCallum, and Acting President Smith for bringing those very warm greetings to all of us this morning. I think it gives you a sense of the relationship, the strong relationships that we have been building. And together we are working to create and affect change. So merci. We, along with our Métis government counterparts across the Métis Nation homeland, have made repeated calls for change at the MNC to simply respect its role and its governing responsibilities, to turn the page on the dysfunction and the disrespect that has plagued the MNC for years, but that has not yet happened. Let me be clear that our collective calls for reform do not mean that there isn't a place for a national body that effectively works with its governing members to advance our interests. There absolutely is. It does not mean that we should not continue, as we always have, to work with elected leadership and staff of other Métis governments on policy priorities and shared interests. It does not mean, as some MNC leaders have suggested, that any of us are, quote, traitors of the Métis Nation. Nothing, in fact, can be farther from fact and truth. The MNC has been successful when all governing members, along with MNC leadership, have been working together. We would not have achieved the historic Canada Métis Nation Accord and the sub-accords signed under that national accord, and the very real, substantive, and unprecedented budget commitments that have been made to the MNO related to that accord. If all 5 of our Métis governments had not been working together in the best interests of the Métis Nation and our Métis families and communities in every jurisdiction. When the Pali case was making its way through the courts, all Métis governments were standing behind us, as was the MNC, and we celebrated and relished in that victory together. President Patra spoke to the importance of the Pali decision in her remarks to us this morning. Without Pali, without that recognition of our rights as Métis under Section 35 of Canada's Constitution, we would not be where we are today. And I say that about all of our Métis governments. But times have changed at the national level, and not for the better. Currently, the MNC, under its current president, it does not speak for the Métis Nation of Ontario, the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, the Métis Nation of Alberta, or the Métis Nation British Columbia. The statements and assertions that are currently being made by Mr. Chartier reflect only the priorities as dictated and delivered by the Manitoba Métis Federation, in spite of the MNC's mandate that clearly defines its role as advocating on behalf of the interests and priorities of all of its 5 governing members. The Métis Nation of Ontario, along with the governments of MNA, MNS, and MNBC, have called upon MNC to respect its governing responsibilities, to call MNC Board of Governors meetings, to call for General Assemblies, to hold a long overdue election for national president. And those calls to date have been repeatedly denied, and instead there have been endless and ugly attacks on us, as well as on the leadership of MNA, MNS, and MNBC. Citizens will have read in the Métis Voyageur, and you would have seen on our website the open letter that we sent to Métis Nation leaders and citizens last November, entitled Telling Truths About the MNC and the MNO. You would have seen the fact sheets and the videos and the legal documents all on our website at MNO, www.metisnation.org/thefacts. All of those fact sheets, videos, legal documents that clearly separate the fact from the fiction. What we have said, what we continue to say is enough is enough. The actions and rhetoric that have been spewed at the MNO, at our communities, at our citizens by some fellow Métis that are in positions of power is absolutely shameful, and it is not leadership. On this weekend in particular, here on the day before Pali Day, we are reminded of how utterly revolting it is that the same people that once hailed Steve and Roddy Pali as heroes of the nation, who honored them with gifts, who spoke their names with pride, who used their victory to advance their own government's agenda and their rights assertions, who once stood by the MNO as allies and friends, now actively and relentlessly work against us. They spread lies about us and will stop at nothing to disrespect and degrade us. And even more egregious, the Pali case and the Pali name. So make no mistake, they will work their way into every corner of this province to try to break us apart. They are doing this with every other Métis government in a deliberate attempt to be ready to form a new national body if they cannot get what they want within the Métis National Council. It is politics and power at its very, very worst. And there are no depths they will not go. And again, we say enough is enough. We have always stood strong in the MNO. The Métis Nation of Ontario has been built over the last 28 plus years to be that democratic province-wide self-government for the Métis Nation here in Ontario, including our Métis communities in Ontario, community meeting by community meeting, assembly by assembly, election by election. We have succeeded where others have failed because we created a Métis-specific government focusing on advancing our rights. We are resilient and strong. Our history is one of navigating some of the toughest waters and most difficult terrains of this land. That's in our DNA. We are tough. We are Métis. Our Métis communities and citizens are proud of the facts of their rich history and their collective stories. We persevere. We stay united. We stand strong, and that has been the recipe of our success. It's why we were successful in the Pali case. It's why we signed a harvesting agreement with Ontario, pulling together all of the recognition of rights that we've built over the last 28 plus years. It's why we achieved the signing of the core self-government agreement with Canada. And it's why we will continue to paddle on. It is up to all of us to raise our voices, to stand up for one another, to speak truth to lies and disrespect, to educate others about our history, and to share the beautiful contemporary experiences of our families and communities. Today and tomorrow, we'll share some of the stories of our historic communities, and I hope you will enjoy. You've already seen one of those videos, wonderful videos that's been done. You're going to see all of those over the course of the today and tomorrow. And we invite all of you to raise your voices up and to lift up our young people over the noise and the dysfunction that can seep into every level of politics. We must all hold our heads high and walk with strength and pride. As we have reported on the MNO website, through our town halls and in the Métis Voyageur, we were forced to take matters with the MNC to the courts. In that action, we've been joined by the Métis Nation of Alberta, Métis Nation Saskatchewan, and the Métis Nation in British Columbia, and we have finally been able to force some action. I'm very pleased to report that a special sitting of the MNC General Assembly has been scheduled for September 29th and 30th, where it's expected that the matter of MNO's probation will be discussed and an election for national president finally to be held. The court affirmed what we have been saying for more than 2 years, that the MNO is a governing member of the Métis National Council, that we were not and are not suspended, and that we must be fully engaged at the Assembly in a collective effort to try and pull the MNC out of its current state of chaos and dysfunction. There must be change for the better. Again, enough is enough. And without change, the MNO will be forced to reconsider the relationship that has long been part of the MNO Statement of Prime Purpose, has been part of past AGAs where we've been directed to push for change, and we will continue that fight. There is a bright side to some of this political mess. I will say our relationships with other Métis governments remains very, very strong, and we acknowledge and appreciate the respect, support, and the greetings from the leadership again of MNA, MNS, and MNBC. I also want to give a special acknowledgement and thanks to Melanie Omenaho, president of Les Femmes Métis Fotmiswak, the women of the Métis Nation, who have throughout all of the politics that's been going on, continued to engage MNO and our Women's Council and our citizens on critical matters that we simply cannot afford to be delayed or dragged down by that mess at the MNC. The MNO was active and involved in working to inform Weaving Miskotaha, the Métis Nation's journey to ending missing and murdered women, girls, and two-spirit LGBTQIA+. This report is the result of over 12 months of consultation, weekly meetings, dialogue, and review by the Métis Nation Working Group on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and two-spirit people. Regardless of what happens with the national body, we will continue to work in collaboration with other Métis governments. We will continue to stay focused on our path to self-government. The MNO's success in advancing our rights, in gaining recognition and growing in tremendous size and budgets has never been about anyone else or any other government. It has been because we have worked together, and we will paddle on. I want to share some COVID updates, including some recent statistics on our vaccination rates. So as of August of 2021, 80% of MNO citizens have received their first dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. And just behind that, 76% of our citizens have received 2 doses of a COVID-19 vaccine. That's just slightly behind Ontario's statistics. This is truly demonstrating some exceptional leadership, and I want to acknowledge folks for continuing to do their part. When we look back far back now to the stretch of the COVID-19 pandemic, much has had to happen to get us to where we are today. And without a doubt, there was a massive mobilization and team effort at every level of MNO's leadership. Our staff, our citizens coming together to do what needed to be done for each other and for our families and our communities. And I want to acknowledge the incredible work that our MNO staff and Community Council volunteers have done. Within days of that, going into that first state of emergency, the first quarantine period in March of 2020, they reached out to our most vulnerable citizens. That was the very first thing that we did. We pulled a team of staff together to reach out to our seniors, asking how they were coping. How are you doing? Trying to determine their needs. We have continued to find ways to reach out. Our community councils, our advisory councils, our citizens dropped everything to make the community pandemic response the priority, providing food hampers, sharing community harvests, preparing COVID kits. There's so many sewers out there sewing masks, doing deliveries of medicines and supplies, and the list of what our community councils, what our advisory councils, what our citizens have done to take care of our citizens, to take care of each other, is endless. And these thoughtful and selfless acts of our volunteers has been incredible. It has really made all of the difference. In just weeks, we created a series of new COVID-19 emergency financial support programs, and we assembled an emergency response team to aid MNO citizens. That emergency response team is made up of 50 staff members from branches across the MNO. They structured a rapid approach to processing applicants and assessing their needs. This included evaluating the type and level of support required and determining if existing MNO support, like our housing, our education, healing and wellness, our mental health, or maybe our business supports would meet that need. Amazingly, this was on top of their regular duties, and they did it willingly and with enthusiasm. And I can't say thank you enough. The MNO also worked bilaterally with the federal and provincial governments to collaborate on a collective response. Both governments committed to working with us to get people the assistance that they need, and we thank them for that support. Though our offices have been closed since March of 2020, I am so proud of the fact that nearly all of our regular programs and services have been available even during the early days of the pandemic. We also enhanced many, many programs, and we've launched many new programs and services. As I said, we will continue to adapt. We will rely on public health experts and will continue to follow guidelines and show exceptional leadership, as you have all done throughout the pandemic. Thank you. I want to turn to some of our operational areas. In the area of education and training, over the last year, even while managing COVID-19, Education and Training Branch has witnessed significant growth in its suite of programs and services for families and communities. This year, we expanded our programming to include early learning and childcare, as well as COVID-19 support programs for families. This is in addition to expanding existing youth support programs. So what did they accomplish this year? In summary, a lot. This team's summer youth program employed 29 Métis youth who worked remotely to create cultural workshop videos. They hosted multi-day in-person camps for 86 Métis youth and 11 online way of life workshops. I was lucky enough to participate in one of those workshops at our Tuesday Tea series, where we talked about the role of young people in storytelling and in telling the stories of our Métis communities. They held the 4th annual MNO Youth Leadership Conference last August, which was attended by 67 Métis youth aged 16 to 29. They directly supported 335 post-secondary students with funding for school expenses, 500 families with new early learning and childcare programs, and 122 kindergarten to grade 12 students facing challenges like attendance, social isolation, mental health, learning disabilities, and behavioral challenges were supported. Finally, they helped secure 136 new jobs with occupational training in a variety of trade sectors for our young citizens. The branch continues to work on Michif and French language supports, and this again is embedded in our MNO Statement of Prime Purpose, and there is great urgency in Métis language preservation and revitalization efforts. MNO has secured more consistent funding to support Métis language research, documentation, translation, and resource development. And the work to identify speakers and enhance a speakers group continues. So if you are a Michif speaker, please do reach out. And I want to acknowledge those Michif speakers that have been participating for years in this work around capturing and building out those Ontario Michif resources. There is some new language programming currently in development, so stay tuned. And kudos to all of you within education and training for all of your hard work this year. It has made a real difference in the lives of so many Métis young people. In the area of healing and wellness, let's talk about this Healing and Wellness branch. It has also had a very successful year. They facilitated and coordinated programs to address holistic needs of Métis people throughout Ontario. They deliver programs centered on health promotion and intervention that are informed by research and by knowledge. So let me just share some of the highlights. This year, they secured additional funding for a comprehensive diabetes program. This new program provided access to non-medical supplies to help citizens mitigate the symptoms of diabetes, such as foot creams, diabetic socks, travel to appointments, and access to healthy food. They introduced interactive educational sessions to help people with health and wellness needs. These were attended by 50 citizens over 8 sessions. With limits on how we can do things together and in person, seniors were connected to cultural and support systems to interact with peers. Together, they created new opportunities for stories and Indigenous knowledge to flow. This is important for today and especially important for tomorrow, for those future generations. With COVID keeping us at home, the MNO's mental health and advocacy program focused their community outreach online with webinars that have been running consistently, reaching more than 2,500 Métis people. Each webinar covers a different topic and offers advice and insights from guest experts. And in fact, we've got engagements coming up within the next month. We've invited our Métis sisters and brothers in Saskatchewan and Alberta to participate in these webinars, and we've made the videos available on the website. So if you haven't been able to attend those sessions, you can continue to benefit from the information that they shared. So thanks to their efforts, we are absolutely staying connected. Our Child, Youth, and Family Services project, which was launched in 2019, continues to build systems that are conducive to Métis-specific child, youth, and family needs. In the shadow of the horrific residential school grave discoveries, we have worked hard to think about the well-being of our children. We hired a Métis foster home recruiter to address the lack of Métis-specific foster and alternative care homes. The recruiter is working on a province-wide campaign to encourage more Métis families to become foster care providers so that we can take care of our own. We also made strides in simplifying access to legal resources and justice services for our citizens. This is an area that we really needed to develop. Our MNO Justice Program enabled us to help Métis people navigate legal support and information, to prepare for court or tribunal processes, to access information about the law and provide clients with access to summary legal advice. Barriers to justice have long been an issue for our people, and this work that's being done is tackling that problem. And I want to acknowledge our generous funding partners, the Law Foundation of Ontario, Pro Bono Ontario, and the Ministry of the Attorney General. Without their support, we could not have accomplished so much in this area of justice, access to justice. And finally, in this area of healing and wellness, we launched Healthy Choices, a collaboration aimed at improving and promoting educational activities. Knowledge holders from the MNO community were invited by a circle of knowledge to inform their work. Healthy Choices is creating tools for Métis communities to develop their own education, self-assessments, and research. Our history and our culture are strong, and this work ensures it will remain strong into the future. So thank you, merci to our entire healing and wellness team. Next, let me acknowledge the work of the Lands, Resources, and Consultations Branch, or LRC, as they are called. This group provides technical expertise and support needed for the full engagement of citizens in issues related to our traditional territories and our lands. The branch is doing the important work to ensure that the Crown's legal duty to consult and accommodate Indigenous peoples is meaningful and effectively implemented. This year, they've been very, very busy with the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, or NWMO, who want to build a safe, long-term used nuclear fuel repository. The NWMO is currently looking at the development of a deep geological repository for long-term management of used nuclear waste in either Ignace or South Bruce. Last year, extension to the existing general relationship agreement with the NWMO was signed, providing specific MNO regions with support for staff, communications, meetings, and legal fees to support ongoing engagement with the NWMO on that project. We've seen great attendance by MNO citizens at virtual community information sessions led by the LRC. Many of you will have attended the Collaborative Mining Forum in March. This year, the LRC conducted 12 virtual meetings with regional communities to discuss their interests in community-based environmental monitoring. There is strong interest in developing regional programs, and with the support of regional consultation committees, the LRC branch identified several priorities and locations within our traditional territories for future water quality monitoring. Also, back on our radar is Stillwater's Marathon Palladium Mine project. From 2011 to 2014, the MNO consulted on the project, but in 2014, it was placed on hold. In July of last year, we were informed that the project was purchased by Generation PGM. This past year, our LRC branch staff and Region 2's consultation committee picked up where we left off in 2014. They have reconnected with the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada and Generation PGM for updates on the project and to secure funding for future consultation activities. This year, the LRC branch also worked with the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, following proposed changes to their policy for regulating trapper licenses for fur bearers on Crown land. With the support of legal counsel and following meetings with our regional consultation committees, we submitted formal comments to the ministry regarding these policy changes to ensure that our rights, that Métis rights, are respected. Finally, LRC held 3 community information sessions in Region 1 and Region 2 to help our citizens keep informed on the Hydro 1 Northwest Bulk Transmission Line project. This project is a proposed line between Lakehead Transmission Station and the municipality of Shunia and Mackenzie Transmission Station in the township of Atikokan, plus another line from Mackenzie to Dryden. So thank you, LRC, for all that you do in support of our communities. The staff in the Intergovernmental Relations and Community Relations continue to support Pcmno, our community councils and advisory councils, and our citizens more generally. That branch also works closely to build good relationships with federal and provincial counterparts. An example of that is our collaborative forum, which we held between the MNO and Canada, entitled Fostering Our Government to Government Relationship. I will say we have built an excellent reputation with government at both the provincial and federal levels through strategic and well-coordinated hard work over the years. And those are relationships and reputations that we continue working hard to maintain and grow. As you all well know, we are in the midst of a federal election, and that relationship with Canada and all other governments really, really does matter. It's amazing how much we've accomplished over the last 5 years with the Trudeau government. And this election is going to be an important one for us within the MNO if we're going to continue to make these great strides in the relationship with the federal crown. There are some major initiatives that we have flagged, we have insisted, we have pushed on, we've been working on with the federal government that we do not want to lose momentum on. And that includes the federal recognition legislation that will give help, that will actually give effect to our core self-government agreement, that important federal recognition legislation. We have a commitment from the current government to move forward with that. And the establishment of a federal Métis claims policy, something that the Prime Minister himself has flagged as something that he would like to see in place, something that is critically important to several of our regional communities. We encourage all MNO citizens to have their say in this election and get out and vote on Monday. On the MNO website is information about the various commitments and priorities that have been outlined by the various federal parties. So again, I would encourage all of you, get out and vote. Community Relations also works with our councils to assist in elections, annual meetings, and other key governance responsibilities. And in fact, if you've been on any of our town halls, as an example, you will have seen the wonderful skills that our community relations team are building in hosting these online meetings using things like the Zoom platform. In March, work was done to deliver to all councils a good governance and best practices workshop. And this was a really great start to revamping the governance supports we offer to our councils. This is going to be more and more important that we step up training opportunities for all of our leaders as we build governance capacity across all levels of our governance structure as part of that move towards full Métis self-government. That's all levels of our governance structure at the local community council level, building towards establishing a regional level of government, and at the existing provincial level. Community Relations worked with our finance branch and our Secretary Treasurer to deliver financial policy workshop to all councils. And I know that finance are working hard to ensure that additional supports are provided to all of our councils as we build out greater and greater financial literacy and accountability capacity across the MNO. A big part of the work that we have to do right now, preparing for implementing our core self-government agreement, fully implementing it, is building our capacity so that when that light switch is turned on in our new home of full Métis self-government, we have the capacity to do the work that we need to do in managing all of the affairs of the Métis Nation of Ontario under full Métis self-government. Supporting that growing capacity as part of that growing body of supports, our IT staff are working actually right now, a couple of doors down from me, to ready a whole slew of new laptops which have been secured for our councils. And these are being configured as I speak. They should be rolling out to communities very, very shortly. And I want to acknowledge MNO's information technology team who are working hard to get these ready for you, for our councils, to assist in your ongoing communications and connections with one another and with our citizens. Information technology, our human relations team, our finance branch, our communications team, we have some incredibly dedicated people that work very, very hard to support all aspects of the Métis Nation of Ontario. And so I want to acknowledge all of our, what we refer to as enabling function teams, for the work that they do. We literally could not do what we do within the MNO, within our communities, without these enabling team functions. So thank you, merci to all of the staff working in those areas. The Housing and Infrastructure Branch has been delivering on their mandate to increase housing and related supports to Métis people. This work is across the spectrum, from homelessness, which is a real issue, particularly in some of our communities, to rental, to home ownership. This year, they secured an extension of funding through the Provincial Social Services Relief Fund to expand our housing stabilization program. And that extension supports the implementation of two programs. The first is a seniors COVID program to assist Indigenous seniors experiencing isolation due to the pandemic. And in this program, seniors are given a tablet so that they can access online services offered by the MNO. It also provides snow removal support. The second is a COVID-19 rent supplement, giving one-time support to Indigenous households to assist in rent payments. This year, we submitted the 2021 Housing Needs Assessment to Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada. Our preliminary report analyzes data on the housing needs of our citizens. It looks at market factors, targets and recommendations to guide our operational capacity and to evaluate support programs. Since the branch launched the Métis Housing Stabilization Program 1 year ago, just 1 year ago, we're pleased that the program has so far helped 139 Métis families maintain their home. The branch also submitted a proposal which was selected as one of 21 shortlisted applicants for the first round of the Housing Supply Challenge. And it's a $200,000 grant awarded by Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation that is going to enable us to develop a prototype for a database system that will inform regional housing investments to supply affordable housing to eligible Métis people in Ontario. And they were successful. They were shortlisted in that first round, so congratulations to our Housing and Infrastructure Branch. Finally, the Housing and Infrastructure Branch launched the Métis Home Improvement Pilot Program in December. This provides eligible MNO citizens with a one-time forgivable loan to complete any necessary repairs to their home to extend its life or to improve accessibility for peoples with disability. So thank you, merci to our Housing and Infrastructure Branch for all the work that you are doing to address that critically important issue of having a safe home for our citizens. I now want to update you on our work related to our MNO registry. The MNO Statement of Prime Purpose outlines a need to maintain a registry of MNO citizens in Ontario. The Citizenship Registry is central to our work to advance and achieve self-government. From June of 2020 to May 2021, more than 2,800 new citizens joined the MNO, and that's actually worth a little round of applause. In that time, the registry assessed 4,000 applications, approving 715 new harvesters and processing more than 1,100 harvester applications. There are now more than 2,682 active harvesters in Ontario. And again, I want to acknowledge our captains of the hunt and our liaisons for the work that they do supporting our harvesters, especially in times like we're in right now as we head into the fall harvest. In May of this year, the registry hosted a Zoom workshop for community councils to explain to citizens how to apply for citizenship and harvesting certificates and to understand our registry resources and services. The registry also provided support to individuals applying for citizenship or harvesting or those looking to update their files. Between June 2020 and May 2021, the registry resolved more than 22,000 issues for MNO citizens and applicants. They've been very, very busy. Throughout the pandemic, the registry has offered bi-monthly virtual mobile registries where team members take people through the application process. The most recent sessions that registry hosted focused on getting our kids, our grandkids, our nieces and nephews registered with the MNO as citizens. And we continue on this path of self-government. Getting our young people registered is going to be so important. Getting them registered, getting them engaged, getting them active. It's going to make the real difference in ensuring we build a future Métis government that all Métis aspire to, and that can get involved with and can be proud of. As of September 18th, 2021, today, the MNO has 26,632 registered citizens. There are 19,814 citizens with complete files and confirmed as Section 35 Métis rights holders. Almost 80% of the files are showing that they trace to Métis ancestors and are simply missing documents. The registry review proves beyond a doubt that the MNO registry is incredibly strong. We can be proud of where it is today and how it has been built and strengthened over the years. There does remain, however, approximately 20% of the files that are not yet complete, citizen files that don't meet the MNO's AGA-approved citizenship criteria. We have not and will not ignore those realities. As I mentioned earlier, we have been honest and frank about these realities and will remain respectful and accountable in the conversations and engagements that we're having with our citizens right now as we consider that and make decisions on our next steps. So again, an invitation, we invite all citizens to raise their voice at the registry review, report engagement sessions, and we look ahead to when we will come back together with a final What We Heard report. There we'll work together to consider and make decisions that are grounded in the MNO statement of prime purpose and in the best interests of our Métis communities and families today and for our future generations. This year, the senators made a difficult decision to say goodbye to 2 of our Pcmno senators. This decision was not made lightly, but it was their decision to make. The senators held a series of meetings to ensure that they were respecting their protocols, governing documents, and MNO procedures, and ultimately made their decision through a democratic and fair vote. We wish Senator Patra and Senator Claus the very best on their future endeavors, and we thank them for their service. And we also welcome, as you saw in those introductory videos, 2 newly elected senators to the Pcmno, Senator Stephen Callahan and Senator Lillian Etier. In fact, in a matter of days after their election, these 2 senators attended the most recent Pcmno meeting on September 11th. As for Pcmno, since our last annual General Assembly, we've held 10 full Pcmno business meetings, and we've held a series of special meetings to discuss a wide range of matters. We've embarked on a strategic planning process for the Pcmno to focus and guide our efforts for our current mandate and beyond, and we look forward to engaging with our leadership across the province at all levels on next steps around that draft strategic plan. We continue to work hard to communicate out about decisions made during our meetings through the distribution of motion minute reports or motion records to our councils, also posting Pcmno recap reports, which are circulated to leadership and included on the MNO website, and by holding regular post-Pcmno town hall updates with our leadership, with our community councils and advisory councils and our captains of the hunt. And over the past year, we have added broader all-citizen town halls at the provincial as well as regional levels. And you can expect many, many more of these to come. In fact, before COVID hit, when we were still meeting in person for Pcmno, we were welcoming citizens who wanted to attend, but we were also working to be able to securely broadcast our Pcmno meetings out to every MNO office so that our local leadership and our citizens could view Pcmno meetings live. And then, of course, COVID hit. And I will say this global pandemic has forced us to turn to web-based tools like Zoom And we actually now have the capacity to open PCMNO meetings to any citizens who want to register to attend and observe. And we want to continue to find ways to welcome citizens to listen in and hear firsthand the debate, the discussion, and decision-making that occurs at PCMNO. All of this is being done in an effort to further and further increase our transparency and accountability to you, to our citizens. There is virtually not a meeting that I attend where I don't hear, we need more communications. We need greater transparency and accountability to the citizens. These are foundational and fundamental principles of the MNO and of good governance. And we must all work together to do this better. And that's what we've been focusing on. While we couldn't find a free evening this past week to host a post-PCMNO leadership town hall after last Saturday's latest PCMNO meeting, we did hold regional citizen town halls with both Region 8 and 9, and we've also circulated the motion minute reports from that September 11th meeting to all of our council leaders. One of the questions that has been coming up lately is, who does the PCMNO work for? And the answer is that we work for all of you. While there are different positions on the PCMNO with different constituencies, it's the citizens that authorize the MNO and all of its elected leaders, and it's the citizens gathered in assembly that guide our path forward. That's how it's been for the last 28 years, and it has absolutely been a recipe for our success to date. There is information on the MNO website that provides a bit more information about the PCMNO draft role profiles. Again, there's various positions, and that also includes providing short bio notes and biographical notes and contact information about all of your provincial leadership. It's all on the website. Also in this section of the website, and as we've previously reported out, there is detailed information about the PCMNO governance compensation framework, how that came to be, what it is, and what the next steps are to ensure that remains fully accountable and transparent to the citizens of the MNO. We also invited PCMNO councillors to submit update reports for this AGA, which are shared on our MNO AGA website, which is mnoaga.ca. You're encouraged to make those connections, view those reports. You're invited to ask questions. You're invited to seek more information and to stay or to get involved and to demand accountability from all of us as your elected leadership. Indeed, the strength of MNO's democracy depends on all of you raising your voice and stepping up and into leadership positions at all levels. Recently, we've been dealing with some contentious issues, and we have heard from our leaders and our citizens. We've heard loud and clear the high expectations you have on all of us within the PCMNO. The expectations that we will work hard, that we will work together for the good of the entire MNO. The decisions of PCMNO really do matter, and they have an impact on our citizens, our families, and our communities across the province. These responsibilities are significant, and we remain fully committed to finding ways to continue to work together to move the MNO's agenda forward, to advance the MNO Statement of Prime Purpose and the mandate given to us by the citizens of the MNO throughout Ontario. We work for you. So looking ahead today and tomorrow, we are going to work together to discuss and advance the important business of the MNO, and that includes our audited financial statements, reporting back on the financial well-being of the MNO. And I will say we are in very, very good shape. Fundamental issues within the MNO will be covered, issues that matter to each and every one of us as Métis. We'll talk about the registry review and citizenship. We'll dig in on key rights-related matters and our collective path to Métis Self-Government. We'll present our Volunteer of the Year Award later this morning. We'll look at the Northern Lake Superior, Abitibi, Inland, Killarney, and Environs community spotlights today. And we're going to hear from the MNO Women's Council, the MNO Veterans Council, the MNO Youth Council, from our senators, from our captains of the hunt, from our Two-Spirit LGBTQ+ working group, and we're going to have some time for questions and answers with them. And of course, tomorrow marks a historic day. It's Powley Day, and we recognize this day with respect and reverence, and we'll have an opportunity to hear some reflections on some very personal stories about that historic victory for all Métis in the Powley case in 2003. We will look at Sault Ste. Marie and environs, at the Georgian Bay and environs, and the Mattawa-Ottawa River and environs communities in our community spotlights tomorrow. I hope you'll enjoy those videos. They are excellent in telling the story. We'll continue our 2021 AGA business meeting, including updates on the progress of various arm's length economic and investment entities and trusts of the MNO. And we will complete AGA business meetings with presentations from some of our program and service areas, and in particular, housing and infrastructure, early learning and childcare, Métis Child, Youth and Family Services, and review our COVID-19 survey results and supports. And thank you to all of you that have been participating in giving us such excellent feedback. That feedback is so helpful, and it has really guided what decisions that we've made in terms of what we're rolling out and what we'll roll out in the future. We will do the good work of the MNO over the next 2 days, and we will do it together in a really good way. So on behalf of the entire PCMNO, I want to thank and acknowledge each and every one of you. This has been a year like no other, and you have all stepped up to offer support and kindness. And I have been saying for a while now that when the pandemic is over and we look back on this time, that we will be able to say that we cared for each other, that we reached out to help one another, that we persevered, that we worked to lift each other up and to move our Métis Nation of Ontario forward. I am truly grateful for each of you, for the ability that we have to conduct our business here, to advance Métis rights, to live on this incredible land, to be with our families and our loved ones. Nous pleurons ce que nous avons perdu au cours de la dernière année et offrons notre amour et notre soutien aux membres de leur famille et de leur communauté. We mourn those who we have lost over the last year, and there have been many, and we offer our love and support to those grieving members of their families and communities. And we look ahead to the day when we can all once again come together again in a warm embrace and continue to walk on our collective path to Métis self-government in Ontario. We will paddle on. Nous allons pagayer. Merci. Thank you. Merci.
Hello, everybody. So it's break time again. So I'll give you a couple of choices. You can either check out the reports, as President Fro had stated, at www.mnoaga.ca. You can watch the video showcasing the artists and vendors. It's on the same link. Or you could go shopping, and that's just down below. You can just click on each of the links and get your credit card out and go shopping. Or you can take we're going to only give a 10-minute break because we're just running a little bit late. So we'll be back at 11:45. Okay, thank you so much.
When we're talking about advancing Métis rights, it's really important that any government seeking to represent those rights have an objectively verifiable registry. And I think the Métis Nation of Ontario has proven beyond any doubt whatsoever that we have an objectively verifiable, solid, professional registry that is providing absolute 21st century support to our citizens.
Métis Self-Government has its origin in the historic Métis communities in Ontario. Our communities have long been self-governing based on Métis laws, traditions, customs, and kinship. We have an inherent right to self-government as an Indigenous people. It is the notion of formally recognized Métis self-government by other orders of government that is new. Our journey to this formal recognition began in 1993 with the establishment of the Métis Nation of Ontario and our registry in 1994, which was created to register all Métis citizens in Ontario. 1993 was also the year that Métis father-son Steve and Roddy Powley were charged with unlawful hunting in Sault Ste. Marie. These charges incited a 10-year court battle focused on whether Métis had a constitutional right to hunt for food. The case reached the Supreme Court of Canada, and on September 19, 2003, the court affirmed what Métis had already known, that they had a constitutional right to harvest.
It was the watershed decision to prove Métis rights in Canada, And in fact, to this day, it remains the test. If you're going out to assert your rights under Section 35, it is the PALI test that you will be held to. It also, the PALI community, our Sault Ste. Marie community here in Ontario, is actually the only Métis community in Canada that has been recognized by the Supreme Court of Canada as having Section 35 rights. That decision was an absolute watershed moment in the history of our people, and it was the moment when government could no longer deny, essentially, who we are as Métis and deny the rights that we carry as one of Canada's Indigenous peoples. And in fact, everyone's canoe has floated with that victory in that it finally meant recognition for Métis rights, and it ultimately has led to formal recognition of our Métis governments.
In 2004, the Métis Nation of Ontario and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry entered into an agreement that recognized, on an interim basis, a limited number of Métis Nation of Ontario harvesters cards until an independent evaluation of the system could be performed. This began a long process of research by the MNO to identify the historic Métis families of the MNO.
The work of the verified Métis family lines and the historic research had been ongoing for, two and almost 3 decades at this point. Métis Nation of Ontario, in the statement of prime purpose, it gives us direction to document and publish the history of our communities and to establish that registry as a verifiable registry that shows who our citizens are, who our people are, where our communities are.
It took years and tens of thousands of hours of research to identify exactly who made up these communities. In 2017, the Métis Nation of Ontario released the first 88 verified Métis family lines. These family histories detailed the history and kinship networks of Métis in Ontario. Although their history was already familiar to Métis, this was the first time such a detailed history had been written down. Meticulously researched and fully supported by the archival record, the work has become the definitive written record of Métis in Ontario.
The verified Métis family line process, everything that was put together as part of that process was vetted by a completely independent third party who had no stake in the outcome, and the finding was a 100% success rate. Thousands upon thousands of individual documents, and not one error was found in all of that. That verified Métis family line process had been ongoing for several years and did a superb job at telling the history of those communities, the history of these families that make up these communities, that make up the Métis Nation in Ontario. And the next step, and what was undertaken by Pcmno in the RSRP process, is getting clarity then on how do our communities today connect to that historic research.
One of the fundamental things that a nation of people do, that a government does, is provide clarity on who it represents, who it speaks for, whose interests it is advocating on behalf of. And that's why that registry review process was so important.
This review, the Registry Self-Government Readiness Project, or RSRP, involved a review of the Métis Nation of Ontario's registry to determine whether, and to what extent, MNO registry files satisfied the current requirements for MNO citizenship as outlined in the MNO registry policy. Specifically, this policy outlined 4 criteria that individuals applying for MNO citizenship must meet: self-identification as Métis, proof of historic Métis Nation ancestry, distinct from other Aboriginal peoples, and accepted by the Métis Nation. Upon review, each file was designated as either complete, missing documentation, or incomplete. As part of the RSRP, No History staff reviewed every single piece of paper in more than 20,000 files. Each file was digitized and then carefully reviewed to determine if it met the 4 criteria.
We developed a state-of-the-art database. It's the SASH database, and it's the MNO's registry database. each person is in there under their own discrete profile. It has their demographic information, maybe information about if they're a harvester, it has their harvester application, their photo, but it also has genealogical documents and it has their lineage. So in this new database that the MNO has developed, if your profile is in there and you have your lineage built out, and your child wants to apply, then they only need to link to you and it's already all built out. It's amazing.
Quality assurance was a key practice from the beginning of the process, with each file reviewed multiple times by different qualified reviewers.
Not only does the file get reviewed by somebody who's an expert in that area, but then the person builds out the lineage, they put everything in the file, and then it goes to quality assurance and someone checks every single linking document. They check the whole citizen file just to make sure that nothing was missed. We're organized, we're digitized, we have these great tools, so it just allows us to work more efficiently with more clarity and multiple people working on the project at the same time and with the system we have.
The RSRP revealed that as of January 31st, 2021, 18,476 MNO citizen files demonstrate connections to Métis ancestors. Work on the registry continues. Since 2019, nearly 7,000 new applications have been processed, and the years-long backlog was completed. The RSRP process revealed some key insights into the Métis population in Ontario. Of citizens with complete files, more than 12,000 citizens traced to Métis ancestors in Ontario. Another 4,000 of the Métis Nation of Ontario's citizens traced to Métis ancestors in other parts of the Métis Nation homeland. Because of the detailed research and database, the Métis Nation of Ontario was also able to determine that citizens in Ontario didn't only trace to one ancestor that was Métis. Instead, it became clear that many had multiple ancestors that were Métis, living in different parts of the homeland and in other historic communities in Ontario.
When the Métis in Ontario came together in 1993 and formed the Métis Nation of Ontario, they formed it under one banner. They formed it with one registry representing all Métis Nation citizens here in Ontario. And over the course of that last 27 plus years, that registry really has been the heart of the Métis Nation of Ontario. We have grown remarkably over the course of that period of time. And as part of that ongoing commitment to transparency and accountability, we stand behind that registry. Our citizens stand behind that registry, and they have provided the documentation in order to support their files. And those files, they tell a story of Métis here in Ontario. Whether you trace to Ontario historic communities, or you trace your ancestry to the west, or maybe you trace your ancestry to both historic Ontario communities as well as to the west.
It gives us clarity when we're talking amongst ourselves about, who we represent, where we represent them, how we represent them. It gives us clarity when we're talking to Ontario about things like harvesting rights. It gives us clarity when we're talking to Canada about things like self-government and that inherent right to self-determination.
The Métis Nation of Ontario Registry is the heart of the Métis Nation in Ontario. It has evolved in the decades since its creation. Once housed in the attic of the Métis Nation of Ontario founders, it has become the largest collection of genealogical information on Ontario Métis. It is the most advanced Indigenous-owned registry in Canada and houses not only our citizenship data, but our history. And it is not complete. It can be added to, interpreted, and curated for generations to come.
All of that research that we've done, it just confirms what our people already knew. We had strong, vibrant Métis communities here in Ontario that were recognized as distinct Métis communities that had their own strong customs practice traditions, that had those strong kinship connections that existed here in Ontario and that continue to exist to this day. So that registry review, the verified Métis family lines, the Root Ancestor Project, the recognition of the 7 Ontario historic communities, all of that fits together to tell that story that we knew was there, that now we can share with the world.
Okay, I will. Hi, welcome back from the break. I hope you were able to do a little reading, a little bit of stretching, and we're going to go over to President Fro, and she's going to talk about an award that we give out every year. So it's up now. It's up to you, President Fro.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. And in fact, I was just informed that the chat where I'm texting to everybody saying, I don't have this, I need this, that you're all able to see that. So that just really speaks to the transparency that we're creating here within the Métis Nation of Ontario. So it is my great pleasure now to talk about the Suzanne Rochan Burnett Volunteer of the Year Award. And every year since 2006, we've been presenting this award to a Métis Nation of Ontario citizen who has made ongoing contributions to the MNO and their own local community. So the criteria for this award, individuals nominated must exemplify the kind of volunteer contribution demonstrated by Suzanne Rochan Burnett. They will have given generously of their time and effort, been strong advocates of the Métis Nation, have a firmly established record of selfless commitment, and be seen as caring, giving individuals that others look up to and admire. The candidates will have provided an extended period of service as a volunteer. Before announcing this year's recipient, I'd like to acknowledge the Suzanne Rochan Burnett Volunteer of the Award Year Award Committee, which was chosen at the last in-person AGA. Committee members are Mitch Case, who serves as chair, Brenda Powley, Greg Garrett, and Peter Couture, all past recipients of the Suzanne Rochan Burnett Volunteer of the Year Award. The committee reviewed the nominations received and selected this year's recipients. So thank you for the work that you're doing, members of the committee. Like everything to do with this year's AGA, last year's award was different. Last year we awarded the Suzanne Rochan Burnett Volunteer of the Year Award to all MNO community councils who were, in addition to all of the work that they were taking on, they were working to provide so much support to our citizens who were struggling with the pandemic. So last year we acknowledged all of our councils for the work that they were doing. And we want to thank all of those who continue today to volunteer their time to help those still dealing with the effects of the pandemic, which I know will be felt for a very, very long time. I'd also like to acknowledge all of the volunteers across the Métis Nation and thank those who nominated individuals and acknowledge those who were nominated for all their hard work and efforts in support of the Métis Nation of Ontario. While we acknowledge one Volunteer of the Year, it is absolutely not lost on anyone that our communities still largely thrive because of the passion of countless volunteers across the MNO. We truly, truly do appreciate the efforts of all of our volunteers. Today, I am very proud to announce that this year's award goes to, and this is when you pound on your table and create a drum roll. Thank you, I can hear it in the background. Marie-Louise Perron. Marie-Louise Perron is a key part of the Ottawa Region Métis community. She's a leader and very active volunteer. She has and continues to have an impact at the community, MNO, and Métis Nation as a whole. Marie-Louise was born on her grandfather's land in Saskatchewan and as a descendant of the Red River Métis and early French newcomers. She has been an MNO citizen since 2004. She is a Métis knowledge keeper and has been an educator, mentor, author, archivist, and public servant at the Provincial Archives of Saskatchewan, Library and Archives Canada, and the Office of the Commissioner of Several Languages. And I didn't know any of that until this moment, and that makes so much sense to me now. Marie-Louise has maintained and promoted the traditions and cultures of Indigenous peoples throughout her entire life. She continues to maintain her Métis roots in Saskatchewan and also to the Francophone archives in that province, whose activities include working on reconciliation and promoting Indigenous history and culture. Marie-Louise has volunteered as a member of the Ottawa Region Métis Council since 2016. She currently serves as the chair, and I will say as a very, very capable chair, As chair, she manages all meetings in a fair, professional, inclusive, efficient, and constructive manner. And I've been the beneficiary of that at several meetings, attending with her chairing. She has played a key leading role in ensuring strong and effective council governance. That is so true. She has also volunteered to take on the extra responsibility of being the acting council president when the president was sick and retained the role of chair. She has represented the council at numerous community and MNO meetings to include consultation conferences. She used her Métis knowledge in a leading role to develop and present a Métis 101 presentation, which is aimed at broadening the knowledge and awareness of the Métis culture and community. Marie-Louise took on the lead for the Ottawa Council for all things related to COVID-19 support. She also demonstrated leadership and adaptability in moving to the virtual meeting format we have all taken on during the pandemic. Marie-Louise is also one of the key members in Region 6 developing the Self-Government Regional Implementation Agreement. When MNO founding President Tony Belcourt was downsizing his home, Marie-Louise gave countless hours helping him prepare hundreds of boxes of records pertaining to the history of the MNO and the modern Métis political movement, and prepare them for their new home at Library and Archives Canada. Marie-Louise's work to help our founding president help the entire MNO to ensure our story was protected. Marie-Louise volunteered to attend a number of meetings with Ottawa public health officials to ensure that public health services were responsive and inclusive of the Métis local community. She continues with this vital initiative. She recently met with Dr. Vera Etches, Medical Officer of Health for the Ottawa Public Health, to discuss continued COVID-19 support and establishing community ties for the longer term. Marie-Louise has volunteered in support of all the major post-secondary institutions in the Ottawa area, including Carleton University, University of Ottawa, and the Algonquin College. Marie-Louise's work has directly benefited many Métis students to be seen, to be heard, and supported in their educational journey. Marie-Louise pursues historical and genealogical research projects and offers workshops on tracing Indigenous ancestry. These volunteer initiatives have strengthened her reputation of a champion of Métis and Indigenous culture and history, and what a well-deserved reputation that is. She has presented and published in both English and French for national and international audiences on subjects including the French Métis songs and the stories of the Perron, Laderoux, Marians, Saint-Arnaud families, instruction on tracing one's family history, and the value of archives to society. In the words of one of her nominators, Marie-Louise epitomizes selfless commitment to her heritage and has and continues to give generously of her time and knowledge. She is a caring individual that the citizens in our community look up to. I want to thank Marie-Louise on behalf of the committee, on behalf of the Pcmno, on behalf of all of our citizens. Thank you. Merci. Merci, Marie-Louise, for all that you do. And congratulations on being the recipient of this year's Suzanne Rosan Burnett Volunteer of the Year Award for the Métis Nation of Ontario.
Thank you, Madam President. Marie-Louise, I've known you a long, long time, and your resume definitely surprises me. But congratulations, well deserved. And at this time, I'm going to, this is the favorite part of the EJ that I like, it's lunch break. So when we come back, we will establish quorum as per our bylaws. So I want everybody to enjoy their lunch break, and we will resume the EJ at 1 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So as you know, we didn't know the successful applicant for the Volunteer of the Year Award prior to President Fro announcing it. So at this time, we're able to move Marie-Louise Perron over to the panelists. And I would ask her to first, congratulations, and to say a few words about being this year's recipient of the Volunteer of the Year Award. So, Marie-Louise, if you can unmute and put your video on, and I'm going to turn it over to you.
Tanchikiawao, Nitodamak. I have heard that this means hello, everybody, but Norm Fleury in Saskatchewan says that it means greetings to all you good people traveling together. And I find that just wonderful. So I'm going to adopt that particular expression of greeting, because that's what we're doing, right? We're all traveling together. I am surprised and humbled by receiving this award and listening to Margaret talk about all the things that I have done. And some of you are probably saying, well, holy crap, how did she get to do all that stuff? Well, if you live long enough, you can do quite a number of things. And just to give you a point of reference, Jane Fonda and I were in Paris during the summer of the Paris uprising in 1968. We weren't hanging out together because I only found out later that she and I were both there at the same time. But this gives you a point of reference that really says, I'm an old lady. I'm an old lady, and you can do a lot of stuff if you put your mind to it. And Hank, this is just a note for you. You said you've known me for a long time, but you didn't know all this stuff about me. You just thought I was one of those troublemakers, right? Well, I should just remind you that I come from a long line of troublemakers. My great-grandfather, Jean-Baptiste Ladiroute, was one of the resistance members in 1869-70 in Manitoba. And he has actually been an inspiration for me as I have worked on Métis causes, and particularly the justice aspect. And I always remember him because he was for the justice for the Métis people. Besides being a defender in 1869-70, he left an account of what happened there. And that account now exists in several versions. There's the original French version that I finally found out the day before Christmas, 2020, who had written this account down because he couldn't read or write, my great-grandfather. It was one of his daughters. And I finally put the two pieces together as the result of, wait for it, having a water leak into my storage room where all of my family papers were located. Family papers containing information over 200 years of history, from Quebec to the northern states, to the Midwestern states, to Manitoba, and back into Saskatchewan, and finding out how much the Métis were not sedentary and traveled. My relatives, my grandmother and her siblings, went to residential school in the States, from Minnesota all the way to Washington, the state of Washington. And you never know what all that information is going to do when you learn it and how you are going to apply it to your own life. So from time to time, as I have been working on various files, I have got discouraged, but then I think of my great-grandfather in the fort at Fort Garry in the winter, because it was November, no food, nothing to drink, and they had not broken into the Hudson Bay stores until Riel came to them and gave them permission to do so, because they were literally starving as they were defending that fort. And my great-grandfather writes in his account I can assure you that we had a very good supper. Now, the supper that they had was pemmican and tea. So we learn from our ancestors, we learn from our colleagues, we learn from situations that we get into, and we not only do the best we can, but we take from everything that happens to us how we can apply it to bring more truth, justice, and love into the world. And that has been my precept in everything that I am doing. Can I improve what's going on here? How can I improve it? Who else has aptitudes that I can bring to the problem to get it solved and to get it moving forward? So this is a very huge honor for me to be recognized by my colleagues. And as I said, I have been working on this for a long time. I was pestering people to get into the into the Ottawa Council, and I have to thank Rita Gordon, because as I was pestering her, she was pestering the people in the council at the time. And the person who finally got me into council was Benny Michaud. Masimigwich Benny, it's thanks to you and working with you that I learned the ropes on the job. And our association, you and I, has always been one of surprises, of joy, of getting a hard job done. Thank you to all. Masimigwich, muestas, which means see you later. Chimigwich.
Thank you, Mary Louise. No, you're not a troublemaker. You just find a way to keep me on my toes all the time. So I appreciate that. So I want to welcome everyone back to the business portion of the Assembly. As per MNO bylaws, Part 51B, the quorum for each General Assembly shall be 50% of the citizens who are eligible to vote and who are registered and in attendance at the General Assembly at noon on the first business day of that General Assembly. There is a total of 172 citizens who are eligible to vote, registered, and in attendance at this Assembly as of noon, quorum therefore being 86. We do not have to worry about the numbers needed for the 2/3 vote because there will be no special resolutions or ordinary resolutions considered at this Assembly. At this time, I'd like to ask Lumi to walk us through how to vote on the platform, please.
Sure thing, Chair. Hi, everyone. So for those voting by computer, so for those voting by computer, when the chair calls for a vote to be open, you will see the voting tab activated on the left-hand panel, the static one, as you can see in the screenshots. So you'll have the resolution as well as your choices, which in this case will be yes, no, or abstain. Once you've made your selection, your selection will highlight in blue, and you will see that it'll say vote received just above the choices. At that time, you don't need to do anything else until the vote is closed, unless, of course, you want to cancel your vote. You can do so by clicking cancel, which, as you can see in the screenshot on the right, it'll be just underneath the choices. And at that point, your vote would be canceled. And then afterwards, once the polls are closed and the chair has asked for the results to be displayed, they will be displayed again at the same place on the left-hand panel under the voting tab. for those voting by phone, when a vote opens, you will be randomly, one by one, moved into a private breakout room where you will be greeted by one of the Lumi staff, who will ask you to unmute your microphone, which is by pressing *6. At which point we'll ask you to state your name and password, which is your Eventbrite number that should have been provided to you. And at that point, we will ask you to state your vote choice. And then your vote will be confidentially entered into our voting system under supervision of a scrutineer. And you will be then returned to the main meeting once your vote is complete. If after your voting is complete, you should choose to want to change your vote, you can always press *9, which activates the raise hand function, and we will try to treat that promptly. And that's it. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And just so everyone's aware, if you know anybody that's trying to get in to the AGA by phone, Lumi is calling individuals back, trying to get them logged in. So I got my hand slapped again. I went off script. I got so excited that Mary Louise was coming to speak to us that I forgot to let Lumi know that we're starting this session off with a video of our historic community of Northern Lake Superior. So I will ask Lumi to please play the video and please enjoy.
The Métis are a distinct Indigenous people. Métis communities in Ontario emerged along waterways and fur trade routes before Canada was a country. These historic Métis communities, which persist to the present day, developed their own customs, traditions, and identities that are rooted in kinship, relationship to the land, and a distinctive culture and way of life.
Looking back now, that connection with the water, when I think about what makes me Métis, part of it is that connection with the water.
As far back as 1679, French traders were establishing fur trade posts in the Pcmno, north of Lake Superior. As the fur trade continued to expand west of the Great Lakes, the importance of this region to the fur trade increased. Canoe brigades were not able to travel from Montreal to west of the Great Lakes and back in a single ice-free season. As a result, Northern Lake Superior became a key midway transshipment point in the fur trade. This location became the meeting place of canoes from Montreal that were transporting new trade goods, and canoes from the interior that were transporting furs from the previous season. In 1803, after an international boundary line was drawn north of Grand Portage, and the United States threatened to begin levying customs duties, the Northwest Company moved their depot and rendezvous site from Grand Portage north to Fort William. The fort was quiet during the winter, but in the spring, hundreds of fur traders joined the existing fort community. Furs arriving from the west were sorted, cleaned, and repacked. Trade goods were distributed. Food provisions were prepared. Business councils were held. Repairs were made to canoes and equipment. Evening festivities and banquets were held that featured fiddles and dancing.
Old Fort William, it was a main trading post because of its location. And like anybody that had anything to do with fur trading or any other commodity that's going across country, it's a darn good place to meet and trade and transfer goods, whatever.
This annual gathering became a site of social interaction between three distinct cultural groups: First Nations, traders from Montreal, and traders who lived year-round in the interior. Traders who chose to stay in the interior were often Métis or Métis forebearers. These men stayed in the interior because of their kinship and cultural connections in the region.
Métis and First Nations who are living together in one community, they still had their own ways of doing things that were slightly different than the First Nations community. And of course, it's largely that First Nations influence that has us where we are today as Métis, but it's also that European ancestry too. So it is that blend. It was a distinct culture even then.
The Métis populations in both Lakehead and Nipigon engaged in fishing, making maple sugar, trapping small game, and hunting as a part of provisioning the posts. At Fort William, some of these Métis families were noted as gardeners. Fishing in particular was crucial to post provisioning by Métis. Métis employees tended to occupy similar positions within the post establishment, which were distinctive from the roles of both the company gentry and the local First Nation population. Those positions included blacksmith, tinsmith, cooper, boat and canoe builder, and occasionally apprentice postmaster. Women and children, with or without their men, collected the materials for canoes, weeded and harvested the gardens, snared rabbits, and made maple sugar. Métis women made moccasins, netted snowshoes, fashioned clothing including mittens, caps, and leggings, were renowned for their beautiful bead and quill work, and were of great assistance in running the fur trade posts and forts. A Métis community quickly grew around Fort William. This community was distinct from the First Nations and Europeans in the area. One Crown official noted that half-breeds in this area lived in houses instead of wigwams or huts like the Indians, pursued a somewhat different lifestyle, had mainly French-Canadian origins, were practicing Catholics, and maintained distinctive surnames. Northwest Company trader Gabriel Franchère describes the existence of this community at Fort William in 1814. There are also, on the opposite bank of the river, a certain number of log houses, all inhabited by old Canadian voyageurs, worn out in the service of the company without having enriched themselves. Married to women of the country and encumbered with large families of half-breed children, these men prefer to cultivate a little Indian corn and potatoes and to fish for subsistence rather than to return to their native districts. The requirements and characteristics of the fur trade, including interaction of First Nations and European people, the necessity of certain skills, such as canoe building, the need for mobility between post locations, and long-distance canoe travel, resulted in the development of a fur trade culture. Over time, these features became somewhat synonymous with Métis culture. Various religious and cultural traditions were also observed. They did the height of land ceremonies for newcomers, said prayers at dangerous sites, and they pulled off hats and made the sign of the cross when leaving one stream for another. Métis voyageurs paddled 16 to 18 hours per day. On portages, they carried at least 2 90-pound packs, often using a leather sling or sash as a tump line across their heads. They were known for their joie de vivre, because of their tradition of music and dance. They sang songs to set the beat of the paddle while traveling in a canoe. They sang in their homes and communities when they worked or gathered. They danced into the wee hours of the morning. Métis took pride in their appearance. They stopped to shave, wash, and put on clean clothes before arriving at a post. To go along with their colorful personalities, they had colorful sashes, blanket coats, red milled caps, and colorful beadwork on their clothing. Hudson Bay records speak about the superior abilities of Métis employees from this community. They also indicate that men from this community were beginning to push for improved wages. Chief Factor J. Thomas, 1803. The greatest trouble I have experienced this year is from half-breed or Creoles who complain their wages are much less than others, and as they are all boat steerers, they think they have a right to better wages than they have. Mr. Sanders, on, has 3 stout sons who all steer boats. Besides, there is Hugh Linklater, son of John Linklater, and John Kipling, Jr., all stout men. They act as interpreters and are, in every respect, most useful people, for they hunt equally as well as the natives, and it is by their endeavors, frequently in hunting, the several posts fare much better than they otherwise would do without them. Life changed dramatically for the Métis of northern Lake Superior during the second half of the 19th century, after the Métis were excluded from the Robinson Treaties in 1850. The treaty delegation, headed by William Benjamin Robinson, told the Métis that their mandate was to negotiate with First Nations chiefs and not the Métis. However, the northern Lake Superior Métis community continued to press the Canadian government to respect Métis rights. In the 1880s, multiple petitions were submitted by the First Nation and Métis from various parts of the North Shore. The fur trade declined, and in 1883, the post at Fort William was closed. Half-breed populations continued to be documented around Thunder Bay, Red Rock, and Lake Nipigon during this period. The contemporary Métis community continues to practice traditional ways of life, including harvesting, guiding, and stewardship over the land.
I knew that my family grew up doing things that people in this day and age were happy not to be doing, like hunting and gathering our own food and, camping and going up like north to north camps and spending weeks out there. And so I always knew that we sort of approached things differently. But I didn't know that that was Métis.
There's unlimited harvesting here, anywhere from mushrooms to blueberries, raspberries, chokecherries, pincherries, wild mint for tea. There's unlimited. I mean, there's no reason to starve here. I mean, there's food here all summer, You got the moose and deer and fish and partridge and rabbits. There's unlimited food. It's all organic, right? It's from the land, so it's organic. And you're not going to get much more organic than that. Being a Métis, you have to accumulate like pride through knowledge type thing.
I'm very proud to be Métis, and I'm proud that my 5-year-old already knows he's Métis.
We are the Métis Nation of Ontario. We aspire, we are reaching higher, so far to be the best we can be. We are the Métis Nation of Ontario.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the video. Before we get started to the next agenda item, I noticed that there was a hand that came up, and I noticed this is a little bit different than Zoom webinar, that the hands usually, whoever has their hands up will come to the top of the participant screen. Since that doesn't happen, can I ask whoever is sending Vice Chair Cadeau and I, whose hands are up, if they can also identify the names so that we can find them on the participants list? So I did notice that Diane Kilby had her hand up. So Diane, I don't know if you have a question or a comment before we move on.
Yes, Hank. When we were talking about voting, if we want to record our vote, how do we go about that? Like, do you know what I mean?
Record the vote, what, in the minutes?
So, yes. So if I say, for instance, I were to say I didn't agree and I wanted to record that, how would I go about doing that?
Yeah, so basically what we have done in the past, if you abstain or you oppose a motion, I will ask those that want to record their opposition or abstention to please raise your hand after we've done the voting, and that'll allow you to be able to have your abstention or your objection read into the minute. So just keep in mind after. Does that explain it for you?
Yes, it does. Merci.
Okay, thank you. Shelley Claus, you had a question or a comment? Shelley, you need to unmute yourself.
This is Matthew from Lumi. We've sent you a prompt, Shelley. You just need to accept it to unmute.
Okay, we'll get back to Shelley. I tell everybody else to unmute, and I forget to unmute myself. So anyway, we will move into a practice vote. We will vote on the question, do you like the color blue? And I just want to remind you that the vote pop-up window will open for everyone in attendance. However, only citizens will be able to cast a vote. Once the citizen has voted, there will be a message at the top right of the pop-up window indicating their vote has been received. We have 12 citizens who are registered to participate by phone. Those citizens will be moved separately into a breakout room where Lumi will confirm their votes individually and add those numbers to the total votes cast. We will now vote on the motion. Do you like the color blue? Your vote can be for, against, or abstain. Please note that if you abstain, it doesn't count in the number of votes cast. The vote will be open for 3 to 5 minutes in order to allow sufficient time for everybody, including those on the phone, to vote. While we are waiting, we will share a video from one of our sponsors or the Artesian videos. Once the voting is complete, the video will end and we will announce the results of the vote. So I'll ask Lumi to please open the vote. For those 12 citizens who are participating in the EJ by phone, this is just a reminder that you will now be moved into a breakout room to cast your vote. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Keita Macbeth, Senior Regional Manager for Indigenous Banking with TD Bank Group. I'm Onondaga Clear Sky, the Six Nations of the Grand River, calling to you today from the West Coast, Vancouver Island, BC, and the traditional territory of Sunema First Nation. On behalf of TD, I would like to bring greetings and express how happy we are to be able to support the Métis Nation of Ontario's 28th Annual General Assembly. At TD, we are committed to building stronger and inclusive communities. Working with the Indigenous Banking Group, I'm able to see firsthand how we are doing on that journey towards that commitment, working with Indigenous communities across all of Turtle Island. I'm also able to see just how much work still needs to be done. Work that includes listening, learning, and deepening our understanding. Moments like this Annual General Assembly are ones for all of us that we can listen, learn, and better understand. And I'm extremely grateful to be able to join all of you virtually today. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Penny Favel, and I am the Vice President of Indigenous Relations at Hydro One. I'm honored to be part of the Métis Nation of Ontario's 28th Annual General Assembly, and I want to thank you for inviting me back. I'll always have a special place in my heart for the great work that the Métis Nation of Ontario does, and for the opportunity to speak to you as one of my very first duties as the Vice President. It's been an amazing, challenging year. I hope everyone has stayed safe. I hope everyone is continuing to prosper. And I'm looking forward to seeing you all again in a non-virtual environment sometime in the very near future. Please stay safe until we get to see each other in person. We've had the opportunity to refocus our Indigenous engagement and make it about relationships. For too long, Indigenous communities have borne the impacts of development and haven't always benefited from the development. Hydro One is committed to changing that. This year, we're proud to have set our very first Indigenous procurement target. We're targeting 5% of all of our procurement to come from Indigenous businesses by 2026. We're also proud to say that this year, we committed 20% of our corporate community investment to be spent in Indigenous communities. And the Métis Nation of Ontario is already a big part of that. Reconciliation continues to be an important theme of Indigenous relations at Hydro One. I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you to set priorities and to hear what's important to your communities and your membership. Have a wonderful General Assembly, and we'll see each other soon.
This is taking too long.
Hello, I just want to ask Lumi if we're ready to, if all the voting has taken place yet. While we're waiting for the results of the vote, I see Ernie Gatier. You have your hand up, Ernie. Please unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, Hank, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, buddy. What's up?
Yeah, I'm not getting a pop-up to vote.
Okay, I will let Lumi know that. that Ernie is one of our citizens with the Métis Nation of Ontario, and he's not getting a pop-up to vote. So if somebody from Lumi can fix that, I would greatly appreciate it. We do have the results for the poll, so I'll ask Lumi to put that on the screen. We had 140 people vote. 124 people voted yes. We had 15 people vote no, and we had 4 people abstain. Okay, I would thank you. And can you close that screen, please? Thank you. And I see Senator Shelley Claus, you have your hand up again. Can you unmute, please? Shelley, you'll have to unmute. Okay, we have another hand up. Teresa Stenlin, please unmute.
You muted yourself.
Teresa, can you unmute yourself and ask your question?
Thanks, Hank. We're having some Davidson is.
Sorry, I missed that, Teresa.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
unmuted. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So we got a few technical difficulties. Brady Hupert never received a breakout room to go and vote. Hayden Stenlin never received a breakout room to. Davidson is still trying to get the link to get onto the AGA. Still trying to get the link to get on for today.
Okay,
And I'm not sure if Dave Dusam got on. He was also waiting for a link to get on.
Okay, I will ask Lumi to work with those individuals to get them on and make sure that those individuals that are on the phone, that they get into the breakout room. Thank you, Teresa.
No, Brady and Hayden are on their computers. They're just waiting for the notification to pop up to get into the breakout room. They're on their laptops.
Okay, so they're waiting to get into the AGA. So if we do have people that are in the waiting room, if we can move them over into the AGA, I would greatly appreciate it.
So this is Lumi here. Are we referring to Hayden Stenlin?
Yes.
Oh, they are in the meeting right now.
Yeah, referring to Hayden Stenlin.
Yeah, they appear to be logged in and they have voting rights. So do they not see the voting icon on the left panel, the static one where there's messaging and documents? Oh, sorry. Okay, well the vote's closed.
No,
right
it is not up. Yeah, it was not up.
Well, the vote's closed.
On their computers.
Yeah, the vote was closed
Yeah.
right now. Would you want us to open it up again?
No, that's fine. And just make sure that I'm glad that they're in the room now. Teresa, if they're not voting on phone, they won't be moved over to a different room. There will be a pop-up on their screen to be able to vote. So I'll just ask Lumi to make sure that all of those eligible to vote that are on their computers.
Get the pop-up. They didn't get any pop-up on the screen. And Marlene Davidson is still waiting.
Yeah, you're breaking up too, Teresa. So if we can get somebody from either Raincoast or Lumi to contact Marlene Davidson, she's still having trouble getting into the AGA, and Claire Kearns as well. Okay, thank you, Teresa. And just so you know, Teresa, too, you're breaking up. So I get some of it, not all of it. So So in addition to being posted on the left side of your screen under the Documents tab, the agenda for the MNO 2021 AJ is posted on www.mnoaj.ca website. At this time, do we have a mover and seconder for the motion to adopt the agenda for the Métis Nation of Ontario's 2021 Virtual Annual General Assembly scheduled for September 18th and 19th? Please use the messaging tab to indicate if you would like to move or second. Be sure to type in the message, I move or I second, or if you are on the phone, press *9 to raise your hand to be recognized by the chair. And I just want to, while we're doing that, I just want to go back to the question that Diane Kelby raised with regards to recording your abstention or objection. You can also use the messaging on the in the platform to be able to explain your abstention or your objection as well, and that will be included in the minutes. So do we have a mover and seconder to adopt the this year's agenda? So we have Susan Burnell who moves, and President Fro has seconded. Okay, I've just informed we have about 12 people that are having technical issues getting into. So I'm going to suggest we just take a 5-minute break so that we can get those 12 citizens into the AGA. So it is now 1:45. If we can come back at 1:50, and hopefully we can get those citizens, those 12 citizens, into the AGA. But before we do that, we do have a mover and a seconder on the adoption of the agenda. Is there any discussion?
Question.
Question's been called. Do we have consensus? Is anybody abstaining or opposed? Do we have consensus? Anybody abstaining or opposed? And third and final time, do we have consensus? Anybody abstaining or opposed? Peter, ask you to unmute. Peter Rivers.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi. Yes, Mr. Chair. I just think that would be good.
You're breaking up, Peter.
I think it practice practical difficulties yet again. Can you hear me?
You were breaking up, Peter. Want to say that again, please?
I'm saying that I'd like to vote no, so we can do another practice run for the people who are having technical difficulties.
Yes, we will. We have this motion on the table, and I want to close the motion before we go to a quick break. Then what we'll do is we'll have another practice run on the voting.
Okay, so if that's the case, then I'm good with it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Dufresne.
I just want to make sure that my hand can be seen.
Yes, thank you. Teresa Stenlin.
Sorry, Hank.
Yep.
I'm just trying to explain that there's still people that aren't able to vote. Brady Hupert and Janet Hiffner, and I've been asked if you can repeat the voting instructions because they have no icons on how to cast a vote for or against or abstain. So I've been asked if that could be repeated.
Okay.
Sorry,
Teresa,
Lumi, I'm just on with Hank.
Yeah, so Teresa, can we just finish with regards to the agenda, or you want that done beforehand?
Well, we haven't voted. I think people are, I'm hearing concerns that because they're not able to cast a vote, even, you know, for or against, that the instructions, and you should be doing another trial run so that people can vote for the approval of the agenda.
I understand, Teresa, just we have a mover and a seconder. The motion's on the floor, and we can't conduct other business until the motion has been either carried or defeated. And as soon as we're done that, then we'll ask Lumi to do another run through of the voting so that people get the instructions. Is that okay? I have to, like I said, I have to get the motion off the floor before we conduct other business. So we have a mover and seconder. Question's been called. Ernie? Okay, Diane Kilby? Please unmute.
Hank, would it not be possible, despite the fact that the question has been called, because people are having difficulties and are not able to vote, that we suspend the current motion until we have that technical issues sorted out and people can act, I mean, because they're being essentially denied their right to vote. I know this is adoption of agenda is not a huge deal, but it's still the right of citizens to vote. So if we got the technical difficulties sorted and then went back to the vote on the agenda, I think it would be fairer, and I do think it would be more transparent. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane, and that's what we'll do. We'll table the motion. We do have the mover and seconder, so let's take, it is now 1:50. Let's come back at 2 o'clock. Hopefully all of the technical difficulties will be removed and everybody will get an opportunity to vote. So I will ask all of the staff from Zoomy, from the MNO and from Raincoast if we can get those technical difficulties fixed so we can move on with the agenda items. So again, it is 1:50. If everybody can come back at 1 o'clock, please. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to ask Lumi to walk us through voting again and talk about some of the technical issues and how we may be able to fix them. So I'm going to turn it over to Lumi staff.
Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is JB from Lumi. It's nice to meet you all. I am the technician in charge of the voting in the back end while the meeting is going. So I'll go through the explanation of how the voting works once again. I'm going to try to make it as clear as possible for all of you. I know that the technology is not as easy to use for everyone, and that's super all right. We are used to that. So basically, I'm going to start with the people for the computer users amongst yourselves. When you see right now on the left side of the screen that we are showing you, you see the tabs Home, Messaging, and Documents. When the poll is actually called to be opened by the chair, a fourth tab will be appearing that says Polling, and then the choices will be appearing in front of you. And you just have to click on the choice. Nothing else. You don't have to click send or anything. You just click on the choice you want to do, and your vote will count as there it is. So the voting tab just appeared, and you just click on the choice you want to make. The choice will be highlighted, and that is all you need to do. If you want to cancel, let's say you clicked on the wrong choice, you want to cancel, you just click on cancel at the bottom. Otherwise, you just click on the choice you want to do. Now, this is pretty straightforward. You can change your choice for as long as this page is on your screen. The vote is basically open for as long as this is showing on your screen. Also, the reason why the voting screen is open for a significant amount of time is because it takes for us quite some time to deal with all the people that are voting by phone, and I'll get to that in just a minute. But if you are wondering why the vote is open for a significant amount of time, that is why. Because usually the vote would be open for only like 1 or 2 minutes, but since there are people voting on the phone and that takes some time for us to process, that's why the voting stays open for a while. And when the voting is actually done, you will see that tab will just disappear like that. It says poll closed, and then the tab just disappears and the results would appear on your screen just as it did before. And like that, the results would appear just like that. So that's basically how you work it on the computer. Now, for some people, that I understand that tab didn't appear. So the different reasons why that tab wouldn't appear is either because you are an observer, so you don't have voting rights, or your account has been mistakenly programmed as an observer. I don't think that would happen, but everything can happen. So that could be the case. I know that earlier during the previous vote, there was one person that actually had 2 logins in the system, one as an observer and one as a voting citizen. And that person was logged in on their observer account. So that's why they didn't see the page pop up. So when the poll is open, if you see that the polling page is not popping up on your screen, that's an indication that something is wrong with your account. So please let us know send us an email at lumicanada@lumiglobal.com, or just notify the MNO staff that you used to. And the email address are in the chat here. So mikes@metisnation.org or lomar@metisnation.org. And even if you are full screened, even if the Zoom screen is full screen, when the poll open, the full screen would go away by itself and you would see the poll. You don't have to click out of the full screen. The platform does it for you. So that should be, I think, enough information for you to be able to vote with confidence on the next test that we're going to do. Now for the phone vote, how it works is as soon as the polling page is open, we're going to start moving you, every folks that are on the phone, one by one. We're going to identify yourselves, and then we're going to take your vote. We're going to note them, and we're going to vote them for you in the system. Now, it's important to understand that from the whole list of people that are supposed to be on the phone that we have, there are multiple people that are not there right now that we are trying to reach. So that's why it actually takes some time, because some people are just not there, or some people are there, but we're trying to have them unmute and they don't unmute because they're not in front of their phone or whatever. They don't hear us. So that's why it's taking quite some time, so for all of you who are on the phone, if you can be ready to go and ready to unmute yourselves when we ask you to, so just to go a little bit faster. And to unmute yourself, it's you just have to punch *6 on your phone, basically. And then, we'll ask you to unmute. We'll take your vote, and then we'll just move you back into the main meeting. If you are on the phone and you haven't been moved to a breakout room, again, please let us know so we can actually do it. But we have the full list of who's on the phone right now in front of us, and we are making sure to move everyone. But again, not everyone is currently logged in the meeting. So if someone is not listening to the meeting, of course, we cannot talk to them and move them in the breakout room to have them vote. So if it's the case, if you know people that are not currently logged in on the Lumi platform listening to the AGM, please let us know so we can try to do everything in our power to have them log in. So with that, I hope this was straightforward enough. I will turn the microphone back to the chair. If you have any technical questions whatsoever, we're here to answer them. We really want to make this as smooth as possible. So thank you for listening to me, and back to you, Hank.
Thank you very much. So again, if we can do let's do that test poll again. So everybody has an opportunity to test the voting again. So Lumi will put the poll up, and I just, like Lumi was saying, those that are on the phone, make sure you're there to be able to mute and unmute yourself so that the Lumi staff can get your vote. So the poll is open. So again, do you like the color blue? Yes, no, or abstain? And like Lumi said, just push on yes, no, or abstain, and just leave it, and Lumi will do the rest. Well, we're voting. Kevin, you have your hand up. Kevin Rath.
Hank, I think that what I was going to say has been addressed. What I was thinking is that some of the folks that were having trouble with seeing the voting window may not have been on earlier in the AGA when we received the explanation about the screen resolution.
Yeah.
I know that at least two of the people that I've been talking to during the AGA found themselves in that position where they only saw the video portion on the right on their screen until they adjusted the resolution.
Right.
So that was my thought, is that they literally may not be aware of the static screen on the left or how to open it up.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Kevin. Greatly appreciate it. So while we're waiting for that vote, if we can play some music, or either that, or I'm going to start singing, and a lot of people will leave the meeting. Okay, I see the, if we can stop the music, thank you. We have the results of the polling. So we have maybe Lumi can explain to me how we get 118.25 for, 19.25 against, and 10.5 to abstain. If you can explain that to me, I would greatly appreciate it. So I asked Lumi staff to explain.
Hi, Hank, this is JB again. Just a quick note that on the Lumi platform, when you're voting, there is a button that says split voting, where you can split your vote in different choices. We're going to ask everyone not to use that function, please.
No.
That would be awesome. I think someone might have clicked that by mistake or something.
Okay, yeah, because it's impossible. So please, if you're voting, don't use the split voting. So if you can close the poll then. And I ask everybody, if you are having technical difficulties, please contact Lumi, and they'll be able to help you in the back end of the meeting, so that we can continue on with the meeting. You know, it's I just don't want to set a precedence that we put a table a motion while it's already in its question mode, but just make sure we're being transparent and accountable as possible. We will, like I said, I've allowed it so that we can get people on and make sure that those that are having technical difficulties can join the meeting. So at this time, we do have a mover seconder on the accepting of the agenda. Question's been called. So I'm going to ask again, do we have consensus? Is there anybody abstaining or opposed? Again, is there anybody abstaining or opposed?
We have, oh, no, it's okay.
And third and final time, do we have consensus? Anybody abstaining or opposed? Seeing none, it's carried. And I will slow the process down on the vote for abstaining or oppose to allow people to either put up their hand or put it in the messaging so that we don't miss anybody. So I want to thank everybody. We have the agenda has been adopted as presented. Excuse me. So I'm just moving on in my script here. So I'm now going to ask our Secretary Treasurer, Joanne Young, to present the minutes of the 2020 AGA. So I'm going to turn it over to Jay.
Thank you, Chair Rowlandson. And I'm just wondering if either yourself or Lumi could go over the how the participants can raise their hand and how they can ask a question using messaging. I think what has happened is a lot of our citizens have joined the meeting after the lunch break. And so they weren't here for the instructions that were given earlier today. So before I go on, if that process could be explained again, I think it might go a long way to avoiding some of the confusion that we've just experienced. Thank you.
So thank you. So Lumi, if you can go through the raise hand again and how to type your question in the messaging.
Sure, I think we'll, this is Matthew from Lumi. Hi, everybody. We'll do this like we did earlier via share screen. I think this might be clearer than the images. So for everyone attending with a computer, it may be, sorry, I'm just gonna collapse these windows so they can get out of the way here. All right, perfect. So the way to raise your hand is you would click down here on the participants list, and then you should see, then you would have the option to raise your hand. And then once you've done so, as you can see, my hand was raised here, and that's how you would know that your hand has been raised. And at that time, someone will signal the chair that you wish to speak, and you will be able to speak at that time. Or you can just lower your hand again by clicking it again. Remind me, Chair Rowlandson, did we opt to use the X or no?
The X is just if there's a point of order.
Exactly. So I just wanted to specify that in case it wasn't clear. A point of order, if it's a pressing issue, but specifically a point of order, the direction is to use the X here. And what else was it that you would you wanted me to explain? I'm sorry.
Messaging.
Messaging. Okay. Well, the messaging will be here on this on the left side of the panel here, under the messaging tab. You would simply type in your question, and you would just click the arrow here, or you could signal that you wish to speak, or whoever, maybe a keyword, and you would click send, and then you'll see a message here that says received.
And also for those that are on the phone, to raise your hand, it would be *9.
Yeah, exactly.
And to mute and unmute yourself would be *6.
Exactly, and also as per request from one of the phone voters when we were speaking earlier in the breakout rooms, if any of the phone voters need it or anyone else needs technical support, you can reach out to Lumi Canada at lumiglobal.com. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before I go back to you, Jay, I do have a hand up. I have Ernie Gatchin, then I have Teresa Stennon. So Ernie, please unmute.
Yeah, I'm not able to message or get a pop-up vote still or nothing. So there's no way to, so I have to totally object to the process where I'm in here and I can't vote or object or do anything.
Okay, Ernie, I'm going to ask you a question.
The volume down because I'm talking next.
Yeah, Ernie, I'm going to ask you a question. Right now, do you see me on your full screen, or you have a split screen?
I see you on the full screen right now.
Okay, so go up to the right-hand side. There's an X.
Yep.
Click on the
Yeah,
X.
yeah, I've done that, Hank. I've done
Okay.
that, and it still doesn't work. And I tried them, and I've got the standalone screen that says home messaging documents, but it won't allow me to message either.
This is Matthew from Lumi. What does it do exactly when you try to when you click on the
It
tab?
just says it's not available.
Not available.
Ernie, on the top left corner, you should see your name. Right now, we see Lumiere operator, but you should see your name.
Yeah.
And how many
One
votes
vote.
do you have? You have one vote.
One vote.
Okay.
Is it possible? Could you check under your Zoom settings on your browser if you're running Chrome here to see maybe are you zoomed in maybe a little too much?
I can see my name and it says one vote.
No, at the top right. If you're looking at my share screen right now, on your browser, there's three dots at the top right, and it should give you
No.
the option to zoom. No.
There's no three dots.
Which browser are you using?
I have no idea.
Could it be Internet Explorer?
It would be at the bottom here on the taskbar. You would either see this. You would either see a Chrome logo like this, or you would see an E for Internet Explorer.
Okay, just to move the meeting along, can I ask somebody give Ernie a call from Lumi so that they can work with Ernie behind the scenes to try to fix his technical issues? And I'm going to move over to the next question, Teresa Stenlin.
I'll email my cell phone number to them.
Sure. Lumi
Thank you very much, Ernie.
LumiGlobal.com, please.
Thanks.
Teresa?
Yeah, so I did hear the option to do point of order with the X, but what is the option if someone wants to object so that it goes to a vote? How do we object to a vote?
You went mute, Teresa. There you go.
So how do you object? How do you object and abstain? Because we were told the X is for point of order.
Yeah, that's only during a meeting if somebody wants to raise a point of order to use the X. But if you're abstaining or opposed, that will be in the polling. If you want to move a motion, or if I ask for consensus and you either abstaining or opposed, you either raise your hand or you type that you abstain or opposed in the messaging, and that will get to Sharon and I, and that will
I missed what you
prompt us
said.
to go in. If I call, once the motion has been moved and seconded, we've had debate, and I ask for consensus, and if you are abstaining or opposing, you either raise your hand or you type in message in the messaging that you abstain or oppose, and that would prompt us to then go to a vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you could then give people a few moments after you call, if there's anyone objecting or abstaining, so that it could give us time to get to the participants list to raise our hand. Thank you.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Okay, on that, I will turn it over to Madam Secretary Treasurer Joanne Young.
Thank you, Chair Rowlandson. And I'd like to thank our citizens because we are doing our best. On the left-hand screen, you see that there's home, messaging, and documents. If you click on documents, you will see, down there, 2021 AGA agenda, and then there is 2020 AGA minutes. The minutes were available on the website in documents, and that website was the MNO AGA.ca website, Or if you want to follow through as I'm speaking, you can click on the 2020 minutes under the Documents tab, and then on the left-hand side of your screen, the minutes will appear. As these minutes were available for individuals to review prior to the meeting, I am not going to go through word for word. I will be going through major topics and then addressing the motions that were received. So on page 1, we're basically talking about opening remarks. And if people are wondering about the page numbers are actually shown on the document that is on your left-hand side of the screen. If you scroll down, this is an actual copy of the draft minutes, and you will see page 1 of 20. Then the standing rules of order were read. There was welcoming remarks from dignitaries and guests, and I am now on page 3 of 20. And at that point in time, we are still dealing with the remarks from dignitaries and guests. And that continues until page 5 of the minutes. And that is when President Fro started with, following a health break, with the State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address covers several pages. And actually, we resume with some of the other business of the meeting on page 12 of the minutes. Then following a health break, the business meeting commenced, and the first point of order was the establishing of the quorum, and again, reviewing the standard rules of order. So quorum was established, and on page 13 of 20, it was moved by Senator Verna Porter-Brunel and seconded by Dale Zylon that the agenda for the 27th MNO Virtual Annual Assembly be adopted as presented. This was resolved by consensus. Following that, there was a second motion, and that was the adoption of the 2019 AGA minutes. And I, as Secretary Treasurer, led the meeting in a review of the special business and ordinary business resolutions in the draft minutes. Again, it was the question of abstentions were addressed, and it was noted that abstention votes do not break consensus. And special business resolutions that result in changes to the Secretariat bylaws, and those changes require a 2/3 majority vote of approval. It was moved by Senator Gravel and seconded by Kevin Rath that the minutes of the MNO Annual General Assembly held August 23rd to 25th, and there is a typo. It should say 2019, not 2029. Be adopted as presented. That motion was resolved by consensus, but the motion was for 2019, not for 2029. So if our minute taker could please note that that is an amendment that is required. And following that, there was business arising, which was the record of decisions, and it was really quite lengthy. And I invited citizens to email questions related to any progress and updates noted on the record of decisions to myself. And that would be at joanney@metination.org. Following health break, again, quorum was confirmed. And then there was the finance report. Our Director of Finance reviewed a report entitled Finance Presentations, which dealt with the statements. Then 4.2, which is now page 14 of 20, was the approval of the 2019-2020 audited financial statements. And again, it was confirmed that the audited financial statements could be viewed on the MNO AGA website using the individual verification code provided to delegates by Eventbrite. And then Mr. Benoit Group, partner of Baker Tilly, Ottawa, LLP, referred to the independent auditor's report. It was confirmed that the financial statements are an unqualified opinion. They present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the MNO Secretariat as at March 31st, 2020, and its results of operations and cash flows for the year ended March 31st, 2020, in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. There was discussion and question period. It was moved by Suzanne Jackson and seconded by Rochelle Brunel that the 26th Métis Nation of Ontario Annual General Assembly adopt as presented the 2019-2020 Métis Nation of Ontario audited financial statements. This was resolved by 142 voting in favor, 13 voting in opposition, and 3 abstentions. 4.3 on page 15 of 20 was the appointment of the auditor. There was an initial vote to appoint the auditor. A point of order was raised that the voting was not conducted using the virtual platform features for voting online or by phone. Chair Rowlandson confirmed the resolution would be considered following a short meeting break. Following the break and a confirmation of quorum, a motion was presented. It was moved by Cecile Wager and seconded by Verna Porter Brunel that the 27th MNO Virtual Annual General Assembly appoint Baker Tilly, Ottawa, LLP as the Métis Nation of Ontario auditor for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. This was resolved, 176 voting in favor, 8 voting in opposition, and 8 abstentions. At this point, due to time constraints, the MNO Cultural Commission update was not considered. On page 16 of 20.6, there was a presentation and discussion on advancing Métis rights and self-government led by Jason Madden, partner, Pape Salter Taillé, LLP, and Brian Black, MNO Director of Self-Government. There was questions and discussion on the report and on the MGRSA and the process. Then we are now on page 17 of 20. Brian Black, Director of Self-Government, reviewed a presentation titled Self-Government and then commented on aspects of the presentation. And again, there was discussion and questions. A point of order was raised in response to the validity of the vote on the resolution to approve the audited financial statements. Chair Rowlandson ruled that those participating online and by phone were provided an opportunity to raise their hands using virtual and phone options to vote in favor, in opposition, or to abstain. The resolution was carried with 186 votes in favor, 8 votes in opposition, and 8 abstentions. And there were questions, and in response to queries, there were a variety of things that were determined, and this is now on page 18 of 20, regarding the Director of Self-Government, following up with all regions regarding a submission of an RIA, and some other comments regarding the passage of legislation that were addressed. On point 7, which is page 19 of 20, the MNO 2020 AGA business meeting concluded. Vice Chair Cadeau thanked the MNO AGA sponsors and confirmed that the full list of sponsors was available on the MNO AGA website. Chair Rowlandson thanked delegates for their participation and patience during the virtual MNO AGA process. President Fro thanked all delegates for joining MNO's first annual AGA, acknowledged and thanks the performers who participated in the AGA virtual kitchen party, as well as citizens, staff, and vendors participating. And individuals were encouraged to take care of themselves and each other and to reach out for the MNO as we continue to work through the COVID pandemic. There was a conclusion and closing prayer, and the 27th MNO virtual AGA held November 7th, 2020, concluded at 5:25 p.m. Senator Parm Burgee offered a closing prayer. So at this point in time, I would like to move that the minutes of the Métis Nation of Ontario 2020 Annual General Assembly be approved as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary Treasurer. Please, those that want a second in the messaging, please type in, I second the motion to accept the minutes from the 2020 AGA. So we have Shirley Dubosky has seconded the motion. So we have a mover and a seconder. So I'm going to move into discussions. I'm going to go to Andy Dufresne first, please. Please unmute yourself.
I was going to second the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andy. I go ask next is Steve Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was also going to second.
Okay, thank you. Diane Kilby, please unmute yourself.
Yes, I only was able to see these minutes yesterday when I did the trial sign in, which didn't leave me. It may be that I didn't know that I could get them on the MNO website, but it said that the documents were available when I did the trial sign in, and that's what I did, which has left me with very little time to review all of the documents. I've tried my best in the last 12 hours, but it hasn't been what I would think is a sufficient amount of time to review the minutes, review the financial documents, etc. So I would ask if it's possible that as a formal request that for the upcoming AGAs that we receive the documents that we need to consider at least a week prior to the meeting. We know who's registered, so that should not be difficult to give people a link to find the documents so that at least we have time enough to review the documents. That's my first sort of request. And the second request, I wanted to ask a question about a statement that was on page 11 of the minutes from last year. And it may be that I heard incorrectly or I transcribed incorrectly this morning. But last year in President Fro's address, she said that we had 23,161 registered citizens. And I believe this morning she said we had 18,476. I may have misheard that number, but if I heard it accurately, that would mean there's been a decrease of 4,685 registered citizens by my calculation. Would that mean that, would that number include, I obviously some of our citizens have passed on, but would that include the people who are now unverified? Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I'm just confirming with regards to the documents up on the website. I was informed that they've been up there for a week, but I will ask President Fro just to comment with regards to the differences in the numbers from last year to this year. It may be a typo, I don't know, but I'll ask President Fro if she could answer that question for us. Is President Fro on mute? President Fro, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear her. Okay, we'll get back to President Fro.
Sorry, this is JB from Lumi. Just want to mention that President Fro was actually unmuted, but her microphone doesn't seem to work for some reason. So it might be a setting in Zoom in the audio settings next to the microphone icon. You can actually select which microphone you're using. So that might be the issue there. Sorry for interrupting.
Okay, no, not a problem. We'll get back to President Fro. I'm going to ask Shelley Claus to unmute herself.
Test,
if we can mute President Fro for now.
Hello? Can you hear me now, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can, but it's echoey.
I think it's picking up that one.
Okay, I'll ask Shelley to ask her question to unmute, please.
Hi, Hank. Can you just go over how you split screen? Because I was trying to put in the
What
chat
happened?
that my raised hand and yeah, oh, did I lose
Test,
you?
test.
Oh my gosh.
I did see green though. Yes, he's.
Can you hear me now?
No. You're not coming through my mic.
Hank, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, Sharon, you try to talk.
Hank, it's Shelley. Can
Hello?
you hear me? Oh my God. What's going on?
Refresh your screen.
Test, test.
Because push the F5 button.
The F5?
F5 button. You're gonna have to refresh your screen.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me now? I think he's refreshing.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, Misty.
Can you hear me now?
Just now I'm logging in.
I can hear you loud and clear, Mr. Chair, and can you hear me?
They're saying that they can't hear me.
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Hear you?
Yes.
Chair Robinson, we can hear you. I can hear you now.
Test, test, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, Mr. Chair.
Awkward for it to detect. Yeah, but he can't hear.
No, I can't hear.
Okay, the chair's having issues with his computer, so we're going to ask if President Fro could answer that question regarding the numbers from last year.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to, Madam Vice Chair, and my apologies for the technical issues that we're having. As I was explaining very eloquently before, which none of you could hear, that actually, thanks for the question, Diane, you actually did mishear. So the numbers for this year, as of today's date, the MNO has 26,632 registered citizens. The number that you referred to earlier was the second number, which I quoted, which is the 19,814 with complete files and confirmed as Section 35 rights holders. So as I was saying this morning, our numbers are getting stronger and stronger, and we are now just shy of 27,000 registered citizens. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, President Fro. I have Angie Couture next. Please unmute yourself. Unmute bottom left-hand side. Go ahead, Angie. Okay, I will go next to Teresa Stenlin. Please unmute.
I'm not sure why my hand is up. I don't recall putting it up.
Okay, thank you. Diane, is your hand still up? I'll ask you to unmute.
Yes, Hank, it is. I just have a follow-up about the documents. There was a time when I subscribed to Rogers that they gave extra services, and the only way I could get rid of them is if I was smart enough to know and to say, I don't want to receive them. Otherwise, they kept billing them to me. And for a while, I wasn't smart enough. But in terms of getting the documents for the AGA, just putting them up on the website without letting citizens know that they're there is kind of like that kind of negative advertising. We know who's registered as a delegate to come to the AGA. Giving the link and making it available. I may have missed it. If I did, I apologize. But I didn't see a link, and so I only got these yesterday when I signed in on that trial sign-in to make sure that the link for Lumi was working. And thank you, President Fro, for the answer.
Okay, thank you, Diane. When you registered, you would have got a prompt to go to the MNO's AGA website where all of the documents were. We've sent out prompts. We put them on social media. So we did everything we could to make sure that people knew where they can go to view the documents. And I apologize, Diane, if you didn't receive them, but they have been going out to the citizens and those that have registered for the AGA. So I'm going to just go back, Joanne, before I go to you, to Angie, because she had her hand up. And I'm just wondering if she can talk now. Okay, Angie's unmuted, but I can't hear her. So I will go to Madam Secretary Treasurer.
Yes, thank you, Chair Rowlandson. I did verify with communications, and once citizens were registered, with the exception of the financial statements, which were only available 5 days prior to the AGA, according to legislation, that the information, the minutes, and other documents, reference documents, were available on the MNOAGA.ca website as of September the 12th. That was the first notice that went out to citizens who were registered. I think, and I thank Diane for her comments, because I think this is part of making sure when we communicate that we let citizens know that if they aren't registered, if they don't register early, that they don't have access to some of these, the special AGA website. And so that's something that we can certainly work on for the coming years. But the agenda was a little bit of a moving target, but the documents were available as of September 12th. Thank you.
Question? Question.
Thank you, Madam Secretary Treasurer. And if somebody can get a hold of Angie Couture, she's having trouble with her audio. So if we can get that fixed in the back, we greatly appreciate it. So question has been called. So I'm going to ask, before we go to the floor, before I ask for consensus, I just want to remind you that you can participate in the discussion in several ways. Messaging, submit a question in writing by sending a message under the messaging tab. Raise your hand. If you'd like to be recognized by the chair to speak, you can go under the participants button on the right hand of your screen and select raise hand. For those on the phone, if you want to raise your hand, push *9, and to mute and unmute, push *6. So question's been called, so I'm going to ask for consensus. And again, if you are abstaining or opposed, you can raise your hand by going to the participants at the bottom of your screen to raise your hand, and or on your stagnant screen on the left-hand side, go up to messaging and please type in abstain or opposed. So I will ask that we have a mover, a seconder. Question's been called. I will ask, is there consensus? Anybody abstaining or opposed?
Yes. We have one hand up.
I'm just going to ask Kevin if he's abstaining or opposed. Kevin?
I'm opposed.
Okay, thank you. So if Lumi can get the polling ready so we can go to a vote on accepting the MNO's AGA 2020 AGA minutes. If we can stop the music, please. Thank you. I've just talked to the coordinator for the virtual AGA. What we're finding is it's taking more time because we're having issues with people voting on the phone. I've asked that we get more staff to get more people into the rooms to vote so we can get this done a little bit quicker. Right now the polls are in, and so if you can show the polls, please. We have 102 people in favor of adopting the MNO's 2020 AGA minutes. We have 11 people opposed, and we have 29 abstentions. So I'm not going to go and ask everyone to unmute themselves to document their reason why they abstained or they voted against. So if you can please type it into the messaging, which is on the left side of your screen. It is the second tab. So please push on the messaging, type in why you voted no or why you abstained, and those will be recorded into the minutes. So I will return the floor back over to our Secretary Treasurer, Joanne Young. Go ahead, Joanne, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Ollinson. had to refresh my screen, it decided it wasn't going to cooperate, which is sort of the technology of the day. What I am going to do, I know that a health break is move on to the business that was arising from the 2020 minutes. And I did speak about the record of decisions that is available in the documents tab, and the record of decisions, I believe on the documents, it's referred to as a decisions and actions list. And based on the fact that we are currently an hour and a bit behind on our agenda, and that this is not a decision item, it is not a voting item. So what I would ask any citizens, if they wish to review the decisions and actions list, yes, it is here on the Lumi platform, but it is also available on the website mnoaga.ca. And if they could review that, and if there are any questions or concerns, that if they could email me, please, at joanny@metination.org, and that their questions and concerns will be addressed. And that way it allows us to, at your prerogative, Chair Rowlandson, to either take a very short health break or to move into the showing of the next historic community spotlight so that we can move forward with the agenda. Thank you.
So over to you.
Chair Rollinson, we didn't hear you, but I'm hearing you. So I will say that Chair Rollinson said that we're going to go into a break right now. So under your documents tab on the left side of your screen and on www.mnoaga.ca website, you'll find a list of the generous sponsors for this year's AGA. Our sponsors' logos will be displayed from time to time on the screen throughout the AGA. At this time, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the platinum level sponsor, Nuclear Waste Management Organization, Baker Tilly, Hydro One. Our gold level is TD. Our silver level sponsor is Enbridge, Greenstone Gold, No History, MNP, and TC Energy. Our bronze level sponsor is BWTX, Nuclear Energy Canada, Capcor, EPCOR, Kirkland Lake Gold, and Resolute. And so I want to thank everybody for being so patient with us while we get this technology correct. And we'll be back at 3:30, the chair has told me. So we'll see you back at 3:30.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We have staff and we have Lumi addressing all of the technical issues just from, so you're, even from our end, there's a number of us here at the Ottawa head office, and we even had some difficulties in the building here. So it seems that if anything's going to go wrong, it seems to be going wrong today. I do have a question that came in from Tina Nichols. It says in the administrative report section on the MNO AGA website, why is Region 3 report missing? Just wondering, as a Region 3 member, we have asked all of the regional councillors to submit an annual year-end report to submit. So if your regional councillors report's not there, I would suggest that you contact your regional councillor and have a discussion with them. So I want to thank you and welcome everybody back, and wholeheartedly, I thank you all for your patience. I know you're frustrated. It gets a little frustrating from a chair perspective as well, because I want to make sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible. But with technology, we do have hiccups, and I thank you all for your patience. At this time, I would like ask Zoomy if they could share our video on our historic community of Abitibi Island. and I would ask you to enjoy the video.
The Métis are a distinct Indigenous people. Métis communities in Ontario emerged along waterways and fur trade routes before Canada was a country. These historic Métis communities, which persist to the present day, developed their own customs, traditions, and identities that are rooted in kinship, relationship to the land, and a distinctive culture and way of life.
The Abitibi Inland Métis is very important. We're a historic community.
Every time I came back home, I had that feeling. When I went out in my traditional territory, I felt that I was at home.
Abitibi Inland is a community of interconnected Métis populations in northeastern Ontario. European contact began here following the 1668 establishment of the first fur trading post on James Bay by the English. This James Bay post led to the creation of the Hudson's Bay Company in 1670. Fur traders during this time developed relationships with First Nations women. Initially, children born from these relationships remained in the care of their mothers and were First Nations in terms of culture and social identity. In the late 1700s, increased competition between French and English fur traders led to the creation of many inland posts, which were networked together through trade and resource sharing. This network led to the creation of a regional fur trade community.
Back then, I don't think you had someone that says, okay, you're now a Métis. It was children that were from the fur trade, right? So the white traders, typically it was the white traders and the First Nation women, and those children marrying other children of the fur trade or other First Nations.
Unlike earlier children of mixed ancestry, by the start of the 19th century, many children of the fur trade were being raised within this fur trade community. Métis men filled occupations in the fur trade, such as interpreters, canoe builders, sailors, guides, carpenters, blacksmiths, and general laborers. Promotions for Métis men did not usually extend beyond postmaster or clerk. Métis men and women were both affected by a social class system. Kenogamissi Journal 1803 lists John Knight, a factory boy, as a new member of the post community. Kenogamissi Journal 1812 lists Harry Lawson, a factory lad, joins the post as a laborer. By the early 19th century, the presence of a unique Métis identity was being acknowledged by the European community. During this period, Hudson Bay Company journals began recording that children of a distinct ethnic and cultural background were employed in the Abitibi Inland region. These were the factory boys. The term was used by European post managers to differentiate between half-breed children of the fur trade and European-born servants and apprentices. The services of native youths are becoming every year more and more conspicuous. They are almost our sole dependents, both for supplying and supporting the inland stations. Members of this new half-breed fur trade community often lived apart from European workers at the posts. They opted to camp with nearby families instead. June 12, 1809. Sent those Knight and John Knight to build a lodge at the fish fall for the convenience of them during the time of tatameg spawning, at which time there is always someone staying there, procuring and salting fish for winter use. December 20, 1825. Bisson recorded 4 hares from his snares. Polson came home from hunting hares. He brought 60 hares and left 40 at his tent. These skilled hunters also had the willingness and the ability to establish hunting camps with their Métis families away from posts where access to game may be more plentiful. March 31, 1848. Saunders' family returned yesterday from their snaring ground. Women fulfilled many roles. In fact, half-breed daughters made crucial contributions. They mended canoes and crafted snowshoes. They also engaged in hunting, trapping, fishing, and maple sugar production to support the fur trade. Emma Turner's contributions were recorded frequently at the Mattawagaming. July 18, 1817. Cloudy, Mrs. Turner came home from the lower part of the lake where she was fishing for some time. William Polson's wife, likely Flora Levesque de Otinimakwe, was also known to be a skilled hunter. August 1823. Polson's woman killed 7 muskrats, 3 ducks, and 1 pigeon. She is an excellent hand at dressing beaver skins. The second half of the 19th century brought new challenges to the existing Abitibi Inland Métis community. During this period, traditional occupations were challenged as access to furs decreased and the fur trade entered decline. Road and steam access to Lake Temiskaming also brought the threat of European settlement and the potential loss of land. However, the Abitibi Inland Métis continued to live together and maintain kinship bonds. Evidence of this can be seen on the 1901 census. This single census indicated the presence of more than 200 Abitibi Inland Métis clustered at Flying Post, Matagami, and North Temiskaming. Census records document that Métis formed 85% of the population at Moose Factory circa 1901, many of whom lived on the post grounds. Descendants of these families continue to live in the Abitibi Inland Métis community.
The end of the 19th century is when the lumber industry started moving into the area. You see the movement of the Métis from the fur trade into lumbering at about that time. So they started moving in at that time. But I mean, effective control wasn't established in this area till about 1905 when they signed the treaty. So the treaty, if you look at it, the treaty for Treaty 9 in this area was signed between 1905 and 1906.
The government finally sent a treaty commission in 1905 when it became clear that a formal agreement would be required to open the region for new rail lines, resource extraction, and large-scale settlement. But the Métis were excluded from Treaty 9.
Some of them, they were told if they wanted to be part of the treaty, they'd have to take on being First Nations. So they'd have to lose their Métis status and become First Nation people. Some did, some didn't.
In 1905, a petition for scrip, signed by 5 well-known heads of families at Moose Factory, was made to government. The petition notes that no provision is at present made for us, because they had been refused entry into Treaty 9 by the commissioners on the grounds that these families were not living the Indian mode of life. The petition also notes that the group understands scrip has been granted to the half-breeds of the Northwest Territory. This petition is an example of a collective self-identification. The Treaty Commission was not given the power to recognize or negotiate with the Métis community in Abitibi. As a result, the Métis community was left without the benefits or protections that treaty extended. European settlements soon followed, and many Métis people went into hiding to protect their families from racism and from having to go to residential schools, to protect their land, homes, or farms from being taken away from them for the use of Euro-Canadians, and to protect their livelihood. They often did not even tell their children or grandchildren they were Métis.
And you still had your culture, but it basically, as a Métis community, it disappeared underground. It still stayed a community.
During this time of oppression, many Métis families continued to practice their distinct culture and way of life.
I learned a lot from my grandmother, my father's mother. I was fortunate enough to take care of her when she was sick. Family is important because that's how you keep your traditions alive, and that's how you keep you make your plans to who's going moose hunting, who's going to do the moose this year, and where are you going, where are the moose, where aren't there enough moose. So everybody gets together and has that discussion.
We hunt and we trap up like beavers and all that. Yeah, that's what we do mostly.
We normally go hunting, trapping, go to relax at the camp, and stuff like that.
I took my trapper's course last year, and I'm going to take my safety course sometime this year, maybe next year. So yeah, I'm learning slowly.
It was always there, you know, the hunting, the fishing, the wanting to be in the bush all the time, the, you know, the picking of the berries, going with grandma to pick up her medicines. So it was always there. It was a hidden part of being there. My children are not ashamed or not. It's not a hidden fact that they are Métis. Métis are accepted as one of the 3 Indigenous people of Canada, and I think it's people look at it now from a different lens. They look at it as what you can add to the whole, not, you know, oh yeah, here's another breed, I guess they used to call us. So yeah, so the experience is different. When
I hear stories like, yeah, I feel like that people have come a long way to recognize the Métis. So it's really less of like a struggle for like hiding your identity.
I am proud to be Métis.
Yes, I am proud.
I am very proud to be Métis.
I am super proud to be Métis. I've always been proud.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed that historic video. And as you know, seen some familiar faces in there. Our former chair, Franz Picot, and our former coup, Pete LaFive. Peter, before I go to you, I just want to address, because I know what you're going to ask. There's been a couple people asking where the Region 9 council report is. It is there. Peter did a video report as opposed to written report. So it is at the MNO's AGA member porthole, and it's listed under the reports of the MNO AGA site. So Peter, I'm sure that's what you were going to ask. So go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you so much. I'm sure it was just an oversight or technical difficulties. Like I've had to call in 5 times today, so I just appreciate it. That's all. And maybe Region 3 is probably the same thing. I'm sure it is. So just this way here, we don't have false accusations against towards me, I guess. So thank you for addressing it.
Thanks, Peter. Okay, at this time, I'd like Pcmno Secretary Treasurer Joanne Young to provide us with the financial update. So over to you, Jay.
Thank you, Chair Rowlandson. And I will start with a brief report, and then I will ask our audit partner, Benoit Groux of Baker Tilly LLP, to go into the review of the audited financial statements. Following Mr. Groux's presentation, this year I will move adoption of the audited financial statements and ask for a seconder, and then go into discussion and questions. This is no way intended to limit discussion and questions. There was I believe an hour and 20 minutes allocated for this topic. And I have confirmation from the auditor that he will remain as long as is necessary. So no one's questions or concerns will not be answered, but it will alleviate some of the confusion that we had last year, where we had discussion and then went into a motion and then back into a discussion. So I would just like to explain that before I start. Thank you. Since the election of June 2020, there have been many challenges and opportunities for the Métis Nation of Ontario, the MNO. The MNO has grown significantly in size, scope, and the variety of programs offered. The financial statements indicate Providing and maintaining programs and services to our citizens during a pandemic was certainly a challenge. The opportunities included finding ways to deliver services and to communicate with those in need. During this time, operational reviews of several branches were conducted, including the finance branch. The focus of these reviews was to analyze current practice, assess the effectiveness of the branch in meeting its mandate, and to recommend ways to strengthen the branch as the MNO moves towards self-government. One of the operational reviews conducted was a review of the finance branch. Recommendation for the finance branch included, but were not limited to hire a chief financial officer, CFO, to operate at a strategic level. I would like to note that this was also a recommendation of the Deloitte report and the Mercer report. To expand the finance branch to provide greater support to the MNO, to build a fiscal framework into the budget that funds non-program costs, to provide analytical support to budget holders, and provide analytical support for purchase orders to review value for money. I can report that progress has been made on the above recommendations. Chief Financial Officer, CFO Ursula D'Angelo, joined the MNO in April 2021. Janice Disney joined the MNO in April 2021 as Controller, and Ann Wilkin was promoted to Manager Analytics. Finance interns have been hired, and a significant part of their role is to support community councils. Pcmno approved a proposal to have Baker Tilly LLP provide record-keeping services to community councils. This will assist councils in meeting reporting requirements and help to make the role of a community council treasurer less demanding. 4 community councils are now working with Baker Tilly as a pilot group. The costs of these initiatives are being paid by the MNO Secretariat. A reporting framework was developed and meetings were held with budget holders starting in November 2020, so that for the first time in 27 years, the MNO had a comprehensive budget that included program services, governance functions, and enabling functions, that is finance, communications, information technology, human resources. This framework is not only for budget amounts, but for actual costs. This allowing for budget holders and Pcmno to monitor costs and analyze budget versus actual on an ongoing basis. These reports will be presented to Pcmno quarterly, and with those quarterly reporting is also reporting from branch directors detailing some of the activities within each branch. The Secretary Treasurer, CFO, and Director of Finance are working together on a vendor management program, analyzing where funds are being spent and looking for ways to reduce the spending without impacting programs and services, and increasing the knowledge and capacity of MNO staff as we move to self-government. There are other recommendations to work on as we continue to grow. Improving how we do things is an ongoing process. As Mr. Benoit Grew, audit partner, Baker Tilly LLP, reviews the audited financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2021, which were approved by Pcmno on September 11th, 2021. I would ask that you recognize the increase in funding, truly reflecting an increase in programs and services and the amazing growth of the Métis Nation of Ontario. So at this point in time, I would like to ask Benoit to unmute, and if someone could make him a panelist or a co-host or whatever it is, so that he can, you will be able to see him and hear him. And in the documents section, you will see that it says audited financial statements about 2/3 of the way down. And those are the financial statements for the year that you can click on and follow as Benoit goes through the presentation. And also these statements were available on the MNO, the www.mnoaga.ca website. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We do have our auditor back. I want to just so that you're aware, on the left-hand side, on your stagnant board, if you go to Documents, you go down to Audit Financial Statements, you click on that, on the Audit Financial Statements, and they will appear. And I will ask Benoit now to walk us through the audited financial statements. Over to you, Benoit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Sorry for the technical difficulties. So as Mr. Chair mentioned, in the documents you would see the audited financial statements, which I will go through with you today. So if we move to our independent auditor's report, essentially this is a report that we do in terms of our audit. This is really the result of our audit. So our goal is to provide an opinion on the financial statements that you see before you, and our opinion is as follows. So in our opinion, the financial statements present fairly, in all material respect, the financial position of Métis Nation of Ontario Secretariat as at March 31st, 2021, and its results of operations and its cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organization. So our report is what we call an unqualified report, which allows us to provide the opinion I just read to you. Our report goes on to talk about the responsibility of management and those charged with governance, and our responsibility as auditors in terms of this audit. So the audit was completed and we've signed our report on September 13th. If you continue along on page 3 of the financial statements, there you see the balance sheet. So this is essentially a snapshot of the MNO as of March 31st. So it's really a picture in time at that specific time. So we have the column for 2021 and the comparative column for 2020, which is the last year end, just for comparison purposes. So as you can see, there's 59 million in cash at the end of the year and 10 million to be received from the funders, which is a bit of an increase from last year. So overall, as Madam Secretary Treasurer indicated, there was a lot more operations throughout the year, which is a direct result of the numbers that you see here. So more cash, more receivables at the end of the year. That ties into more government receivables as well, which is essentially the HST that you were able to recover, and so on. So overall, current assets 71.8 million compared to 47.8 the year before. You will see the investment line in the asset section, 853. These are the investments held for some community council. You would see the equivalent amount in the liability side a bit below in the due to community councils. So the assets are held by the MNO, but are essentially payable to those community councils. And then we continue on with the asset section. We have the tangible capital assets, 1.9 million, so a bit of an increase this year for the additions that were purchased, less the depreciation of those assets. So overall, total assets 74.5, almost 74.6 million compared to 50 million. On the liability side, we see accounts payable and accrued liability double the previous year. This is just based on the ongoing operations, a lot more activities near the end of the year, so more amounts to be paid. And then you see the two amounts, the grants and contribution payable and deferred revenue. So the MNO receives various types of funding. Some of it received throughout the year, and they're not all fully spent at the end of the year, so as of March 31st. So any of the amounts that are specifically indicated that they can be carried forward for future years, have been included in deferred revenue, and any of the other amounts that haven't been spent yet at the end of the year, and there's no official confirmations from the funders that these can be carried over, are included in the grants and contributions payable. Management is continuing on to try to get some additional information to see if those can be carried forward. But for these financial statements, they're currently indicated as the grants and contribution payable. There's the due to councils under IBA agreements, which is now at 3.1 million. So those are amounts unspent under the impact benefit agreements at the end of the year. And we'll see in note 6 the breakdown of those items. Next, we have the long-term payables, which includes the deferred contribution related to tangible capital asset. So those are amounts received that are used to purchase capital assets, and they will be brought into income at the same rate as the amortization of the assets that are related to those. So overall, total liabilities, 67.9, pretty much 68 million compared to 45 million the year before. So your assets less your liabilities equal your net assets, and this is really segregated in various groups, including the bulk in unrestricted for 5.1. If we move on to page 4, so essentially we have the breakdown of these net assets, the component that's included in net assets invested for tangible capital assets, and the cultural reserve fund and the Metis rights investment fund. And the remaining balance of 5.1 is unrestricted for a total of 6.5, almost 6.6 million in net assets at the end of the year. The following page, page 5, is where the statement of operations starts. So essentially, these are all the revenues and expenses for the year for the organization. We can see the core operations is where essentially the profit, if you wish, or the excess of revenue over expense is generated for 1.6, mainly related to the administration component of the funding agreements that you receive. And then you'll see revenue and expenses are equal for all the various types of funding. Essentially, any excess from what was expensed, so any amount received in excess of the amount spent for these specific programs have been either deferred or indicated to be repaid back to funder, which is why all the net amounts are at 0 at the end of the year, as you can see. So there's a few pages of those amounts, essentially just providing additional information from each of those various types of funding and programs. And then we go to page 9 where we see the total. So essentially we've recognized 73.9 million of income and 72.3 million of expenses, which leave an excess of 1.6 million. And then we add and subtract a few various items such as the amortization of capital assets, deferred inducement, and so on, for a total of excess of revenue over expenses of 1,628,965. So the following page is essentially the statement of cash flow, where we start with that same amount, the 1.6 million, and then we add and subtract non-cash items and fluctuation between some of the other elements to come up with the increase in cash at the for the year of 19 million. You started the year with 40 million, increased by 19 million, so you're left with 59 million cash at the end of the year. Page 11 is the significant accounting policies. So here we list the various accounting policies that were used to prepare these financial statements. So the policies that are indicated here are the same as they were in past years, just providing additional information on how items are treated as part of these financial statements. Page 13, also part of these, the summary of accounting policies, lists the various community councils, which are all unincorporated. Each of those are considered immaterial by themselves, and they're not completely integrated in these financial statements. So we go on with the other significant accounting policies. On page 16, we start with the notes of the financial statements. So essentially, we're just providing additional information on some of the elements that you would have seen in the previous pages. So breakdown of the receivables, breakdown of the investments, the increase in fair market value, and so on. Page 17, we have information on tangible capital asset. Keep in mind that these are based on the cost and accumulated amortization. These are not the fair value of these assets. For accounting purposes, it's the amortized costs that are presented. Deferred revenue on note 5 on page 17, just a breakdown of how we started with 13 million and ended up with 16 million received but to be spent in future years. And we have the breakdown of the specific programs related to those, again in note 5, but on page 18. The due to councils under impact benefit agreements is listed in note 6, where we see the 5 various IBAs and the value for each. So those are monies that are in hand to be spent in future years as well. On page 19, we have additional notes, the deferred contribution related to capital assets, commitments, which is essentially the lease agreement for your office in the Ottawa office. Contingencies essentially indicating that although we do an audit here, each of the funders or the majority of the funders also have the right to do their own audit. And if any adjustment come as a result of their audit, then it would be recorded in the year where it's found. Note 10 provides just information on the various core operation revenue. And then the amount of pension plan for the year, the amount for the lease inducement related to the Ottawa lease. Note 13 is information on the related party transaction. So there we talk about the loan with the Métis Infinity Investment LP. And on the note B on the following page, just the transaction with the MNO Cultural Commission. Note 16 just provide additional information on the capital in the organization. Note 17 indicates that there's no comparative information for the statement of operation. This is mainly because the current year by itself takes about 5 pages already, and the information would not be useful and is also already available in the prior year financial statements. Note 18 talks about financial instruments, risk, and concentration, where we list the various risks that couldn't have an impact on the MNO. There are no changes in these risks this year compared to the previous years. And finally, we have note 19, uncertainty due to COVID-19. We are unfortunately still in a pandemic situation, which could have an impact on the organization, whether it's through their funding or financial means, or just impacting the people involved in the operations of the MNO. So these are the financial statements that we have audited and provided our opinion, as I mentioned. We can entertain some questions, but I would also like to thank Madam Secretary Joanne Young for her cooperation and the entire finance team for all their cooperation during our audit work. So thank you.
Secretary Treasurer Young.
Yes, thank you, Chair Rowlandson, and thank you, Mr. Grew. There is a very good working relationship with the finance branch and the audit team for Baker Tilly, and even though it was a difficult year, that made the work move as quickly as possible. As I mentioned previously, at this point in time, I am going to move that the audited financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2021 be accepted as presented, and there is no intention of reducing discussion or questions. We would just like to have the motion on the floor so that there is less confusion. Okay, thank you, Chair Rowlandson.
Thank you, Madam Secretary Treasurer. Thank you, Benoit. We have a mover. Do we have a seconder? Again, please message use the messaging tab to indicate if you'd like to second the motion. And please write in there, I second the motion. So once we get a seconder, then I will have discussion. So I have Andrew Dufresne
Andrew.
has seconded the motion. So I will now open up for discussions. But before I open the floor, I would like to remind you that you can participate in discussion in several ways. So through the messaging, submit a question in writing by sending a message under the messaging tab on the left side of your screen. You can raise your hand. So again, go at the bottom of your screen, push on participants, then push raise your hand. Those that are on the phone, you can hit *9 to raise your hand. Then I will ask you to, once I acknowledge you to speak, I will need you to hit *6 on your phone to unmute and *6 to mute. So I now open the floor for discussions, and I see we have Diane Kilby first. Diane, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Chair Rawlinson. I would like to know, going back to page, I think it's page 5, scrolling on this, it's core operations. And the core operations with the excessive revenue over expenses is 1.6975, and it references me to notes 2 and 10. But when I go to notes 2 and 10, I still find no details about what the expenses are under core operations. Like I don't need to know specifics in terms of salaries or rental or anything, but it would be helpful to know what the global number is. There are, like what amount is salaries, what amount is rental, what amount is paper clips. And I can't find that anywhere in this statement. And it would be particularly fruitful to have that kind of information in view of the recent controversial history of the MNO. And I wonder why I can't get access to that information. That's my first question. My second question is, when I getting funding, our council ends up spending more than the revenue we've received for the most part in terms of the allocations. But I noticed that on the expenditure, the revenues and the expenses for the proponent funding, it's precisely the same. The revenue, the expense, the revenue, the expense, the revenue, the expense. Is that normal? I guess is the question that I have. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diane, for your questions. I'll ask Madam Secretary Treasurer if she can answer those, or do we go over to Benoit?
Thank you, Chair Rawlinson, for the reporting of the actual amounts. If you could go to Benoit, and I'm going to see if I can actually find the global figures that Diane is asking for in some other statements that I have. So if Benoit could address the reasoning for the amounts being exact.
Thank you. Essentially, the amounts are exact because the expenses that are there represent the true expenses that were incurred for this particular program. And then the revenue that's been allocated, any revenue that is in addition to the amount spent has been either deferred or indicated as being paid back to the funders. So we were not recognizing more revenue than there is an expense. You've indicated that in some cases there might be overspending, so the expense could potentially be higher than the revenue. So in this case, the management or the finance team looks at to see if there's any other funding agreement that could potentially cover those amounts to transfer to this particular program and be able to recognize the full amount as an expense. Otherwise, the additional expense could be considered as part of the core operations or through other fundings or other agreements that could be allowed to apply those expenses to.
Thank you, Benoit. Diane, once Joanne is able to find what you're looking for, I will ask her to come back and ask the first part of your question. Right now, I'm going to go to Jennifer Parkinson. Please unmute yourself, Jennifer. Can't hear you, Jennifer. Try muting and unmuting again. Still can't hear you. Is it possible
Chair
to?
Rowlandson, I could address Diane's question while Jen is trying to work out technology.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I have some of the detail when we are talking about core operations. The revenue, and these are, as you said, not detail, high level. The revenue, which totaled $5,800,009, is composed of administration fees of $5,178,774, AGA revenues of $24,000, harvesting card fees of $1,330, third-party billings of $156,672, registry $5,493. And then there are a group of several smaller things that are referred to, grouped together for a total of $375,420 as other. Amortization of rent inducement is $58,320. That makes up the $5.8 million. In expenses for salaries and benefits, $2,347,570. AGA expenses, $99,989. Pcmno expenses, $1,203,675. Other operating expenses, $179,968. Computer and office or computer and equipment support, $25,085. Professional fees, $1,697,735. Audit, $33,449. Insurance, $74,749. Bank charges and interest, $25,333. Printing, postage, and supplies, $41,286. Facilities, $370,603. Travel and training, $23,731. Communications, $45,238. Third-party expenses, $335,143. Bad debts of $953,142. Then that actually totals $7,456,696. But there is an administration allocation to other programs. So while this is all that has been paid under core expenses, there are parts of those expenses that can be allocated to other programs, and that total, which actually reduces the expenses sort of in there, is $3,350,981, and at the end of the year then we end up with $1,659,294. And I know that was a lot of numbers very quickly, but it is a work schedule that I do have in my files. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Madam Secretary Treasurer. Teresa, please unmute. Teresa Denland.
Okay. Am I unmuted, Hank?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I voted against these the year-end finance audited statements at the Pcmno meeting, and I'll be voting against it today for a number of reasons. I've asked for a number of specific finance questions in writing and verbally at numerous Pcmno meetings, and these have not been answered. Some of them that I will raise that have not been answered is how much funding for enabling functionings by specific program is being used from each program. One of the other questions I've asked is, I've learned that NRF, the new relationship funding, is no longer being used to pay for the community relations branch. But in answering that question, I learned that the early learning childcare dollars is now being used to fund the community relations branch. And then I specifically requested how much of the ELCC funding is being used to fund that branch, and I still have not been provided the specific number. I've also asked for each regional councillor has been assigned $9,000 in expenses from last year out of NRF for travel. I've asked, since expenses are being tagged against my name and the other regional councillors, I specifically requested to see the list of those expenses tagged to my name. Still have not received that to date. I've also requested to see in writing, to see the cost of legal, consulting, and professional fees broken down by vendor. And as the board of director, I should be able to see that information. That information was previously provided to us under other fiscal years, and I'll point to the December 2020 Pcmno meeting when we did get a breakdown of some specific vendors, such as different law firms, consultants, and professional fees. But right now I'm being told it's confidential. Like I said, I'm a board of directors, so this information is held in confidence. It's not something we can go out and distribute everywhere. And I still have not gotten that information to the questions that I've asked. And other questions. Yes, we have been provided financial information, but largely it's very high level, and I've asked for specific details. And for those reasons and others, I'm voting against the year-end financials today because I am still waiting for outstanding financial information to be responded to. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me the time to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Stellan. Secretary Treasurer Joanne Young.
Thank you, Chair Rowlandson. And yes, and actually we are working on some of that information, and I would like to point out that the request for the NRF funding was made on September the 11th at our Pcmno meeting there. So with all of the work that was happening for today, that was certainly not going to be addressed. There have been some discussions, and we're looking at how to present information, and your requests for amounts by vendor for the year are quite reasonable, but the request was actually for detailed invoices. And that is where we have an issue with proprietary, with the privacy of our vendors as well. So providing the information that is, this is what vendor A has billed us for the entire year, and this is what vendor B has billed us for the entire year. We actually have no problem providing that and will be doing it. But the issue of providing a GL listing and detailed listings of invoices is a different issue. And these are things that are working on. So we are looking at providing some of that information in a format that also respects the propriety of our vendors as well as the rights of the directors to see the information at a level that allows them to exercise their responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm going to go to Jennifer Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Stanlin has partially answered my question, but I do have a two-part question. It was stated that the finances were adopted at the Secretariat, and my question is, were they adopted by consensus? Well, obviously from Councillor Stanlin's comments, we know that they were not. So I would like to know how many objected, how many abstained, and we heard one of the reasons why there was an objection. And I'd like to hear if there's any other reasons that councillors may or may not have objected to the financials. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'll ask Madam Secretary Treasurer.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. There were 6 councillors that voted in opposition, 1 councillor that abstained, and then the remainder of the Pcmno voted for approval. So I don't have the draft minutes in front of me, but I do remember that there were 6 objections and 1 abstention, because that was significant when you're talking about the financial statements. And the reasons that were given were basically similar to those of Councillor Stenland. And the second part of your question, I have totally forgotten. So if you could reiterate it, then I will see what I can do.
Yeah, I think the second part was if there was any other reasons besides Councillor Stenland
Okay.
for. Okay.
Chair Rowlandson, there has been another question that actually came through, and an unorthodox method to my email. But I would like to address it in case other individuals are interested in it as well. And that is the amount of the provision for doubtful accounts, because it is larger this year than it was last. And so there are some concerns as to why there was that change in the allowance for doubtful accounts. And basically, I will sort of go through it briefly. There was an opening balance that related to an amount that is in dispute. And these were legal fees on an MOU related to one of the impact benefit agreements, and that is being negotiated. So while the total amount of $176,000 and change is included in the allowance for doubtful accounts, we hope that a portion of that will be recoverable through negotiation. Then there are 2 significant charges, and these are administration fees related to COVID projects. And the reason that these amounts have been included is because at March 31st, we did not have any confirmation from the funders that the fees would be allowed to be, and the revenue would be allowed to be carried into the current fiscal period. With a lot of the COVID funding projects, because the pandemic is ongoing, if there was funding still available and the administration fees that were related to them, then they were being carried into the current fiscal period. And those 2 amounts total $700,130. So that is basically the most significant change in the allowance for doubtful accounts. There were some charges, and I believe Diane asked earlier about how there are always differences. You're either a little under or a little over when you're doing your expenses, but on the financial statements, it's always shown as a nil balance. Well, there are some items that are included in there that these were expenses that were in excess of budget. And so these amounts, the budget holder is discussing this with the vendor because there was a change in the budget during the year, and we believe that these 2 amounts are valid, and that's approximately $76,000. Then there are some fees that are in dispute. One of them is a healing and wellness balance, and Oz, Aboriginal Healing and Wellness, did not accept a transfer of budget from one program to another, and we're hoping that that may be resolved, because there was discussion and our budget holder was under the impression that the balance, the amount of budget, was acceptable to be transferred, and that's an amount of $107,000. Then there are several small balances that finance branch will be following up with budget holders so that they can go back to the funders and determine what is going on with these, and they are, as I said, small balances. They range from 409, 1,492, and a few others. And so basically that change is what has resulted in the increase to the provision for doubtful accounts, or the allowance for doubtful accounts. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary Treasurer. Teresa, I do have you. I do have Diane, but Roxanne hasn't spoken yet. And just for the record, it was, for the minutes, it was Marie-Louise Perrin that asked the question under accounts receivable. Why the big increase in doubtful accounts from 2021 or 2020? So, Madam Secretary Treasurer, just explain that. So I will ask Roxanne Shank if you can unmute and ask your question, please.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. First of all, thank you very much for recognizing me, and merci beaucoup, Benoit, and thank you very much, Joanne, for all your hard work and for answering questions like mine. My understanding is the cash flow is up 25 million year to year from last year. Is that correct, Benoit?
So if you look at the cash flow statements, it's up by 19 million.
19 million, because I'm looking at page 3, and it looks like 2019 was just shy of 15 million. And then you had another 40 million allocated as cash for 2020. So my rough and dirty math is that's a differential of 25 million? 15 to 40?
Okay, you've referenced 2019, so I'm not sure if we're looking at the same documents.
I'm looking at page 3.
Yeah, page 3. On the 2020 year end, there was 40,251,000. And on the 2021 year end, there's 59,358. So the increase from the 40 million to the 59 million is 19 million. So I'm
Sorry,
not sure if
I
you're
was
looking between 9.
Yes, you're right. I was looking between 19 and 20. So we've gone from 15 million to 59 million in 2 years. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's up to 59 million at the end of March 2021.
Wonderful, thank you. And I don't know if this next question quickly goes to Joanne or yourself. I was interested in understanding exactly what the Métis Rights Advancement Fund does. It's over $1 million. This is also page 3, and it appears on page 4 that you've topped it up another 600,000 out of unrestricted assets. So I was wondering, what is this Métis Rights Advancement Fund?
Basically, that is a legal fund, so that where we are looking at rights assertions, which if we do have to use legal counsel, Roxanne, you're a lawyer, you know that the bills can add up very quickly. So that is what the Métis Rights Advancement Fund is. And we're looking now at the statements that are for the year ended 2021, and the comparators are 2020. The increase of the 600,000 was actually in prior years. So I think some people might be getting confused because they're looking at this and saying, where is that number? Because on page 4 of the current year financials, which is March 31st, 2021, under the Métis Rights Advancement Fund, it shows the balance at the beginning of the year as being the 1,040,000 and change, and that there was 16,000 of revenue over expenses for the year, increasing it at the end of 2021 to $1,057,197. So just to sort of clarify, as people are trying to follow, that the statements that you have in the documents section do not show the 2019 numbers. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just trying to follow through, and I guess I'm just trying to understand. I don't claim to be an accountant. The entry that's on page 5 of the, I guess it would be the year ended March 31st, 2020, because that's the one I printed. It has an entry called post-Powley. And in 2020, it's 3,318,750. What is that, please?
The post-Powley fund is federal funding that was allocated to the Métis, well, it's to Métis nations. It was part of the government providing funding to Métis governments for governance functions, for corporate. Basically, the post-Powley covers Pcmno leadership compensation, and it also covers our registry. And as for the actual history of how it came about, perhaps President Fro would want to go into that. But if you're asking what post-Powley is, it's federal funding specifically for governance functions.
Terrific, thank you. My last question is, apparently, and I'm new to Barrie Council, which itself is very new, in 2020, there was almost $90,000 allocated as, and I'm on page 5 again, to the Barrie Area Native Advisory Circle, Bannack supplemental funding. So I just checked with my chair and my treasurer, and they said, well, Barrie Council doesn't receive this funding. What steps do I need to do to receive some or part of that $89,000?
Again, Roxanne, I'm going to be quite honest. I'm not sure what you are referring to because you're looking at a set of statements that I don't have in front of me. I do know that there are different things that are, and perhaps our chief strategy officer might be able to advise on that, or what I can do is request that information and make sure that it gets out to you once we're back in the office on Monday.
That would be just wonderful, and it's all I can ask. The last comment I would make is, what I know as a lawyer about privacy issues, there's absolutely nothing that's stopping the MNO to provide the information, for example, about how the $1 million of legal fees per year is spent per vendor. There's absolutely nothing to stop you from doing that. You could even break it down by region.
And Roxanne, you're absolutely correct. It's not the amount by vendor. It is when individual invoices are being requested by vendor, and we may have been given special pricing and proprietary information. That is the concern. I did mention to Teresa that Councillor Stenlund, that information had been provided and that we would be doing it again. This is something that we discussed at Finance Branch last week. So the listing of what we paid to ABC legal firm or legal expenses by particular legal firm is fine. And so I agree with you, but giving someone a copy of all of the invoices that had been issued is another series of circumstances, especially with legal, as in some of those amounts may be related to negotiations, to human resources issues, to other things that do have legal ramifications. And while Councillor Stenlund has referenced that there is confidentiality and we're all bound by an oath of confidentiality, we have found that not all honor that oath of confidentiality. So we are careful with some of these things. And so that would be my comment on that one. Thank you.
So you would agree with me then, you would agree with me that there's no objection to providing a breakout, say, between the various legal firms used, such as PST, BLG, etc.
Absolutely not. No problem.
So you can provide that to the Pcmno as governing body, correct?
Yes.
And you can provide that by what date?
right now, I'm not going to be able to give you a date because I can't go to finance and say, do this next week. But I could certainly say that it would probably be available by the at least the end of September, or perhaps by the next Pcmno meeting.
That sounds absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for all your help.
Thank you, Roxanne. I'm going to go to Teresa. I know you have your hand up, but Councillor St. Clair hasn't asked a question yet, and either has Cassandra Wilhelm. So I'm going to go to Tim St. Clair first. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My question was about the $9,000 being posted towards my office. And last year, I didn't submit anything, and I'm just kind of wondering, as Councillor Stenlin mentioned, about these funds, and we haven't got an answer on it yet. I'm just kind of wondering if we can be sometime provide this. Thank you.
Again, Councillor Sinclair, the request was made on September 11th. So, and for the year that ended, well, actually, March 31st, 2021, the leadership compensation came into effect partway through the year. So there's a reconciliation of what was paid out related to the NRF funding and what was then going to be not be paid out in terms of that because of the half-year mix. Now, you only came, you were elected in June 2020, as I was, so that was sort of partway through the year. So there is that reconciliation happening. The other thing is that what was being addressed at the meeting on September 11th was a budget. And in that budget, which was based on, it's the final year of three years, the format that was being used was the same as the first year. In the first year of that transfer payment agreement, there was no leadership compensation, and regional councillors were in fact advanced $9,000 related to their costs of attending meetings and travel and supplies and a variety of things. But that $9,000 was also taxable income. So when the change was made to leadership compensation, that amount was not going to be paid out, but that we were looking at actually submitting the submission of expense reports through to the MNO so that the expenses were reimbursed expenses and then not taxable, because the $9,000 allowance that was paid out was taxable income. So yes, that is something that we're looking at to reconcile so that you can understand where the funds have gone, but it is quite possible, in your case, where there are expenses that you've incurred that are not necessarily covered by a proponent, but that are related to your position, that they would be considered reimbursable. I'm not going to say it's carved in stone, because I would need to discuss that with the finance branch staff in terms of the intricacies of doing it. But when you were looking at the amounts, when we were all looking at the Pcmno meeting, that was actually a budget. And in the budget that's been presented to the ministry, there was that amount for $9,000 times nine regions for $81,000. And not wanting to change the entire structure in the final year of the 3-year agreement, we decided that we would just maintain the status quo. And that is where the Director of Lands, Resources and Consultation provided some budget estimates for discussion, so that as we move forward at the Pcmno, we're going to look at how to structure the budgeting for the next transfer payment agreement, which it has been indicated to her by the ministry will continue. So a reconciliation of how that works and how it would apply to each regional councillor is currently being worked on by Finance Branch.
Thank you, Madam Secretary Treasurer. I see that Diane Kilby has had her hand up for a point of order. Diane, what's your point of order, please? Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for recognizing me. My point of order is that we adopted an agenda earlier today, and the agenda ended at 5 p.m. We still have discussion here. It's 4:58 p.m. Would it be possible to defer the rest of this until tomorrow morning and start with this so that we don't have rushed consideration?
No.
At this point, we adopted a motion, Hank. That motion
Can I
said,
speak? Can I speak to your point of order, please? We've had many AGAs where we've run over the time frame. As you are aware, we've had technical difficulties on our end, on participants' end. We've had AGAs where we've gone till 7 o'clock at night to get the agenda finished. I don't want to start tomorrow behind. We've already have a mover and a seconder. There's discussion. So I am going to say we're going to finish this agenda topic and then move on. So I'm going to move on to Cassandra Wilhelm. Who's challenging?
Diane Kilby.
Okay. Can we go to a vote? The decision by the chair has been challenged. So
you haven't asked for consent, Hank. You can't.
Sorry?
You haven't asked for the consent of the AGA to just plow through to continue the meeting past the adopted time.
Okay, I will ask that will be the topic for a vote then. Can we go beyond the extended time period? All I'm saying is you cannot move a motion, have a seconder, have discussion, stop debate and bring it up tomorrow morning. We have to finish this agenda item. So I'm saying no, we have to finish this agenda item. And if you're challenging my decision, I will go to a vote and ask the citizens to vote on my decision.
Hank, that's not completely correct. You can table the motion. It's not that the fact that
Diane, I'm not going to get into an argument. I made a decision. Are you challenging the decision of the chair? If you are, then I will ask the citizens to either overturn my decision and we will continue tomorrow, or continue with this agenda.
It is possible to table the motion. That's all I'm saying. It is possible, legal, to table the motion. You have that authority as the chair.
And I'm telling you that I am going to finish this motion and start tomorrow morning on a new agenda topic. And if you don't like my decision, you can challenge the chair and I'll ask the citizens if they, thank you. So I will ask Lumi to put together a poll, and basically it is to accept the chair's decision to continue on with finishing off this agenda topic, or to not accept agree with my decision. So yes to continue with the agenda item, or no to continue it tomorrow. So while Lumi's doing that, if you can play some music to until you're.
Hi, Mr. Chair. This is JB from Lumi. Just confirming with you the agenda. The poll would read as follows: do you support the ruling of the chair to extend the meeting or the agenda item? That's correct?
Correct. Yes. Thank you. Okay, I just want to remind people that the polling is up. Please register your vote. And once Lumi has calculated the votes from the computer polling and the phone polling, they will show the poll results. While we're waiting for the closed polls to close and we get the announcements, I know Diane had put in messaging if the her report could be shared with citizens. Joanne has informed me that she'll send her report to council presidents. So if you want a copy of her financial report, you can find it with your council presidents. So I just wanted to answer that one question that was put in the messaging. With regards to, we had another question with regards to the historical videos that we've been showing. We will put, I'll get an answer for you. I think it was Colleen Burnell that asked that question. So I will get an answer for you, hopefully by end of day tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, can we stop the music, please? Thank you, and can show the polls, please? So do you support the ruling of the chair to extend the meeting? We have 104 yes, 30 no. So we will extend the meeting. Thank you. And thank you all those that are wanting to get through this day and having the patience. I'm going to go to the first one is Cassandra Wilhelm.
Hello, can you hear me? It's like the first thing we all say. So I just have two questions. I'll just email the other ones I have because I don't want to take up too much time. My one question was back to where Teresa brought up the question around bills and like the bills from the lawyers and people being able to see the actual invoices. I just want to ask or confirm that when this does happen, or if people are allowed to see the bills, that the information will be redacted as to like who was involved in that sort of stuff. I just have concerns that when folks are involved with the MNO and something happens where, you know, legal needs to get involved, that their names and information aren't going to be shared as part of these invoices. Because I know, for example, when I get an invoice from my lawyer for our house, it's got my name on it, right? So I just want to make sure that that type of information isn't going to be shared, even if there is confidentiality with members of the Pcmno. That just makes me very uncomfortable as a citizen, knowing that if people are involved in sort of things like that, that their information is going to be shared amongst Pcmno members. And then my second question was, in there's a few spaces where it says money to councils throughout the document there. Is there a breakdown that citizens or councils can request to see where the money goes, like how much each council gets? And the same with regional reps. So you've got lines on there where it says money to regional reps or those expenses, but are we able to see the actual breakdowns to see how many councils get money and how much money they get, as well as what that money is intended for? And same with regional reps. Very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask, I'm going to ask our Secretary of Treasury to answer that. Then I'm going to ask President Fro to answer a question that Roxanne brought up earlier. So I'll go to our Secretary Treasurer first. Joanne?
Thank you, Chair Rowlandson. And in answer to Pandora's first question, that's the reason that we do not want to issue individual invoices to, or a list of invoices related to legal counsel or other vendors, giving a total of this was paid to Pape Salter Taille, this was paid to BLG, this was paid to Gowling, this was paid to McEwen. Those are totals for a period we're quite willing to provide. It is the detail that we have concerns with, and you raised the issue very clearly that someone would need to go through and make sure all this information was redacted. And when you're talking of hundreds of thousands of dollars and multiple invoices, mistakes can be made. So I would prefer that if a total is sufficient to meet needs, then I have absolutely no problem with that. I do have problems with providing the details. And with regard to the due to councils and do, whatever. A lot of that due to councils is not because it's a specific council. It may be because it was government funding for particular programs that are being run out of councils, and the funder agreed to carry it forward. So I would need to speak with the finance branch to get the exact detail, because I don't have the detail of that working paper in front of me. Our auditor, Benoit Gru, may have an idea of some of the amounts. And also there are funds in that due to councils that could be related to funds that are held in trust. So in essence, these are funds that we're holding on behalf of a council. So it's not MNO money. We're just holding it on their behalf. So it would be shown as a due to council, and it wouldn't specifically be because one council, my council is Clearwater, so it wouldn't be specific to what necessarily is owed to Clearwater, unless there was a specific proponent amount or some other fund like that. So that is what some of the due to councils would be.
Okay, thank you, Jay. I've got my my message board lighting up here. 10 people calling question. We've had over an hour and a half of debate. I'm going to ask President Froda answer Roxanne's earlier question. Then we're going to be going to a vote.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the question, Roxanne. You were asking about the Barrie Area Native Advisory Circle, BANNC, and the funding that you see reflected in the statements here. This actually is an agreement that predated the creation of the Barrie Council. And essentially, the LIN is providing funding to BANNC, and BANNC is flowing it straight through to us to cover some aging at home services within the region. So it's a flow through. And in this case, it's a flow through actually from the LIN through BANNC over to the MNO, which provides for a worker that provides services, aging at home services within the region.
Thank you, President Fro. Questions have been called. We have a mover and a seconder. I'm going to ask, do we have consensus? Anybody abstain or oppose? Teresa?
I'm opposed.
Teresa Stenlin? Thank you. So I will ask Lumi to please get the poll ready for the acceptance of the financial audited statements.
Poll is now open.
Thank you. I would ask everybody to please vote. Can you just stop the music for 1 sec so I can make an announcement? What we're hearing from staff is that those that are on the phone that are being moved into a breakout room to cast your vote, you're being asked to unmute your phone. If you don't unmute your phone to cast your vote, you'll be removed from the breakout room and you won't get an opportunity to vote. So please work with the staff so that we can get this process done in an expedited way. And to be able to do that, when you're moved over and you're asked to unmute your phone, push *6 to cast your vote, and then you can be moved back into the main session. Thank you.
And the vote will be closed in 2 minutes.
Just a quick announcement. I'm going to ask that the polls be closed for those that were in the waiting rooms. The waiting rooms to cast your vote, staff couldn't get you to unmute your phones. So I'm asking that to move the process forward, we close the polls. And if Lumi can send me the results, I would greatly appreciate it. Okay, can I have the polls shared, please? I know somebody asked if we have quorum. I think it's obvious we have quorum. There was 96 voting in favor of the audited financial statements, 42 Against supporting the financial statements, we have 10 abstentions. Quorum was 86, so we definitely have quorum. For those that want to record your abstention or your objection, please write that in the messaging section of the stagnant left side of your page. I'm just going to turn it over quickly to our Secretary Treasurer. We have one more order of business under financials. So, Joanne.
Thank you, Chair Rowlandson. The additional business item is for the appointment of the auditor. And I would ask if we have a mover who would like to move for the appointment of the auditor for the fiscal year 2021-2022. That would be for the year ending March 31st, 2022.
Okay, I have a mover. It's Kathleen Anderson. And I have a seconder. It's Steve Callahan.
Question.
Questions been called. So do we have consensus? Is there anybody abstaining or opposed? Do we have consensus? Anybody abstaining or opposed? And third and final time, do we have consensus? Anybody abstaining or opposed? Seeing none, it's carried. I'm going to put it to the floor. I know it is 5:29. We do have one more agenda item, and that's the update reports from our Métis Nation Ontario Women's Council, our Métis Nation Ontario Veterans Council, the Youth Council, our senators, captains of the hunt, our Two-Spirit GBLTQ+ working group. Either we can go through those reports now, or we can put it somewhere, try to fit it somewhere in the agenda tomorrow. It just, I feel that it's important that we hear from these groups. They work hard for us on our behalf all year. It would be good to hear from them. So if you want to continue with the AGA, finish that last agenda item, please let me know. I will ask Lumi just to put up a quick polling. Do we want to continue with the agenda item of the updated reports, or for today, or no, and we will move them till tomorrow? I will leave it up to you, the citizens. So if we can do that quick poll to continue to finish the last agenda item, which is the updated reports from our advisory councils, or move that agenda item to tomorrow.
No, she has an X.
Hello, Mr. Chair. This is JB from Lumi. I just want to confirm with you. So the poll would read as follows. Do you want to continue with the agenda items / update reports? Yes or no or abstain?
Correct. Thank you.
All right. Opening the poll.
Thank you. And again, just to remind those on the phone that when you're moved over, please unmute your phone so the staff can get your vote, please. I greatly appreciate it. While we're waiting for that, we have a couple of hands up. Lisa Pijot. Please unmute. Okay, well, Lisa's trying to unmute. I'll go to Teresa Stenlin. Please unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think it might be easier for me to cast my vote if there was a time frame allotted to the question. So whether it's a half an hour extension or an hour extension, it may help people determine on how to cast their vote. So I'd like to request a friendly amendment to this polling question, please, with the time commitment allotted to it for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Just let me do some quick math here on how long it's going to take. Yeah. So it will be 1 hour or less, depending on the Q&A portion. So that would extend us to 5:30. We would go to approximately 6:30. So hopefully that gives everybody a good indication when you're voting. If we're going to extend, we will probably be going to 6:30 to finish this agenda item. Lisa, were you able to unmute? Lisa Pijo? Go ahead, Lisa, you're unmuted. And we can't hear you. Try to mute and unmute again, Lisa. No, still no volume on our end. So Lumi, if you want to play a little bit of music while we wait for the polls to close, thank you. Okay, the poll results are in. Can you please show the poll results? And I just sort of want to remind people that quorum is 86. So as long as we have over 86 people in the meeting, we can conduct business. So the yes is 78, the no's are 55, and we have 4 abstentions. And again, I would ask if you want your abstention or your objection to be recorded in the minutes, please post it in the messages section to the stagnant document that's on the left side of your screen. And at this time, I would like to ask, just give me 1 sec here, just to catch up on my agenda. So this year we invited our advisory councils to present to you today, provide a pre-recorded message or submit the reports in written form. The videos and written submissions are available on the www.mnoaj.ca website under administrative reports. At this time, I'd like to introduce a video from Métis Nation of Ontario Women's Council, President Susan Jackson, to provide an update on behalf of the Women's Council. I will ask Lumi to please play the MNOYWC report, please.
Hello, my name is Jordan Plain, President of the Métis Nation of Ontario Youth Council and Youth Representative on Pcmno. Over the past year, MNOAC has been active across the province. In September 2020, in collaboration with President Fro, MNOAC launched our monthly tea series. Every month on the first Tuesday at 7 p.m., young people across the province are invited to gather, share, and learn from one another as we invite special guests to engage in conversation with us. Over the past year, we've had guests connect with us about topics around self-governance, language, culture, arts, and harvesting. We look forward to continuing this monthly series next month in October on the first Tuesday at 7 p.m. In February of 2021, MNOYC, again in collaboration with the MNO, created the first MNO self-governance simulation. MNOYC welcomed young people from across the province to learn and gather as we began to understand the MGRSA. By the end of the gathering, MNO youth were welcome to create a simulation and mock agreements. This simulation encouraged young people to understand the importance of the MGRSA and the next steps we need to take as young people towards self-governance. This past August, MNOYC hosted our 5th annual Youth Leadership Conference. MNOYC would like to thank all young people who attended, and we look forward to hosting you again, hopefully in person next year. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize to President Susan Jackson. That was our youth rep, Jordy Plain, that provided the MNOYC update. I will ask Lumi to now play the MNOWC, the Women's Council update by President Jackson, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Jackson. I'm president of the Métis Nation of Ontario Women's Council. I'm coming to you from the traditional lands of the Haudenosaunee in Treaty 3. The MNOWC is tasked with promoting women's issues and advocating on behalf of women within the Métis Nation of Ontario. We also advise the Pcmno on matters pertaining to women, as well as working with community councils, Aboriginal boards, government bodies, and women's groups to assist Métis people with issues of concern specific to women. This work includes policy development and review, coordination, consultation, and education. We aspire to promote Métis culture, language, history, values, traditions, healthy families, and communities. We strive to help each woman achieve personal goals and aspirations and to positively affect change in themselves and others. This year has been a particularly challenging yet rewarding one for the MNOWC. We saw the election of our current council in November of 2020. With this election, we bid a fond farewell to longtime appointed spokesperson Sharon Cadeau. In 4 of the 9 regions, there was more than one candidate, which was exciting for us to see that there are women who want to be involved in this work and the efforts moving forward, with the other 5 regions all being acclaimed. So we do have a full complement of MNOWC Council. The women have all been actively participating in preparing and distributing personal protection equipment to citizens throughout the province, as well as supporting and giving direction on assistance routes and availability. March of this year, we saw 64 MNO women gather for a one-day full virtual meeting, which we entitled Celebrating Community Ties. At that meeting, we heard from LFMO President Melanie Omenoho and Senior Political Advisor Lisa Piju as they presented the LFMO GBA Plus Toolkit. MNO staff Wendy Stewart presented COVID and mental health strategies. MNO women veterans Shelley Claus, Charlene Lance, Lisa Tessier spoke to us about their military experience. Benny Michaud provided remarks on the 2S LGBTQ identity and the 2S LGBTQ working group. Women also participated in 2 workshops throughout the day. MNOWC has launched and developed our own website, which is MNOWC.com. It includes our terms of reference, governance policies, leadership toolbox, guidelines for our MNOWC Women Honoring Women Award, and our recently developed and always changing and moving forward roles and responsibilities. We've adopted our own code of conduct, complete with a procedures process if the code is broken. MNOWC has attended and contributed to national meetings pertaining to Métis-specific missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. 2 of our MNOWC women attended the virtual She Is Wise conference, and the MNOWC has representation and is a contributing member of the She Is Wise Project Advisory Committee. In a year when there's been so much uncertainty and unforeseen levels of stress, MNO women throughout the province have stepped up and done what's needed to not just carry on, but to help others. The stories of our ancestors remind us that we are a resilient people. This past year, we've contributed to that story. I'm constantly in awe and humbled at the depth of human kindness that's being shown one to another. I've seen firsthand as those who have little have reached out and helped wherever, whenever, and however they could. We have strong Métis women who have accepted calls to represent in their local community council area. And without knowing exactly what to do, they just started doing good things. Our voices are being raised. Our thoughts and concerns are being expressed. Our time to lead truly is here. We look forward to the journey before us with hope, determination, and a passion to ensure that those who we pass our paddles and our sacred bundles of knowledge, they will be equipped with our history to carry on and further excel and succeed in this work. Thank you and have a great AGA.
Thank you, President Jackson, for that report for the Métis MNOWC. I'm going to ask Lumi to please move Brian Prairie into the panelist so he can present his live up next. In the meantime, can we play the Senator's report, please?
I am Executive Senator Rainey Gavel, and would like to give the senators an update in the direction that we are going. And first of all, I'd like to say that we're living in very troubling times now because of COVID-19, and it's going to be so nice when we'll be able to meet face to face and shake each other's hands and look each other in the eyes and give each other a hug. I know it's very difficult with this COVID-19, but it will pass and eventually we will meet together. And what I want to speak a little bit about today is how even though through all of this, we're still moving forward. And as everyone knows, we have our sights on self-government, and we're striving and working very hard to keep this moving forward. And I know that we're going to be successful in the end. And also when it comes to the senators, I want to let you know that we will be having some regular meetings. I'm going to try and have a senators meeting every 6 weeks so that I'll have somebody updating on different things that are going on within the province. We may have one very shortly on information sessions on self-government, and we may have some information sessions on some of the topics that you would like to put forward. So hopefully we can move forward together, and that's the only way we can move forward, is that we work together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Senator Gravel, for that update. I would now ask if the President of the Métis Nation Ontario Veterans Council, Brian Prairie, could provide the MNOVC's update, please.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Brian.
Hi, my name is Brian Prairie. I'm President of the Métis Nation Ontario Veterans Council. It has been almost a year since the election that brought the council 4 new members, myself, Paul Broadbent, as the chair, Steve Callahan as the senator, Lee Revitt as the secretary treasurer, along with Douglas Woods as the sergeant at arms, and women's rep Lisa Tessier, and the new addition to our council, a non-voting member as the Eagle Staff Bearer, Paul Peary. As you may have heard, Senator Steve has joined the PCMO, so we'll be posting for a new senator position very soon. The PCMO's gain is our loss. Sadly, we lost 2 members of our role this year, but we also grew by 10 members and have 3 pending memberships as we speak. With the environment that we have all to endure over the past 18 months, there has been no gatherings or very few gatherings. So we have to be patient at this time, and hopefully that this will end and we'll have gatherings in the near future. Members of our council participated in several virtual events over the year to both consult and to educate. The MNO VC purchased a commemorative brick to go on the wall of the Juno Beach Pavilion. It very simply reads Métis Nation Ontario Veterans Council, and I'll be posting pictures in the next Métis Voyageur. In August, most of the council executive attended a ceremony at the National Peacekeeping Day in Angus, Ontario, outside of CFB Borden. The Peacekeepers organization did an expansion of Peacekeeper Park to honor Indigenous veterans. This portion of the park has been named in honor of Joseph Paquette, the former president who passed in 2020. The ceremony was very well accepted and attended, and it was an honor to be there. It was also my privilege to represent the Métis Nation Ontario Veterans Council at the Batoche Fall event that was just held Labor Day weekend. I was honored to lead the color party in the Grand March, and I would highly recommend this event. It was wonderful to attend, and a great cultural awakening and sharing event, and every Métis citizen should be able to attend it. The MNO VC over the last couple of years has developed a new veteran sash, which you can see over my shoulder here. It represents the colors of the Canadian flag in the center, bordered by the blue representing UN service, and the colors representing the Navy, Army, and Air Force. The sashes are now available for purchase by veterans. An updated version of the Métis Nation Veterans book has just been finished editing and will be going to print very soon, and will also be available for purchase in the near future. The Veterans Council is smaller than it should be. For many reasons, we're not sure why, but part of it is probably a understanding of what a veteran is. So I'm going to give you the version of what a veteran is to clear the understanding. And it is any member of the Canadian Armed Forces, regular or reserve, that has completed basic training and it has been honorably discharged. If you fit this and you want to join the council, get a hold of us. We'd love to have you. We have been communicating with many branches of government and organizations, always to keep up with any benefits that veterans may be qualified for and can access. The MNO VC is holding its annual general meeting on September 27th, 2021 at 18:30 hours. It will be a Zoom event, and we hope to see you there. Thank you. Miigwech, merci.
Thank you, President Prairie, for the report for the MNO-BC. I do have hands up. I have Angie Couture, Shelley Claus, and Kelly Renaissau. I will entertain questions after the reports, just so that we can get the reports done. So next up, I will ask that I'd like to introduce a video from Benny Michaud. She's the spokesperson for the Two-Spirit LGBTQ+ working group to provide an update on behalf of the working group. Unfortunately, Benny wasn't able to be with us today, so she will not be here to ask any questions. Answer any questions, sorry. So can you please play the video?
Tanche Kiowawa Nosh. Hello, everybody. It's lovely to see you. That's just a courtesy. I can't actually see you. This is all virtual. But I'm really happy to be here today. My name is Benny Michaud, and I'm a Michif person, a Two-Spirit person. And I'm here today to give an update to you all on what the Two-Spirit Working Group has been doing over the course of the last 5 years. Wow, it's a lot of work we've been doing. You know, this is the first time that we're providing a report for the Annual General Assembly, but we think it's really important to let everybody know about the good work that's been happening, because there's been such a movement towards gender inclusion just everywhere in Canada in the last 6 years. And, you know, the Métis Nation of Ontario has always been a place that's been forward thinking, and there's been a real commitment to bringing gender inclusive practices into how we do business within the Métis Nation of Ontario. So just to give you a bit of history, in 2016 at the MNO AGA, myself and Tara Beaulieu brought forward a resolution to create a Two-Spirit Métis working group with kind of a threefold mandate. The first was to foster and nurture that Two-Spirit community within a community. The second was to provide guidance to the Métis Nation of Ontario on different programs and services and resources that could be created to support the queer, trans, Two-Spirit Métis community, and ultimately to establish a Two-Spirit presence within our governing structures. And so, you know, I remember bringing that resolution forward, and the overwhelming support that we had for that resolution was really heartening. And it's something that I remember in a very positive way to this day, because it really demonstrated in a tangible way how Métis community members want to make sure that everybody in the community feels safe, feels comfortable. And so I was just really proud of us as a people that day that resolution was able to pass so quickly and with such support. In 2007, we worked to create an engagement strategy. 2017, sorry. We worked to create an engagement strategy, and we wanted to figure out how are we going to let Two-Spirit Métis people in Ontario know that we are going to actively work to create a place for them and opportunities for them to connect. So that's what we focused on in 2017. And we also had our inaugural gathering of folks within the community who wanted to come together to talk about their own experiences as Métis people, but also what the Métis Nation of Ontario could do to support them in the future. In 2018, we actually had several gatherings where we brought together folks in Thunder Bay and Ottawa, and a strategy was developed by the working group, which outlined a training campaign on gender inclusion for elected leadership and the Métis Nation of Ontario Public Service. And since then, there have been many trainings completed by many folks within the Métis Nation of Ontario Public Service. And there will be trainings moving forward for community councils. And there have been some community sessions held already. In 2019, we continued our gatherings. So we brought together folks, people within the Two-Spirit community got together. We designed a sash representative of our community within the broader Métis community. And that's a sash that's available through the Métis Nation of Ontario. We also developed a Two-Spirit Métis awareness resource, which will, I believe, be out in print and available this year. And that's just an introductory guide to help people understand some of the language that's used when speaking about folks within the LGBTQ Two-Spirit community and how to create gender inclusive spaces when you're having gatherings. So a really accessible guide that hopefully you'll be able to have a copy of this year. In 2020, there was community awareness sessions that were offered, and I was somebody that provided some of these sessions, and it was really to talk about Two-Spirit people in Métis communities historically and what our experiences are like today within the Métis community. And at our very first session, I'm happy to say we had over 100 Métis Nation of Ontario citizens sign up for that training. So that is incredible, and again speaks to that inclusive nature of the Métis Nation of Ontario. In 2021, we hosted our very first annual Two-Spirit Symposium, where we brought in speakers such as President Margaret Froh, Amanda Riome, and author Cherie Dimeline to share their experiences of being Métis within, Two-Spirit within the Métis community. We also had a community panel where we heard from folks with various experiences and who identified in various ways with various gender identities. So I would say that that's a lot that we've been up to, especially given the pandemic and all of the challenges that has created in terms of gathering and coming together. We've still been able to nurture that Two-Spirit community, and we're looking forward to a time when we can all be together in person, because we know as Métis people, that's what we need to be doing to keep ourselves, to keep our spirits healthy. So looking forward, we're hoping that we will expand opportunities for community councils. We'll develop an education kit this year that will be available to folks. And hopefully at some point, we will be able to provide training to the Pcmno. So there are many things to look forward to, especially for folks in the Two-Spirit community, because we're going to continue to bring you together. Right now, it will be virtual, but in the future, we will be gathering as we did in the beginning together so that we can share our stories, share our experiences, and look to the future, because the future, as I see it now, is a bright one. And there's never been a better time to be Two-Spirit and a Métis citizen. So with that, I wish everyone a wonderful virtual AGA, and I hope that I see some of you either virtually or in person soon. Merci.
Thank you, Benny, for the report, the update. At this time, I would like, there's one more, and it is from our Deputy Captain of the Hunt. So if we can play the report from on behalf of the Captains of the Hunt, please.
Good day, everyone. I'm Brian Tucker, the Deputy Chief Captain of the Hunt, and I'm pleased to bring you the Captain of the Hunt AGA update. It has been my pleasure to work with and support the work of the Regional Captain of the Hunt over the past year. The captains continue to passionately give their time and energy supporting our MNO communities, families, and harvesters by working to ensure the MNO's harvest is safe and sustainable. Captains of the Hunt play an integral role in the management of the Métis harvest. One captain is assigned to each of the MNO regions within Ontario and is mandated by the MNO to implement the MNO harvest policy. In some regions, a Captain of the Hunt liaison has been appointed to assist the captain in executing their duties. The captains of the hunt determine the appropriate management of the Métis harvest and evaluate its progress on an ongoing basis. I'd like to take a minute to acknowledge our MNO captains of the hunt. The captains of the hunt are Sandy Triscoll, Region 1 Captain of the Hunt, Philip McGuire, Region 2 Captain of the Hunt, Andy Lefebvre, Region 3 Captain of the Hunt, Steve Joss, Region 4 Captain of the Hunt, Denis Lefebvre, Region 5 Captain of the Hunt, Lee Rivet, Region 6 Captain of the Hunt, Greg Garrett, Region 7 Captain of the Hunt, Jim Tolles, Region 8 Captain of the Hunt, and Peter Rivers, Region 9 Captain of the Hunt. I would also like to acknowledge the Captain of the Hunt liaisons. Over the past year, Art Bennett, Greg Renault, Victor Brunel, and James Couture have all served as liaisons. Thank you all for your contributions. The Captains of the Hunt have many duties, which they continue to carry out over the past year. To name a few of those duties, the Captains of the Hunt work with MNO communities on harvesting related matters, assist harvesters in the completion of harvester certificate applications, review and sign harvester certificate applications prior to sending them to the registry branch for processing and final approval, answer inquiries from MNO citizens regarding harvesting rights and other matters related to harvesting, act as liaisons between the MNO and harvesters, act as a point of contact for MNRF conservation officers in their region, and ensure harvesters are in compliance with the MNO harvesting policy. Throughout the year, the Captains of the Hunt carried out their duties with a core objective of overseeing the MNO harvest and the implementation of the MNO harvesting policy. This work directly contributes to the upholding and implementation of the MNO Ontario Framework Agreement on Métis harvesting, and is key to supporting MNO harvesters in exercising their community's right to harvest for food. A key part of this work is communicating with harvesters in order to answer questions, as well as share information on the MNO harvest and harvest policy. Throughout the year, Captains of the Hunt reviewed and signed incoming harvester certificate applications and renewals, and fielded many queries from potential and current MNO harvesters and other MNO citizens. The Captains of the Hunt also played a pivotal role in dealing with incident-specific harvesting-related matters by liaising with MNO harvesters, as well as MNRF enforcement as part of the implementation of the MNO-MNRF communication protocol. This work is conducted throughout the year on a case-by-case basis as matters arise. The Captains of the Hunt also continually build and maintain relationships with MNRF enforcement officers in their areas, and they continually work toward having an MNO harvest that is safe and sustainable. Over the past year, COVID-19 has impacted the harvest in many ways. As many of you know, there have been fire restrictions, access restrictions, infrastructure closures, and of course, other public health measures that collectively had a substantive impact on many aspects of the harvest. The Captains of the Hunt have worked to support and provide information to our harvesters whenever possible on harvest-related COVID matters. In addition, I'd like to let all of our harvesters know that our annual harvest survey has been temporarily delayed due to COVID. However, we are planning on issuing those soon, and we're very excited to get them out to all of you. As always, thank you for participating in our harvest surveys. The information you share is critical to the sustainable management of the natural resources that we all depend upon. Captains of the Hunt meetings were held by video conference on June 25th of 2020, July 14th of 2020, and January 25th of 2021. A wide range of topics were discussed relevant to the oversight of the MNO harvest, including regional harvesting updates, harvester reporting, incidental cabins, harvest survey reporting, and incident-specific harvesting matters. As part of their meetings, the Captains of the Hunt also often discuss other ongoing matters relevant to Métis harvesting. For example, the implementation of the MNO harvest policy and harvesting agreement, mobility, MNO harvesting areas, wildlife populations, and others. Legal updates on harvesting related topics, as well as case law updates are often provided during full Captains of the Hunt meetings. In addition to this work, each regional Captain of the Hunt also participates as a member of their regional consultation committee, which works to ensure that the duty to consult and accommodate is meaningfully implemented in the areas where MNO communities assert Section 35 rights. As many of you know, this work that is led by our regional consultation committees is absolutely critical in protecting the rights and interests of our communities for future generations. I would like to conclude my report by again extending my sincere thanks to the Captains of the Hunt and the Captains of the Hunt liaisons for their tireless work in managing the Métis harvest for the benefit of our communities, our families, and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker, for the Captains of the Hunt report. I do have a few people with their hands up. I would ask that your questions or comments are related to the reports from the advisory councils. So the first question or comment, Angie Couture, do you want to unmute yourself, please, and ask your question or comment?
Hello.
Hello, Angie, go ahead.
Yes, my question is for Suzanne. She had actually referenced the terms of their council, and I was just curious to know when they would be holding their AGM, because previously it was always done when the AGA was going on. So why was that not done, and when will that be done? Are my questions for Suzanne. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Suzanne, if you're still on, if you can unmute and maybe answer Angie.
Hi, Hank. Thanks for the question, Angie. So the reason, can y'all hear? Yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you.
The reason that the MNOWC AGM wasn't held this year is strictly timing. We did not feel that we could pull it together in a professional and timely manner. Last year's, I mean, given the COVID circumstances, we kind of have to look at other options. And certainly, you know, we never, when the rules and regulations were, terms of reference were established, we never dreamed we would be in a pandemic situation. We will be informing the women citizens once we have determined when the AGM will be held. There will be an announcement going out via comms. So keep your eyes open for it, ladies. On the MNO website, there will be a formal announcement going out. Thanks.
Thank you, President Jackson. Shelley Claus.
Hi, this question is for Renee. In your report, you didn't really have too much to report in the past year with the senators. And I just wanted to ask you why you wouldn't report on 4 meetings that just recently took place and give everybody on the call your opinion of meetings and the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. While we're queuing up, Renee is not in the room right now, but we'll try to locate him. Glenn Gervais.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Glenn. How you doing?
Very good.
You have a question or comment?
Yes, I do. It's for the captain of the hunt, the gentleman that was just on. My question is about roaming. Are they going to be getting any meetings with the MNR about roaming? I've had a harvester card since the beginning. My father, Gilbert Gervais, was one of the original captains of the hunt, and we've never been able to get any harvesting done in my area because my hunting region is about 5 hours away. So it's pretty far to drive to get a partridge. My question is, are we ever going to get roaming, and is there any idea of if this and when will ever happen?
Yeah, I assume you're talking about mobility, and just to date myself, I actually worked with Gilbert when I first came on the MNO. So he was a wonderful man and did a lot for the Pcmno. So I'm going to ask President Fro to answer that question for you. She is the captain of the hunt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just note that was only when you were 15 years old. So that probably explains a lot. Thank you very much, Glenn, for the question. And this is something that I know we know has been one of the top priorities for us. And in fact, so much so that we negotiated into our current harvesting framework agreement with Ontario language to say that to commit Ontario to actually come to the table and negotiate with us. That being said, there's been a lot of work that's been happening. As you know, we've gone through the independent review process of our harvester card registry. And more recently, we've completed the registry review report, which has given us so much very clear data about who our citizens are, where they're located, whether or not they're within their traditional harvesting territories or not. So there's a lot more information that we have in hand now that will be very useful when we get to the table with Ontario. We do not have a table established at this point in time, though we are actually having discussion about starting to begin some of those discussions around how we can address your way to frame it as roaming. As the chair was mentioning, we refer to it as mobility of Métis rights. And for those on the call that aren't familiar, it's this concept that our rights when it comes to harvesting in Section 35, really the way the law is in Canada right now, link back to where our ancestors were, our ancestors' traditional harvesting territory. And the whole concept of mobility is that there would be some sort of a mechanism whereby we could actually carry those harvesting rights into someone else's traditional harvesting territory. What we have said for sure is that it's an important issue. What we have said for sure is whatever, if we are to negotiate this with Ontario, whatever system that we negotiate is something that we need to build, that it has to be something that our rights-bearing communities are behind and actually are in the driving seat when it comes to making determinations around who is permitted within territories. So the answer is no, we don't have a formal table established right now. We actually have been doing work like the registry review that will position us very well to begin moving that conversation forward. And we absolutely have that commitment captured in and locked down in our harvesting framework agreement that we signed with the province of Ontario a few years ago. So that's the status right now, and there certainly will be more to come.
Thank you, President Fro. I don't.
Not on. Okay, no.
Okay, now I'm on. I keep telling everybody else to unmute. I don't think we're going to get much opposition as we're getting close to adjournment, but I just want to thank you all for extending the meeting to listen to the reports coming from our advisory councils, because like our community councils, they work so hard on your behalf, and you know they should have an opportunity to report to the AGA. And we want to continue to make that part of the AGA so that we can hear from our advisory councils. So I want to thank each and every one of you that agreed to stay on with us till, I can't say wee hours of the morning, but later this evening so that we can hear from them. I want to thank all of you that have been sending me messages about being patient. I appreciate that, but I want to extend that to each and every one of you. I know we've had a difficult day with regards.
I have a question.
With. Okay, I will. One sec. I will. Hopefully tomorrow won't be as technically challenging as it was today, and we'll get through the agenda a lot quicker. You know, as we look at deliberating tomorrow, please remember that we do have a lot of people that, you know, do want to ask questions, make comments. So if we can keep our comments short and concise and allow others to be able to participate in the AGA, and we don't have, you know, if you do want to speak more than twice on an issue, please make sure that you're bringing something new to the conversation. I am going to acknowledge Lynn Gulliker before we go, because she has a long message in a messenger. So Lynn, go ahead. Please unmute. There you go.
I'm trying to unmute. I think I succeeded. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the ability to speak. I had written a message and it disappeared, so I don't understand the technology, but I just wanted to, on the one hand, thank the Veterans Council for their report, but on the other hand, I would like them to consider changing their definition of veteran. I'm actually a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces. I'm a purge survivor of the Canadian Armed Forces. I'm a two-spirited Métis purge survivor of the Canadian Armed Forces. And I have I know many people that were purged from the Canadian Armed Forces, two-spirited, LGBTQ+. They lost their jobs and they were not given an honorable discharge, and their records will never be changed. The best that we've gotten from the class action settlement was to have an annotation put on the records that it was wrong and that they were wrongly discriminated against and wrongly discharged. So I would beg of the Veterans Council to think about changing that definition, because there's some people out there that they'll come to you, possibly come to you and say they won't have a record of honorable discharge. They'll have a notation on it. And I think we need to understand that there are two-spirited Métis veterans out there that did serve the country, maybe for a short time and maybe for a long time, and they survived a very dark period in the Canadian Armed Forces history. We do know as Métis how the state has perpetrated some discrimination against us. So in terms of military and soldiers, it's been perpetrated against some of our Métis citizens as well. I just wanted to, it's a difficult subject for me to talk about, but I'm passionate about it as well, to recognize that there are two-spirited Métis CAF veterans that we need to also recognize as well. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Lynn, for your comments, and I do see that your comments, your question or comments are put in the messenger, and I just wanted to make sure that you had the floor to express what you put in messenger. So thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. Again, thank you for all your patience today. I can't wait till we actually get to meet in person, so we can give each other a hug after a long, hard day. Sitting here in this office isn't what I consider attending an AGA, but it's what we have to do to get the business done. So on that note, I want to, you know, go have dinner with or in my neck of the woods, we call it supper, with your family, and stay well, be safe, and I will see everybody again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.